Because you have like a OneDrive or something. Yeah. So they're probably also on the desktop. So,
But apparently that I think that, well, it's going to hold 5 and 1. I don't know if the timer's going to be facing us or not. Yeah, so you might as well have it, but make sure to turn the auto lock off. You know what I'm talking about? So your phone is going to automatically
find the copies of everything, or was it just those 4 documents that they're okay with processing?
Oh, I just did it for my opening.
Okay, so for every panel, we'll need to just
No, because it's all stuff that's...
Just wanted to double check.
Yeah. So we're missing some commissioners.
morning.
That's how I am. But I just blow my nose, yeah.
Yeah.
We can give you the...
Well,
Everything okay?
Yeah. Computer things.
Yours, is your computer working? Is hers?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right. I'm glad you guys are a team here.
Yes. Yeah. But you said that she's doing good.
Wait, I am.
tonight will be some.
I don't know.
Do you have time to go run to the restroom?
Sure. Even if,
Any minute?
doesn't matter, even if so,
I'd be
just
up.
do it and then come back. Don't worry about it.
Wait, so Juliet, so for all panel presentations, I need to be up there?
For anybody that wants to do it later.
And you don't want me to be over there?
But the computer's gonna be, I thought, over there. It doesn't have to be. Because how are they gonna manipulate the laser? I thought they had to do that on
And then when you're all done,
the slide.
Yes.
So then the computer's got
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. I didn't realize that everyone was using the laser.
maybe not with their panel, but the person who's maybe charged.
Good morning. I now call to order the public hearing on the Land Use Planning Commission on zoning petition ZP779A, Wolfden Mt LLC's proposed rezoning to allow for the development of Pickett Mountain Mine. My name is Everett Worcester. I'm the current chair of the LUPC, and I'll be the hearing officer through this proceeding. Now I'd like to introduce the other commissioners. Leo, would you like to start?
Leo Trudell, Aroostook County.
Peter Parade, Penobscot County.
Gwen Hilton, Somerset County.
The LUPC.
Caleb Elwell, Assistant Attorney General, Counsel for the Commission.
Perry Ellsworth, Franklin County.
We also have one commissioner who, Millard Billings, who will be listening. He's not able to communicate. We have a second commissioner who's in transit and won't be able to hear the presentations. We're also short one commissioner. Their term expired, and the county commissioners have appointed their replacement, but they haven't gone before the joint standing commission of the legislature. There's a joint standing committee that we all have to pass muster with. So they won't come on board until the legislature meets again. That's the downside of that. The upside is the legislature isn't meeting. The hearing is being held pursuant to provisions of Title 12, Section 684, and Chapter 12 of the Commission's rules, mining and Level C mineral exploration activities. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with Chapter 5 of the Commission's rules for the conduct of public hearings, the state's Administrative Procedures Act, and the 5 procedural orders issued by the presiding officer in advance of this hearing. This hearing is being held to receive testimony on a proposed rezoning that would allow for the development of the Pickett Mountain Mine. This hearing is being recorded and live streamed. All witnesses at this hearing will be sworn and any documents entered into the record. At this time, I ask all persons planning to testify today to please stand and raise your right hand. And since we're in a school situation, I'm an old-time teacher, so I'm not sure that you're prepared for this question. So the answer is yes. Do you affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. The hearing will follow the hearing schedule as provided in the fourth procedural order. Tim Carr will now give the LUPC staff statement. Tim?
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Worcester, Commissioners, Executive Director Beyer, Council Elwell, my LUPC colleagues, the parties to the hearing, and members of the public. I'm Tim Carr, Senior Planner with the Land Use Planning Commission, and I'll provide the staff introduction to the public hearing on ZP779A, Wolfden Mt Chase's rezoning application for the proposed Pickett Mountain Mine. The staff introduction will briefly review the timeline of the application and notices, the parties to the hearing, the schedule and topics of the technical sessions of the hearing, and public comment. And it will end with staff reviewing the administrative record and entering it into the hearing record. To review the timeline at a high level, the rezoning application was filed in January of 2023, and in February was accepted as complete for processing following LUPC rules. In June, the LUPC provided additional notices that a public hearing on ZP779A would be held, including information on filing petitions to intervene. In September, the LUPC provided notices of the hearing dates, times, and locations, and these notices were published in the Bangor Daily News and the Holton Pioneer Times, sent to the county governments of Penobscot and Aroostook counties and state and federal resource agencies. They were sent to persons requesting notice of the project, property owners in the area, and the appropriate state legislators. And additional notice was provided through the LUPC's webpage dedicated to the review of the project. There are three parties to the hearing. There's the applicant, Wolfden Mt Chase LLC, whose representatives are seated behind me and to your left. There's Intervenor 1, which is H.C. Haynes, in support of the application's proposal, and whose representatives are seated directly behind me. And Intervenor 2, the Penobscot Nation, Holton Band of Maliseet Indians, Natural Resources Council of Maine, Conservation Law Foundation, and Maine Audubon, in opposition to the application's proposal, and whose representatives are seated behind me and to your right. Maine Audubon was granted status in the hearing as an interested person and was consolidated with the original Intervenor 2 group by the presiding officer. You should all have a copy of the detailed hearing schedule, but at a high level, the technical sessions are starting today with an introduction to the project and opening statement by the applicant, followed by opening statements from the interveners. The technical sessions will then follow a party-by-party approach in which each party presents a witness or panel of witnesses for direct testimony, followed by cross-examination by one or more other parties as appropriate. Each party is allotted one or more panels of witnesses. The applicant's panels will present today and tomorrow morning. Intervenor 2's panels will present tomorrow and Wednesday morning, and Intervenor 1's panel will also present on Wednesday morning. And the technical sessions will end with the applicant's redirect examination on Wednesday. The topics chosen for the technical sessions are a subset of the review topics and are financial practicability, water and fish resources and aquatic habitats, wildlife resources and habitats, natural character, historical and cultural resources and tribal impacts, and socioeconomics. These 6 topics were chosen based on their importance to the Commission's review of the application, the level of interest expressed by the parties, the anticipated value of oral testimony on them, and anticipated public interest. Public comment sessions will be held this evening and tomorrow evening here at Stearns Junior Senior High School in Millinocket, and next Monday evening, October 23rd, at the Cross Insurance Center in Bangor. At the start of each session, the applicant will briefly describe the rezoning proposal to the Commission, and this will be followed by public testimony in which each speaker's time is limited depending on the total number of speakers. Speakers will be called in the order in which they sign up. Commissioners and staff may ask questions directly to members of the public. The parties may ask questions through the presiding officer. The written comment period for the hearing record closes on November 2nd, and this is followed by a rebuttal period that closes on November 9th. And lastly, in terms of the record for the public hearing, I'll now state that staff hereby enter into the hearing record exhibits representing the administrative record for ZP779A from January 18th, 2023, the date the rezoning application was filed, through October 14th, 2023, this past Saturday. And that administrative record includes statutes and rules administered by the Commission, the application and additional materials submitted in response to LUPC questions and agency reviews, written public comments, pre-filed testimony, and notices. This concludes the staff introduction. Are there any questions from the Commission? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Tim. The next event is the applicant's project summary and opening statement.
Is it on? Oh, great. No red light. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, staff. My name is Juliette Brown. I'm counsel for the applicant. And on behalf of the entire Wolfden team, I want to express our appreciation to the Commission and to staff for the work they've done in connection with this project, leading up to where we are today, and certainly the work you will do over the next 3 days of technical sessions. We're looking forward to presenting the project, answering questions from the interveners and the Commission, and we're excited to bring this proposal forward. We think it's an opportunity for the state of Maine. I am pretty low-tech, so although you've got these great screens in front of you, we've provided a few handouts for the Commission that I'm going to refer to in my statement. I'm kind of old school, paper copies. I'm going to begin just with some basics on the project. This is a proposal to rezone 374 acres in T6 R6 from MGN to the DPD zone to allow a small, state-of-the-art underground mine that will only go forward if and when the applicant demonstrates compliance with the strictest mining regulations in North America. Now, as you can see from this map, the project is located on the edge of the jurisdiction. You can see that T6 R6 and the Wolfden parcel touch Hersey, which is an organized town. Mount Chase and Morrow Plantation, which are on either side of T6 R6, both have significant primary and secondary locations in them. We included a reference to that map, but the map's very hard to read, so I didn't provide you with the map showing the primary and secondary locations. This area is also within, and this map shows, the expedited wind permitting area. Now, you may recall that areas were rezoned to the expedited wind permitting area were generally at the edge of the jurisdiction and were deemed more appropriate for large grid-scale wind energy development. So T6 R6 is in the expedited wind permitting area, Morrow Plantation is, Mount Chase is, as well as T7 R6. Now, Intervenor 2 cites to the presence of the Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument and Baxter State Park as evidence that this is not an appropriate location for wind power. Did we do the map showing the... Baxter State Park is more than 22 miles from the project. The Woods and Waters National Monument is more than 8 miles from the project. And importantly, users of those resources will not see or hear the project, nor will users recreating on the Savoy's Trail or users on the scenic byway. And importantly, as you can see from this first map, Wolfden owns a little more than 7,000 acres. And all except for the small rezone area will remain open for public recreational use, including traditional uses such as fishing and hunting, and importantly, uses including snowmobiling and ATV. Now, snowmobiling and ATV has become increasingly an important component of the economic engine in this region. And you will hear from Terry Hill, a local businesswoman and somebody deeply invested in the well-being of her community, about the importance of these two recreational activities to her business growth, and the region more generally. She will also describe why she supports this project and the opportunities she sees that it presents for the region. So that's sort of the basic context of the project and where it's located. I also want to talk a little bit about the regulatory context and the interplay between the LUPC rezoning and the subsequent DEP permitting that will occur. LUPC rezoning presents unique challenges, both for you as a decision maker, as well as for applicants. On the one hand, it is a landscape level decision. On the other hand, you need sufficient information to conclude that the use will not have an undue adverse impact on existing uses and resources. It creates this inherent tension about the level of detail required for rezoning when there will be a subsequent permitting process that looks in great detail at all aspects of the project. And you will hear this tension played out during the next several days of this hearing. For example, the opponents criticize the applicant for not having sufficient detail on a number of technical issues, including plans for managing risks associated with acid rock drainage, insufficient hydrogeological modeling, insufficient detail on soils information. We fully agree that this is important information, all of which is required and will be presented as part of the subsequent phase, which is the DEP permitting phase. And we think that your Chapter 12 rules reinforce this conclusion that the type of detailed information the Intervenor 2 is criticizing the applicant for not presenting is more appropriate for the DEP permitting phase. So I have provided you with a copy of the Chapter 12 basis statement. Chapter 12 is the set of rules that governs the DPD rezoning process for mining projects. And as part of that rulemaking, interested persons submit comments on what they think should or should not be included in the rule. And a number of stakeholders, including NRCM and CLF, who are interveners here today, submitted comments stating that additional detail on things like rock chemistry, leachability tests, specific analysis of the risks associated with acid mine drainage from particular types of rock that will be removed from the site. And the commission responded. So for example, I've just flagged a couple of pages. On page 23, the commission responded that LUPC does not believe that asking for a contamination assessment is appropriate at the rezoning phase, and went on to note that the DEP will require a description of the geochemistry of the ore, waste rock, overburden, including characterization of leachability, reactivity, and acid-forming characteristics as part of the DEP permitting process. And I think as you consider the evidence before you, it is important to think about and appreciate the breadth and depth of the Chapter 200 permitting process. So one of the other exhibits you have is a chart that we prepared that just summarizes some aspects of the Chapter 200 process. Importantly, before you can even submit an application to the DEP for a mining permit, you have to conduct 2 years of baseline surveys. It's a public process. The plan for collecting that data has to be approved by the department and is subject to public comment. The application requirements require detailed information on many of the issues you will hear discussed during these hearings. Leachability of rocks, potential for acid mine drainage, specific plans for managing the risks associated with acid rock drainage. Now, I will just pause here. There are a lot of technical issues, acid rock drainage, leachability. I have asked my witnesses who will be talking about it to dumb it down so that I can understand it. I think they've done a good job at that, but some of it is technical, and I apologize in advance for that. And I do encourage you to interrupt technical experts during their presentations if you want clarification, because I think that might facilitate understanding by everybody. Now, I'm not suggesting that the application doesn't need to include information on these issues. It does. You will hear from Mr. Willett about the mining plan, the proposal for how to manage rock that's removed from the mine and separate rock that is the ore, that might be potentially acid generating, and rock that is not potentially acid generating. You will hear from Mr. Dudek, a geologist, on the substantial information that Wolfden has on the chemistry of the site and the type of rocks that are present there, and the ways in which Wolfden believes it can place underground mining infrastructure in rock that is not likely to be acid generating, so they can develop a plan to minimize the potential for acid rock drainage. You will hear from Dr. Finley on specific measures that exist and practices that exist to manage and address the risks associated with acid mine drainage. You will hear from a panel of 3 experts, each with substantial experience in their respective field disciplines, on the proposal for collecting mine-impacted water, treating that water to background water quality levels, and then reintroducing that water into the environment in a manner that will protect the existing site hydrology. Now, what is not part of the proposal before you is the tailings facility and the processing facilities. Now, the DPD rezoning criteria include a requirement that the site be the best reasonably available site for the use. So for the mine, obviously, it's dependent upon this specific location because that's where the resource is present. It's not necessarily the case that the processing and tailings facilities need to be co-located. There certainly are efficiencies of co-locating, but it's not required. So Wolfden was asked to evaluate alternatives for the processing facilities and the tailings facilities and whether or not this was the best reasonably available site for it. So one of the things they have done in the last year and a half, 2 years, is to meet with surrounding communities and look for locations that might be suitable locations for those facilities. Suitable both from a siting standpoint and also located in an area where there was meaningful local support. So they've been able to do that, and as a result, those 2 components are not part of this proposal. And I think it considerably simplifies the proposal that's before you. Those 2 aspects of the overall project are particularly technical, and this tension that I've referred to about the desire for more detailed information certainly plays out with respect to those facilities. Now, you will hear from the Intervenor 2 their focus on mining failures of the past, including mines that operated in the 1880s, mines that have no environmental management practices in place. We all agree that those historic practices were not particularly environmentally protective. We all agree that acid mine drainage is something that needs to be managed in connection with mining. But the suggestion that some of those historic mines and historic practices are reflective of the risks associated with this project that is before the Commission is disingenuous. There are well-established tools for managing those risks, and you will hear about them, but in the pre-filed testimony of Intervenor 2, they are largely ignored. Now, Maine has an opportunity to be a leader in responsible mining. There's no dispute that this is a high-value metal deposit. There's no dispute that the two most significant metals, zinc and copper, are on the critical materials or minerals list. These are metals and resources that are necessary for everyday life and also for the transition to a clean economy. There's no dispute that Maine has the most stringent mining regulations in North America. So no one can credibly claim we don't need to mine. The only question is whether we do so responsibly in a jurisdiction with strict regulations and local support, or we outsource it to another state or country with lax regulations, often to the detriment of local populations. We respectfully request that the Commission approve this proposal for rezoning to allow Wolfden to proceed to the second phase, which is a detailed, comprehensive permitting process in which it must demonstrate that there will be no adverse impacts to water quality, because that's all that Chapter 200 allows. Thank you for your time today and the next several days, and for the public service that you all provide to the state of Maine.
We'll now hear from Intervenor 1 with their opening statement, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome to Millinocket. By coincidence, this is my hometown. Grew up here, practiced law here for over 40 years, and it's certainly nice to see you folks here. My client intervened in this proceeding because it's very concerned about the tremendous economic and population losses that this area has suffered over the last 20 or 30 years. You folks drove by the East Millinocket Mill on the way here today. You did not see a paper mill. That mill closed in 2014. You can see that very little has occurred at that site since 2014. When I graduated from Stearns High School in 1969, I hate to go back quite that far, but there were 180 kids in my class. Today, there's 120 in this school in grades 9 through 12. When I got out of high school, Great Northern was at its peak. 4,000 well-paid, blue-collar workers. Great Northern was an economic engine of statewide significance. That's gone. We need economic help in this area. We support this project because it can only go forward if a permit is issued under Chapter 200 and you issue certification under your Chapter 13. Both of those can be with conditions. So almost by definition, there can be no adverse impact from the permitted mine if the permit is issued by DEP. We are at the beginning of a long process. The world is not going to end if you change this zoning. The only thing that's going to change is the applicant can proceed with an application under Chapter 200 and certification from you. And once again, DEP, if it finds no adverse impacts or an adverse impact that can be mitigated, can add appropriate conditions to that permit. and as part of your certification process, you can do the same. So approving this zone change doesn't authorize any work at the site. I don't see how it can adversely impact anything. Now, the Katahdin region has a history of industrial development that precedes Baxter State Park. We had paper mills back as far as 1900 here. Some of us would like to see those again. It's a question for another day whether a paper mill near or in your jurisdiction could even get permitted today under current rules. Now, we certainly know what the economic impact of those paper mills were, and it would be very sad to say that our system today won't even allow them. And what's just as sad is the opponents don't even want the applicant to have the opportunity to go through the Chapter 200 process. Okay? Well, that's why you want to keep in mind the zone change itself changes nothing. There's no impact on any uses because they don't have the permit. And this is a very specific zone change. It is only for the metallic mining proposal. If it isn't granted, the zoning reverts back. So I don't see what the harm is. Now, you also know this is not the wilderness. When Great Northern was here, they processed 800 cords of wood into 800,000 tons of paper a year. That wood came down the Golden Road. That wood came from the project area. It came from a large radius around Millinocket. I don't know how you can go by 800,000 cords of wood and think you're in the wilderness. This is private property. When the statutory changes were made that resulted in your 2012 guidance for interpretation of the CLUP, you were dealing with a legislative direction to take the concerns of the local residents and the property owners more into concern than apparently the commission had been doing in the past. You are our government. We're petitioning you for redress. 250 jobs for 10 years in this area is a huge deal. And if we can have those jobs with a permit with appropriate conditions under Chapter 200, we should have that opportunity. We should not just say no because we're imperiling somebody's idea of the wilderness. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is Intervenor 2's opening statement.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. My name is Aaron Bloom, and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Penobscot Nation, the Wolfden Band of Maliseet Indians, the Natural Resources Council of Maine, and the Conservation Law Foundation, as well as Intervenor, as well as Maine Audubon as an interested person. I thank you for the time and consideration you've already put into this matter and for the time that you will be continuing to be put into it and the consideration you'll be giving it. Commissioners, the area where Wolfden proposes to build this mine is truly spectacular. The Katahdin region's wild beauty and pristine waters and undeveloped character make it not only a haven for an abundance of fish and wildlife, but also a destination for Mainers and tourists alike to hike, fish, hunt, paddle, and ride ATVs and snowmobiles. The region is also culturally significant to Maine's Wabanaki tribes, who have historically occupied the area and who still use it for hunting, fishing, guiding, and traditional practices. The proposed mine site is immediately surrounded by 3 state heritage fish waters, recognized for their extremely good habitat for native brook trout and landlocked salmon, some of the best in the state. And the site is situated at the headwaters of the West Branch Metawamcag River, which is federally designated critical habitat for the endangered Atlantic salmon. In addition, the recently established Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument lies about 5 miles from the proposed site. And these features have contributed to significant growth in this region's outdoor economy over the past decade. In order to protect this irreplaceable asset, the LUPC is guided by regulations that impose significant guardrails against the loss of the region's unique natural character and the outdoor economy that it supports. And so, although Wolfden, as you just heard, has encouraged you to say that the Chapter 200 regulations for mining permits will take care of everything, this commission first has its own regulations to meet, which require it to consider specific things and require Wolfden to prove and demonstrate with substantial evidence that it will meet this commission's actual regulations and standards. And those standards require that the applicant demonstrate with evidence that the project is financially viable and that Wolfden has the financial resources and support to complete it, number one. Number two, demonstrate that the project will not have undue adverse impacts on natural resources. And three, demonstrate that the project will not be detrimental to the values inherent in the comprehensive land use plan. Wolfden has not met its burden, and we submit that the commission should deny rezoning. First, Wolfden has not demonstrated that the financial resources it has are sufficient to complete this mining project, nor has it demonstrated that the project is financially viable. Wolfden's financial statements show that the company is skating on thin ice. You will hear that the project is its only lifeline. As of March of this year, Wolfden had lost more than $41 million since its inception, and the company had only $2.7 million in working capital with no ongoing source of cash flows. And the Pickett Mountain project was the company's primary asset. Wolfden's financial statements also show that the company's fortunes are at the whim of unpredictable market forces. Its financial statements state it is not possible to predict, and I'm quoting here, whether financing efforts will be successful or if the corporation will obtain profitable levels of operation. As a result, Wolfden's independent financial auditor found, quote, there is significant doubt about the company's ability to continue as a going concern. And not only are Wolfden's finances shaky, but so are the Pickett Mountain projects. Fully 50% of the Pickett Mountain mineral resource estimate is made up of what's called inferred resources. Inferred resources are, and I'm quoting now Wolfden's own consultant, quote, considered too speculative geologically to have economic considerations applied to them. Yet Wolfden's preliminary economic assessment relies on these speculative inferred resources. As a result, the author of that assessment admits, quote, there is no guarantee that the economic projections contained in this preliminary economic assessment would be realized. And on top of that uncertainty in costs, there's also in revenues, there's also uncertainty and actually underestimation on the project's costs. The economic assessment admits that its cost estimates are only accurate plus or minus 40%, and the economic assessment sticks with an unsupported $13.7 million estimate for a worst-case mining disaster, something that this commission actually wrote to Wolfden and said appears too low, asked for further justification, which hasn't been provided. Next, Wolfden has failed to demonstrate that the project will not have an undue impact on on natural resources. Probably the most significant environmental danger posed by metallic mineral mining is acid mine drainage. Acid mine drainage is created when sulfur-bearing rock is exposed to oxygen and water. The result is acidic water, which also can contain elevated levels of leached heavy metals such as lead, mercury, zinc, copper, and arsenic. And once acid mine drainage starts, it's very difficult to stop. Now, this acidic metal-laden water is toxic to aquatic life and harmful to human health, and is especially harmful in pristine waters with low hardness and low alkalinity, like the state heritage fish waters and streams surrounding the site. Wolfden promises that acid mine drainage will not be a problem because it will come up with a plan to deal with it, and it will be part of this next process. But a promise to make a plan fails to far short of demonstrating to you at this stage that it will avert this major environmental risk. Wolfden also fails to demonstrate that it will be able to treat all of the mine's water discharges down to pristine natural background levels, which Maine law requires. Nearly 3 years ago, the Commission's staff, as well as the Maine Geological Society survey, asked Wolfden to provide an example of a comparable mine that can do this. And Wolfden has yet to do that, has yet to provide such an example. Instead, despite the fact that Wolfden has never successfully developed or even operated a mine, Wolfden asked LUPC to trust that it will be able to achieve the levels of water treatment that it promises, supplying only a deeply flawed computer model to support its assertion. Wolfden also fails to adequately explain how it will deal with the toxic brine that comes out of that water treatment process. That toxic brine contains all of the elements that are removed by the reverse osmosis water treatment process, but in more concentrated form. Wolfden says it will mix that toxic brine into cement, mix it with the waste rock from the project, and backfill it back into the mine. But what they haven't provided is any information or analysis showing what will happen when that toxic cement is put back underground. Will it leach heavy metals? Will it create acid? And it also hasn't provided you any information as to whether Maine DEP would allow that kind of disposal of the brine. And if DEP doesn't allow it, Wolfden has not said what it's going to do with that toxic brine. So these are questions that it has not demonstrated how it's going to deal with the adverse impacts of its project. In fact, in addition, these risks and uncertainties don't just apply to mine sites, they also apply to the ore processing and tailings facility that Wolfden will be locating in an undisclosed location outside of but very near to LUP's jurisdiction. And this matters because its LUPC statute requires it to consider impacts not only within the jurisdiction, but in areas adjacent to it. Now, Wolfden has removed its facility from its application, so it has presented no plan for addressing the risks that come from that ore processing facility. Those risks will be significant. Processing ore requires the use of toxic chemicals. Those chemicals will be part of the water treatment, but they can also leak. The wastewater treatment, again, will have to be treated down to natural background levels. Again, they've provided no example. And again, the water treatment at that ore processing facility will also create a brine, and they don't now have any cement backfill to put it in, so they haven't said anything about what's going to happen to that toxic brine. Finally, the tailings produced by that ore processing and tailings disposal facility will have a potential to create acid drainage, and again, Wolfden has presented no plan for dealing with that acid drainage. Lastly, Wolfden fails to demonstrate that the project will not harm the area's natural character and outdoor recreation economy. The mine will be operating 24/7. Trucks carrying 80,000 pounds of ore will be making 55 round trips per day, and there will be blasting occurring, and mine facilities will be visitable from Pleasant Lake and the top of Mount Chase. What's more, the mine will change pattern from the gateway to Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument into the gateway to an industrial mining area, posing a serious risk to the area's burgeoning natural resource economy, an outdoor economy. And while Wolfden claims that it will bring lots of jobs to the region, it has made no binding commitments to hire locally. It is projected that at least for the first 2 years of mining, it will be hiring mine workers from contractors brought in from outside. Further, the mine's work schedule, alternating 7 days on and off shifts, seems tailor-made for an imported workforce, potentially from Canada, where there are experienced mine workers. In sum, Wolfden has made plenty of promises, but has not met its burden to back those promises up with evidence. Thank you very much.
The next item on the schedule is the applicant's testimony and evidence. That's a 50-minute session, and then we'll take a break. is this presentation centered around the slides?
Yes.
We have a picture.
Believe it or not, we spent 2 hours yesterday to make sure this didn't happen.
This isn't our first rodeo with this stuff.
Great. Okay.
Yes, thanks.
Great. Good morning, Chair Worcester, LUPC commissioners and staff. My name is Jeremy Willett. I'm the Vice President of Project Development for Wolfden Resources. Along with me on our first panel today is Ron Little, the CEO with Wolfden. We've got Brian LeBlanc, who's a principal engineer with A to Z Mining and was in charge of developing the preliminary economic assessment for the project, and Sean Peeler, who's one of the principal investors with the company. A little bit about the company, Wolfden Resources. So we are an exploration mineral development company. We have a seasoned management team. I mentioned a little bit about Ron and I. A lot of our experience is related to design, financing, permitting, development, and operation of mining operations globally, really. Along with the two of us, we have Don Dudek, our VP Exploration, who's extremely seasoned professional geologist, specifically with VMS knowledge. That's the type of deposit that we're talking about today. And then also newer to the team, within the last year, Leah Page, another professional geologist, extremely intelligent. She's from Bucksport, Maine, and she has opened and is managing our office in Patten, Maine. So a little bit about my background. I'm a 16-year professional engineer with a master's in mineral resource engineering. Most recently, my experience has been just across the border, a few hours away in New Brunswick, Canada. Specifically the Half Mile deposit, which is just outside of the town of Miramichi, and then the Caribou deposit just outside of the town of Bathurst in New Brunswick. I've been on this project now for about 5 years. A lot's been going on over the last while related to technical design and communications with communities around us. And I guess getting into Pickett itself, so Pickett is it's a polymetallic proposed state-of-the-art small underground deposit, very small footprint. The principal metals involved are zinc, lead, copper, and there is a little bit of silver, a little bit of gold. As Ms. Brown had mentioned earlier, the zinc and copper minerals make up majority of the targeted minerals, which are both on the critical minerals list today. Okay, so in terms of location, the project itself is about 9 miles north along Route 11. And sorry, I'll be kind of traveling back and forth and pointing the screen, but we're about 9 miles north along Route 11. The green box, the green box indicates our property ownership. It's around 7,100 acres. And then the yellow shape in the box represents the location that we're proposing to rezone, roughly 374 acres. You can see a red line that travels from Route 11. That's about 4.4 miles off Route 11 to the northwest, headed into the property. And that's an existing road, so that's used currently in the logging industry. Very well, designed road. It holds up quite well. It's not on this slide, but for reference, we're about 22 miles away from Mount Katahdin. Okay, so this is the layout itself. So for reference, what you saw earlier in the yellow shape is represented on this slide by a dark black line. And that's the complete outline for the 374 acres. So within that footprint, obviously we've proposed a lot of infrastructure, and you'll notice that it's broken up into three sections: phase 1, phase 2, and a proposed solar field in green. So I want to start by talking about the portal. The portal is the entrance to underground. I'll speak to this in a little bit more detail in future slides, but it's a small excavation that daylights on surface. roughly 64 feet by 100 feet. And that is, you know, for reference, it's about the size of an industrial garage. And so along with that, we have a series of storage pads, which we'll talk about a lot. We have, you know, things like an industrial garage, warehousing, some laydown. We also have a set of offices, fuel storage, and as well our water storage and treatment facilities and water management area. So in phase two, phase two is another entrance to underground. It's identified as a shaft as the primary infrastructure there, and that's really a smaller opening for vertical development. And the purpose of that is to access deeper minerals later on in the mine life. We're kind of expecting that phase two will take place around year 3, year 4 of the general operation. And then on top of that, in the green to the north, we have a proposed solar field. Altogether, those represent about 129 acres of the proposed rezoned 374, of which the solar field is just under 50, and the rest is within the phase 1, phase 2. So I also wanted to talk a little bit about, you know, the specifics around this infrastructure. We're going to talk a lot about water collection, water treatment, and water distribution, but to get into it a little bit here at a high level, essentially this entire area is lined, double lined. So any potential water that can be contaminated is collected. It's collected and stored into pre-treatment water storage pond. That water storage pond's rated for a 1 in 500 year 24-hour storm event. And from there, it runs through a state-of-the-art water treatment plant, which is a UFRO, ultrafiltration reverse osmosis. We'll speak to that in a lot of detail later on. But essentially, that water treatment plant has to be able to treat water to background or better water quality. And then just to ensure and make sure that the treatment plant did in fact work, we discharge from the water treatment plant to a second pond. The second pond is a post-treatment water storage pond. We test the water, ensure that it's achieved the regulation, and then from there, we're able to discharge. Now, I say state-of-the-art, not because of specifically the mining plan, not specifically because of the water treatment plant, even though it's a very robust treatment plant, but really how we're managing water back into the environment. So only after we've confirmed everything meets the regulation, then what we're proposing to do is to spray, irrigate, and snow make. And by doing that, we are replicating the natural precipitation and the natural hydrology that exists out there today. One other bit, speaking of hydrology, you'll notice some additional blue outlines, the lighter blue outlines. So those represent mapped. So we hired a Maine wetland scientist. They went out and did a wetland delineation survey, and this is the result of that. It's important to note, too, we purposely avoided all those wetlands and, in fact, included a 75-foot offset from any wetlands with our infrastructure. Oops. So getting into the mine detail a little bit, I mentioned the portal earlier. This is on the bottom left here. This is an example of what that portal might look like. For scale, that white vehicle there, it's about the size of a half-ton truck. And you can see sort of the tunneling, the start of the tunnels for underground in the image as well. So those tunnels, represented on the right here, you can see sort of where the portal access would be, or the expression on surface. And then essentially we drive a series of 16-foot by 16-foot cross-section tunnels, 16 feet at a time, and we run them in a helical or a switchback ramp. And that ramp brings us down to specific elevations. Once we get to desired elevations, then we drive similar dimension horizontal drifts that access the deposit itself, which is represented by the ore body here. So after we've developed on 2 different horizons into the ore body, then we drill between those 2 horizons, and then we blast and fragment the rock. Then we use small front-end loaders low-profile front-end loaders to excavate the material. It loads it into a truck. That truck then drives up onto the surface. Now, I mentioned there are 3 pads on the previous slide. As we're developing these tunnels initially, we collect enough data to ensure that those tunnels can be developed into inert material or essentially aggregate. So by doing that, we temporarily store the rocks that are excavated from the tunnels onto a lined pad. And as we're excavating the ore body itself, then we can reuse those rocks because they're essentially clean aggregate. We bring them back underground and we backfill. So for scale, the deposit is roughly 4 million tons. We excavate around 4,000 tons at a time. So a small incremental panel. Before moving to the next one, we backfill that incremental panel and then we excavate beside it. Now, obviously, we do this on a couple of different horizons to make sure, productivity, but that's essentially how it works. I should mention, too, that in accessing the deposit, there will be varying grades because it's a geological resource. So we do have 2 additional pads on surface. One is a staging pad for ore itself. That's the economic rocks that we're after. That's a staging pad for around 7 days of inventory. And then we do have a low-grade ore storage pad. And what that's used for is, as we're developing in and we produce some of that lower-grade material, we have a blending strategy, a geological blending strategy. And that keeps things running smooth on downstream facilities. One other thing to mention is we do have a series of infrastructure in the underground components as well. One of those being sumps. And what we do is, because as you excavate, those tunnels become atmospheric pressure, essentially, and the groundwater pressure is higher than that. So inherently, water seeps into tunnels, not from the tunnels out into the groundwater. So we collect that water and pump it to surface to our water storage, water treatment, and water management facility. What we've proposed here, you'll hear this question come up a little bit later on, but what we propose is roughly 30 gallons a minute near the end of the mine life is how much water that we're going to be going through, receiving from seepage. And that's justified by, essentially it's an extrapolative exercise where there were other mining properties with tunnels with a certain surface area. We calculated the surface area and the amount of water that they were discharging and extrapolated that to the surface area that we have here proposed at Pickett. So these are just...
I have a question.
Yep.
I thought there was an elevator involved in bringing the ore to the surface. Was I mistaken in that?
So that's in the phase 2, and that'll be for the deeper rocks. Okay. So in addition to the trucks hauling up materials up the ramp, later on in the mine life, in that year 3, year 4, while we're accessing the deeper material, we do have a proposed shaft as a secondary conveyance. Okay. It's a vertical elevator, yeah.
So if you estimated the water volume, you did it by examining some other mining site?
You got it. Yeah, and those mining sites are small underground type of developments, and they're within the same geological region, and specifically they're from the Half Mile and Caribou sites.
They're located in New Brunswick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Is this whole system of roads built and you start at the bottom, or are you going to start at the top?
Yeah, thanks. Great question. So coming back to the previous slide, so we do develop this. I won't say it's completely developed before we start into the deposit, and I did mention earlier we operate on a couple of different horizons. And what we'll do is, for rough scale, we'll be developing about a third, and then as we're producing from the top third of the deposit, we're continuing development to the deeper portions of the resource.
So follow-up question, so you're building debris back in on the upper sections before you've gotten to the bottom section? How is that going to stabilize?
Correct. So one of the most significant disciplines in the mining industry is geotechnical engineering, and the way that we segregate various zones of mining is by leaving a sill pillar. And that sill pillar is a bridge of rock essentially, and it's designed specifically to separate levels of operation. Okay, thank you. So this is just a couple of cartoons. I won't spend much time on it, but this is just a depiction of the development taking place through the deposit with a horizontal drill, a vertical drill that's drilling between sublevels, and then that's a scoop tram on the bottom that's excavating broken rock. And once again, there's no image showing the backfilling taking place, but this is showing the sequence at which, an area is excavated, and then it's filled with that inert or aggregate, and then beside that, it's excavated again. So I should mention too, after this is all completed, the project fully exhausts the resource. Then at the final stages of this, we have a couple of years built in for reclamation. And what that includes is making sure that the deposit is backfilled with that inert rock. All of the surface infrastructure is removed. Everything's regraded and revegetated, and essentially it looks the way it looks before development. I wanted to show a couple of examples of where this is taking place, or where it has taken place. So this is a Flambeau mine, and this is operated between 1993 and 99. And this is an image of what it looked like before the mining operation. Now I want to preface this. This isn't the type of mining operation that we're proposing, obviously. This is a much larger open pit type of mine. But this is what it looks like, at the peak of operation for open pit. And then this is the reclaimed site afterwards. So once again, the impacted areas were regraded, and then everything was revegetated. And I believe this entire area was basically resubmitted for recreational uses. This is another example, Lamefoot. So this was an underground mine. You can see sort of the waste rock piles here and accesses to it, some of the infrastructure associated to that facility. And this is an image of that after it's been reclaimed. So once again, regraded, vegetated, and brought back to its original state. So in terms of timeline and schedule, obviously, we're here at the hearing for Land Use Planning Commission. Pending a favorable decision in this process, we then have to propose a baseline study evaluation for the proposed site. That baseline study evaluation includes public comment as well, and then if that, when that's agreed to, then there's a minimum of 2 years of statistical studies that are taking place with a heavy focus on water management and the ecology around air quality, every discipline that you can kind of think of. In parallel to that, Wolfden has to also complete full feasibility studies for the project, where we've currently done a preliminary economic assessment. We would then move into parallel to take the baseline studies and the data associated to that and develop a full feasibility, which has a high confidence. A lot of the detailed studies need to take place, and including specifics around metallurgy, water treatment, and all that, all those other disciplines. So then, after the baseline studies have been completed, environmental impact assessments have been completed, feasibility studies have been completed. At that point, we're able to apply for a mining permit under the DEP. We suspect that's going to be about a year-long process, and then if that's approved, call it 4 to 5 years out from now, if that's all approved, at that point we're able to complete financing, initiate construction, roughly a 2-year construction phase, and then 10 to 15 years of operating. We're forecasting 10 years of steady state operation right now, and then 2 to 3 years of reclamation, monitoring into perpetuity after that. So I thought it was really important because there is some experience in the state with related to mining. Now, it's quite old experience, I suppose. This is a perfect example of that. So Callahan Mine was developed on the coast, and so along in Brooksfield, Maine. It's a little bit hard to see on the image here, but it was an open pit excavation basically within a coastal estuary. Waste rock from that open pit was stored in an unlined pad, and any of the water was able to discharge directly into the estuary adjacent to it, and those piles were adjacent to salt marshes. Tailings from the operation, everything was processed on site. Tailings in the operation were an unlined wet tailings facility, which you can see here, once again, directly adjacent to that estuary. Ceased operations in 1972, and that number, or that year, is extremely important because that predates, things like the Clean Water Act and the Natural Resources Protection Act. The company walked away from that asset without reclaiming it, and that is now a Superfund site. And, why am I pointing at, a type of disaster? Because this is exactly the type of scenario that operating under Chapter 200 can't happen. There's no such thing as an open pit in Maine. There's no such thing as developing a mining operation underneath or obviously replacing water resources. Those types of things just can't happen, specifically, the way that the tailings were managed. Things like walking away can't take place because of worst case scenario fund is put in place with the DEP prior to initiating operations. So this is another example of something similar. This is Blue Hill, Care American mine. This is in Blue Hill, Maine. This was, in fact, an underground mine. It was developed underneath a freshwater pond between the 1880s and 1970s. Waste rock, again, was stored in an unlined pad. There were two streams were dammed for tailings storage, and those tailings were allowed to discharge into Carlton Stream. Once again, none of this would be allowed under Chapter 200. So we, and with our proposal at Pickett, any of the issues associated to these deposits are dealt with in the proposal, and frankly, I'm quite excited by that. So a couple of other examples. Most people have probably seen this, Red River picture, and really what I wanted to point at here is that any amount of acid generating material that's generated from the project has to be placed and will be placed on a double line pad. We collect all of the water that communicates with it, and then we make sure that it's treated to a Class A standard, and we test to ensure that it's achieved that Class A standard prior to being able to discharge it. Here's another example. This one's nearby, Brunswick 12. Now, from scale to size, this is a world-class deposit, not so much in terms of the early stage management. So this was designed without remediation or reclamation considered, completely opposite of what we're proposing. The water treatment is going to end up taking place into perpetuity because of how this was originally laid out, and our proposal ensures that we don't have to actively reclaim into perpetuity. Of course, there's monitoring, and we need to ensure that things take place, but we're able to close down the site without any sort of active treatment and really return it back to the way it looks today. So I wanted to get into a little bit of the communications that we've been working. Sorry, go ahead.
So you don't have any pictures of mine sites where it's been successful. You've just shown us a number of sites where there have been problems. So, yeah, have they been able to do it in the methodology that you're proposing here in a way that shows that it can be environmentally sound?
Of course.
Examples.
Great question, and thank you. So the purpose of these slides was to really show, because these types of, projects are discussed heavily when we're talking about initiating a new project. And we want to address them and kind of identify why Pickett won't be those examples. Along the testimonies, absolutely, we're going to be talking about, different projects that do work and examples of, where this is actually taking place. Yeah. So I guess my answer to my question is they are coming, yeah. Some examples will be coming, absolutely, yeah. Great. So the communications that have been taken in place, we wanted to make sure, you know, especially over the last couple of years, we wanted to make sure that transparency was key. The communities around us had a real clear understanding of what we're proposing, have the opportunity to answer any questions, that sort of thing. This is an initiative that's still pretty fresh. We've had about 3 meetings so far, but our Community Advisory Committee, or CAC, the CAC is developed of a panel of representatives from the communities surrounding the project, and those representatives essentially select a topic that is to be discussed and or presented and then discussed with the public. It's open public meetings. The topic that the Community Advisory Committee selects is based on input from the public from the meeting before that. So these discussions have been fantastic, very well attended, been really happy with that initiative so far, and looking forward to keeping it moving on. I want to talk a little bit too about, Chapter 200 has been discussed already, but I wanted to just kind of highlight some of those, the high-level bits from Chapter 200. Super heavy focus on water management, and specifically, water treatment, ensuring that anything that's collected has to be treated to achieve, that Class A standard up in T6 R6. Underground mining only, which we've discussed already, and then reclamation closure funding and trust essentially eliminates the financial risk from the taxpayer if there's some sort of issue that takes place. It's important to note that Chapter 200 was, in a big way, developed with support of environmental organizations throughout the state. This was developed to make sure that nothing could take place, and in fact, the NRCM stated publicly in several occasions that if the Pickett project could achieve the very strict regulation of Chapter 200, albeit without trying to change the regulation, which we're really quite comfortable with, that they would indeed support a project taking place. Work to date has indicated, in our opinion, that is possible, and essentially indicates the ability to meet those Chapter 200 requirements. And just to point out, once again, Chapter 200 process involves a comprehensive data gathering and analysis of all of the data over several years. Geochem, hydrogeology are two that are included, but really covers every discipline that's out there. And we have to demonstrate compliance with those highly protective standards. Now, when we've been having our conversations with the public members, I guess the understanding on how restrictive and how protective Chapter 200 is goes a long way with the community members kind of taking a little bit more interest in the project, I'll say. And what's important to note is that what I've been really happy to see is, while discussing with the communities, I've noticed that public members are extremely engaged and already educated when we're getting into these types of discussions. So when we're getting into the several town meetings that we have countless selectmen meetings, planning board meetings. We've hosted our own meetings, information sessions on a wide range, and those are very good question and answer period types of meetings because the general population has taken an opportunity to read through Chapter 200 and the rules associated to it. To that end, we've proposed to some of the towns, a few of the towns around the project site, either resolutions or ordinances, basically as a mechanism for a public vote so that Wolfden can have a sense of level of confidence whether we should move forward on large and significant investments. And of the 6 towns that have gone to public vote, 5 of those 6 have voted overwhelmingly in favor of moving forward, and one of those votes was a 50-50 split exactly, which is really quite interesting. And I think that that speaks volumes, and that town specifically wanting more information, which is exactly what we're proposing for the next level of study.
Question.
Yep.
5 of the 6, what was the percentage of difference?
So it varies. It varies, but 3 towns voted roughly 92% in favor. And then there was one around 75% in favor, and one I think was around 82%. Yeah, thank you. So we're also able to do, we pulled the public comments from the Land Use Planning Commission public comment website, and we were able to geospatially identify where those comments came from. And I will note on this slide that we did omit 9 comments, and it's just because they didn't have a location addressed to them. But we're very happy with, the look of the map. So why, though? Why are people interested in the project? And I guess what do we bring to the table? So we've discussed the protective nature of the project or the proposal, and how we are confident that we can protect the natural resources around us. But what we also bring to the table is a series of 270 plus jobs, 272 jobs. 233 of those are associated directly to the mining project in T6 R6 that we're proposing. Extremely high wages, but one of the questions that I often get is, how are you going to find these people? How are you going to find 233 people or 270 people? And what we're proposing, because we do have such a long permitting process, we have a bit of runway, and we have a training program, 12-week training program that we'd like to propose. We've initiated conversations with the educational institutes. I've been in chats with Region 2, Region 3 vocational schools, Eastern Maine Community College, Northern Maine Community College. Now, they're introductory conversations, of course, but when presenting the 12-week course, we haven't seen any or heard of any real hiccups in being able to implement those. So what that also gives us an opportunity to is to work with those same institutes, but specifically with the students, and kind of understand if they'd be interested in this type of employment. Something that's really attractive so far to folks is that the schedule we're proposing is a week-on, week-off work schedule, 10.5-hour shifts. So theoretically, you've got a very high wage, certainly with respect to the economic region, and you're working about half of the year. So because of that schedule, I feel very confidently that that opens up our workforce pool to the outer extents of the 2 counties, and we're able to reach into populous areas or more populous areas like Millinocket, like Presque Isle, like Holton, and we actually are able to draw from a much larger workforce pool than just, specifically Pat and Maine. In addition to that, we did run a socioeconomic report, or an economist out of Yarmouth ran a socioeconomic report, and that'll be discussed at length, but essentially it boils down to around 700 million of economic output in the economic region. So what do those positions look like, the employment? So, of course, we need, senior management, a few folks up there, but the guts of the employment is really with the underground workforce. And these are skill sets that exist in the state already. For example, if you can operate a front-end loader on surface or in the woods or a construction site, you can do the same thing underground. And the focus of that training course is really training for the environment that they're going to be working in, as opposed to the functions that they're going to be doing. So it's important for folks that are working underground to recognize, different types of hazards for a safe working environment. And it's similar to working in the woods, except for there's different management styles. And so that's the real focus of that. And you can see here that that's majority of those, the folks that build up the workforce. Oops. So Ms. Brown already talked about the comprehensive land use plan, so I won't spend a lot of time on that slide. But I did want to make comment on Maine Geological Survey's evaluation of the project. And to summarize it essentially, Pickett is it's a very small, compact deposit. It's sort of exactly the type of deposit that was considered when developing the Maine Metallic Minerals Mining Act. And because we're proposing a project that is very protective of the natural resources around us, suggesting that we absolutely can achieve those Class A standards in terms of water management, we are able to avoid any direct impact to water features that are around the site, habitats, air quality, et cetera. This is really sort of what that was designed for. In fact, they state, therefore, in our view, and I'm quoting, therefore, in our view, it would be more appropriate management of the metallic mineral deposit to allow it to proceed to permitting process as envisioned by the CLUP and regulated by the Maine Metallic Minerals Mining Act than to have it remain as general management zone. And with that, thank you for your time and for questions.
Thank you. I think we're scheduled for a 15-minute break. The time isn't up? Where are we? 15 minutes.
Break now? No? 15 minutes?
Yeah. Yeah, you're good to go.
I wondered why everybody was up there.
There we go. Good morning. My name is Sean Filer. I am the Chief Investment Officer of Equinox Partners. Equinox Partners is a money manager in Stamford, Connecticut. We are value investors. The typical holding period for our investments is 10 years. And I've been with Equinox Partners for 28 years, and for the last 23 years, we've been investing in mining companies. We have a team of 3 individuals who are dedicated into their work on mines, and we own just under 20% of Wolfden. We manage $600 million, and about half of our firm's capital is invested in mining companies. Now, most of the mining companies that we're invested in are in production, unlike Wolfden. These operating companies have financial statements that can be analyzed to determine the quality of their operations. Their margins, cash costs, return on capital employed can all be derived from their audited financial statements. We do, however, devote a segment of our funds to mining companies that are pre-revenue. The evaluation of pre-revenue mining companies is fundamentally different than the evaluation of mining companies already in production. In the case of pre-revenue mining companies, the future cash flows have to be analyzed based on the merits of the project rather than the company's financial statements. Their financial statements actually tell you almost nothing about the quality of the assets. In fact, literally nothing about the quality of their assets. And that is part of the reason why we invest in pre-revenue mining companies, is that the relevant information about these investments cannot be found in their financial statements. So it tends to be an inefficient part of the market where diligent investors can identify misvalued companies. But just reading the financials or doing a screen isn't really going to tell you that much about the particular company in question. So all of that said, there are a few obvious ways to evaluate a deposit of a pre-revenue mining company. Most notably, grade, size, geometry of the ore body. There are, in addition to the obvious factors, more nuanced factors, many of which would prevent a particular deposit from becoming a mine. So metallurgy, ground conditions, variability in the dimensions or grade of the ore body. The list is very, very, very long. So in addition to analyzing the potential problems with the mining project ourselves, one of the most important things that we do as investors is we partner with managements and their directors and the companies in which we're invested in. And what we're really looking to do in these partnerships is we're looking to partnership with management that have a proven track record of actually advancing ore bodies into mines. And that's not everyone. In the mining space, and in my experience, you basically have 2 types of management teams. You have management teams that are always trying to put their project in the best possible light, sugarcoat the facts, and often those management teams have, over the course of their career, associated themselves with ore bodies that don't eventually become mines because they're not being forthright with the investment community about what they're actually doing. And then you also have other management teams that are more technical, that are honest with investors in the marketplace about what they're trying to do, And if they find something, whether there's a plus or minus about the mine, they're being clear in terms of the disclosure of what those pluses and minuses are. And so I think that's why Ron Little's leadership here at Wolfden is so important. He's spent his career on ore bodies that have actually become mines. And that, in my experience, is the single best indicator as to whether or not you're dealing with the type of management that's just out there telling a story about something, or they're actually working on a project that is actually going to be, that they're actually able to see through towards production. So I met Ron almost 2 decades ago in Florida, when at the time he was shepherding through 2 projects in West Africa, Essakane and Bombore, both of which are currently in production. Both Essakane and Bombore are technical and financial successes. These mines each generate hundreds of millions of dollars every year in revenue and have strong operating margins. And I can speak in some depth, in particular, about Bombore, which I recently visited, and of which my firm is still a 10% owner. It's a very impressive operation, excellent geology, great financial characteristics, worth hundreds of millions of dollars in the stock market. And this background, I think, is really important here when we're talking about Pickett Mountain, because if there was a fatal flaw, if there was something wrong with this project, it wouldn't be people on my side of the table in the investment community, it would be the leadership, and Ron in particular, would be the first to raise their hand and say, you know what, this doesn't work. We're wasting our time. The economics, the geology, whatever are the fatal flaws, they prevent this from going ahead. And that's obviously not the case here, which is why we're testifying, trying to get licensing, permitting to be able to progress to the next step here. So given that background in terms of the quality of the project, the next, what we do and what Equinox Partners has done here is we do an economic analysis. So given the fact that this is viable and this is attractive and it's technically feasible, right, what are the economics of the project from an investor perspective? And so the first thing to point out about Pickett Mountain is the high grade of the ore body. At today's prices, each ton of ore at Pickett Mountain has a market value of $478 per ton. So that's within the portfolio of companies that we're invested in, that would be at the high end in terms of the value of that underground rock. Another way to think about the value of that rock is the mining and processing cost estimated at Pickett Mountain are about $100 a ton. So it gives you a sense in terms of the EBITDA margin that this would have in production, over 75%. So in the mining industry, because it's a capital-intensive business, you have a lot of upfront costs. You typically have relatively high EBITDA margins, north of 40%, but north of 70% or north of 75%. You're really talking about something that is a very high-grade ore body. And if you benchmark this particular ore body globally, you'll see that there are a number of other operating zinc mines with grades in that 9% range. That's further corroboration that in the real world, when you're looking out there at other mines that have this kind of grade zinc, that they're profitable and they're actually in the right half of the cost curve of zinc mines globally. And in the case of Pickett Mountain zinc, it's not just a zinc mine. Zinc only accounts for just about half of the revenues of the project. You also have copper, gold, lead, and silver. And so you get to that very high value on a per ton basis. Now, when you look at the financial statements of Wolfden, it's clear that they can't self-fund the development of this project. Right at the last, I think we had second intervener made exactly at this point. In their Q2 financials, they had $2.1 million in cash and no revenues, right? So it's a pre-revenue company. Obviously, there's no revenues. But this is the nature of a pre-revenue mining company. They don't generate positive cash flow until they go into production. And the important thing is to point out is that this is not unique to Wolfden, and it doesn't have anything to do with whether or not the project's going to be financed or not. And it certainly doesn't have anything to do with whether or not it's a going concern. If you think about the going concern, people on my side of in my business, we finance these companies as they progress through the permitting process. So you don't put all your money in before they get through this process or the next process. You put enough money, in this case we're talking about equity investment, for them to get through this process, then you finance again and finance again. You don't put all your money in years in advance in terms of what they need or in advance in terms of the permitting decisions. To give you a real-world comparison, for Wolfden, we're invested in another VMS deposit, and this one's in Latin America. It's owned by a company called Adventus Mining. Adventus Mining has a net cash on their balance sheet at the end of the second quarter of $2.8 million, almost the same as Wolfden. And they are fully financed to break ground on a $235 million capital expenditure in the first half of 2024. And that's typical of the way of these pre-revenue mining companies are financed. So getting into the specifics for Adventus, because I think it's relevant to some of the concerns raised here this morning, is they raised $180.5 million from Wheaton Precious Metals through a gold and silver stream, as well as equity, and then they raised an additional $55 million from Trafigura in debt and equity. So the Adventus project is larger than Pickett Mountain. Wolfden will need to raise less capital than Adventus did. But the larger point is that an economically robust project will be financed by the market. The key is not how much cash they have on their balance sheet. Really, it's the merits of the project that determine the ability to finance a particular mine. Finally, I'd like to say something about the timeline. The most challenging aspect of mine investing for us, and I think for most investors in pre-revenue mining companies, is the delay between the discovery and the final investment decision. The capital is committed at very low valuations because we don't know if and when a project is going to become a mine. The valuations of these companies, so like in the case of Wolfden, is incredibly low. In the case of Wolfden, we think it's too low, which is why we're invested. And the market is saying here, the equity market is saying, given the lack of history of Maine of permitting metallic mines, it's difficult for the market to determine if and when this mine will be permitted at all. So when we do that analysis and we come up here and we look at the mine, we look at the economics of the mine, we look at the technical aspects of the mine, we see a very low tonnage, high grade, small footprint mine with dry stack tailings. And what does that mean in plain English? From my side of the table, that looks like if Maine's going to be in the business of permitting mines, this is the exact type of mine Maine should be permitting. So we're expressing our confidence that Wolfden can meet all of the technical hurdles in this very rigorous jurisdiction to permit metallic mining, check all the necessary boxes. It's also our belief that this project, this mine, will provide obvious benefits to the community and the local communities that strongly support the mine. As a New Englander myself, I will say that I am familiar with the type of environment that Wolfden's operating here. I have a sense in terms of the deep and strongly held environmental concerns the community has, and a really good sense in terms of the team that Ron has put together here and the technical expertise that they bring and their ability to check and meet all those requirements, check all those boxes as they go through this process. And that's why we're invested. Yes?
Help me with this. So, how do you figure in the expense in the long-term maintenance of this mine once it has closed? So that the closure plan.
Right. So that's part of the.
Can I?
Yeah,
so okay, that's the question. I'm sorry. Do you? Okay. Oh, there we go. So my interest is in how you look at the closure plan, and I realize that money has to be set aside in a trust fund. But in like Western Africa or some of the other places you've mentioned, including probably other places in the United States, they don't have regulations that are as stringent as ours, and seems like that would be an additional consideration for you.
So it's definitely part of the IRR calculation, the internal rate of return calculation. Closure costs are in that math, so the 37% that you would have seen in the feasibility study includes that. I would say globally, the mining industry is mainly run out of Canada and Australia, the formal mining industry. Irregardless if you're here in Maine or wherever in Latin America or Africa, closing costs, the standards to which the Canadians and Australians are running these mines globally are incredibly high. So you're not building mines without closure plans. It's just not happening. Where you really have lax environmental enforcement is when you're talking about informal mining or artisanal mining, which has nothing to do with what we're talking about here today. So that would be where you would see those kind of calculations not included. I would say in terms of the IRR calculation, the real factor, the biggest single variable that we have a hard time managing is the time delay between when they raise the money, when they get this permit, when they get the next permit, and when they're able to make a final investment decision and actually go into production. That is far and away, certainly in the case of this particular project, the biggest single factor.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. My question is, currently, what is your value? You said you have 20% into Wolfden. Can you give a calculation on that?
I mean, the market cap here is infinitesimal. It's $10 million. So it's $2 million is invested, yeah.
And what are you willing to put in down the road if this is passed?
So the way it works for equity investors like us and pre-revenue mining companies is we would tend to participate in the financing going up to the capitalization of the company to go into construction. So similar to the Adventus case. So equity investors like myself are providing the millions, in some cases tens of millions of dollars to get up to that point. And at that point, when you have the ability to make a construction decision, now you're talking about streams, debt, and equity, and usually equity, maybe some from us, but usually from other providers at that point. So this is more of the kind of nurturing capital along the way, is what we're providing.
And I understand that, and I actually understand the calculations. My question is, again, how much are you willing to put in?
So we have single investments that are as large in the mining space as $30 million. The largest particular investment we have on a company basis is about $90 million. So here in this case, a lot will depend upon how this process goes, what the next phase of the environmental impact assessment says, what the updated feasibility says in terms of cost. All those things would affect the IRR and our appetite to invest, how much incremental capital in this particular project.
So what you're telling me is you haven't planned that far out.
What I'm telling you is we do this habitually, and you don't make a decision until you have to.
Is the time slot up? Okay, so we need to address the time management problem here. You still have two gentlemen, I assume you want to testify.
So, because of the time restrictions, only Sean and Jeremy are presenting direct presentations, and all of the witnesses are available for cross-examination.
Thank you, I understand.
Pick and choose and try to focus on the most technical.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to confirm, you're not planning to bring back either Mr. LeBlanc or Mr. Little for further?
Correct. This is
it?
This is it.
Got it.
Am I correct that it's break time? We're taking a 15-minute break.
I'm an attorney, obviously. Worked for the town for years. One year, one of my enemies decided we should go out to bid for legal services. Should go out to what? Out to bid for legal services. You're doing it for this? I'm doing it for the town and the schools. Anyway, so you met this council and 5 days, big packages from big law firms. And they all get up and
this winter. Did you know there's still time to switch from oil to clean, efficient, reliable?
Did you actually have a household mom come in and fix the business?
Oh, otherwise did. This is a long time. Going out for bid.
What? Right here? The podium. Do you mind if we shift this to the right, just a tiny bit? Good, awesome, thank you. Just trying to line it up. I'll ask him to try it. So at the same time, I will use worse. I've seen the biggest Canadians. I can ask about sustenance.
That's how you get across the road. Just driving through.
5-second rule.
He'll just completely lose it.
Let me just talk to my fellow commissioners a second. Actually, the way the schedule was set up, we had allocated time for the commissioners to ask the questions, but we've always asked the questions as they come to us, and I don't want to shut that down. Okay, so what we're going to do, rather than take your presentation time away with our questions, we're going to stop the clock if there's interaction. Okay. Anyone have any questions on that?
I have a question on it.
Well, if you're allocated 50 minutes, let's say, and somebody here interrupts you with a question, they're going to start timing.
Oh, okay.
So that you have your 50 minutes in the end. Sure. Okay?
Okay.
We're learning this process too. Any here?
Well, so I have some questions about the mining operation. Am I going to have an opportunity to, just the logistics, and I kind of felt like at the beginning when somebody had the whole scheme up there, that was a good time to ask it, but I didn't. Are we going to get a chance to ask those questions of any of these folks at some point?
This would be a good time, when we've got 20 minutes of staff and commission questions after they get done with their cross. That would be a good time, while this panel is still here.
20 minutes after they're finished?
Yeah, after the cross is done.
So just so I understand, which I think is what you're saying, is you'll stop the clock, so if there's, people can ask questions, but then you're not getting rid of your own time to ask questions. You'll have that as well, right?
Well, we're probably eating into our own time a little bit.
As long as it's not my time,
All right. Intervenors, cross-examination, intervenor 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Feeler, my name is Peter Brand. I'm a lawyer from Lewiston, Maine. I'm going to be asking you a few questions. We agreed to do you first so that you'd be able to fly back to Connecticut today. So I have a few questions for you. Okay? All right. So my understanding, you said Equinox owns 19% of Wolfden. And if we, so everyone's looking at the right thing, we'll put up from the Hearing Exhibit 21, which is a statement of operations from this year in June of 23. So that's saying that there are a total of about 164 million shares, right? Okay, and, all right, and if I do the math, it's about 30, Equinox owns about 31 million shares. Is that about right? All right. And you began, according to your pre-file testimony, you began buying Equinox began buying these in about 2021, fall, correct?
2 years ago, yes.
And at the time in the fall of 2021, the share price was between 18 and 21 cents. Do you recall that?
Sounds about right.
Yeah. You're on.
Thank you. I can't see the red. Maybe you could use the mic.
Oh, yeah. No, but everything so far sounds accurate. Yes.
Hold on a second. I think we got a mic adjustment issue here.
Need a little more cable.
Okay? All right.
Perfect.
Okay, so if we look at, here in Exhibit 33, the price varied between 18 and 21 cents during that period of time. So would it be fair to say that...
Just interrupt for a second. It's very difficult to see these. Do you have a paper copy to hand the witness?
No. I was told to move it to the right.
No, we can't see the... There we go.
Does that work for you? Can you see it now? We can move this up a little closer.
Okay, yeah.
All right. So Equinox bought its 19% and for about $6.5 million. Is that right?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. And the current share price, if we look at here in Exhibit number 22, is a little less than 7 cents, correct?
That sounds right.
And so the value of your investment has lost 2/3 of the value in the 2 years you've owned it, correct?
I wish this experience was isolated solely to Wolfden, but yes, this is true in the case of Wolfden.
And the share price has lost another 55% in the last year, correct?
It's been since the summer of 2020. Junior mining stocks are down. Wolfden's not alone in this. It's been a difficult market.
And so so Equinox has, and so if your current value, following up on Commissioner Trudell, is about $2 million, and you paid about $6.8 million for the stock, you have millions of dollars at stake in whether or not this rezoning is approved, correct?
Well, we own a couple $1 million worth of stock. We own 19+% of the company. Yes.
Okay.
Obviously, we're economically, financially interested in the outcome.
And so Equinox touts itself as, you're here to talk about what investors care about, and you tout yourself as being contrarian, right? That you don't go along with the prevailing wisdom. Is that fair in looking at the investments?
We're long-term investors looking to take advantage of rather than be victims of the cycle, is the way we put it to our investors. So we have a 10-year holding period, so we're not trying to time the quarter or the month, or sadly in this case, it's been, obviously a couple of years of a tough cycle, but that's not our investment horizon.
And if we look at, here in Exhibit number 23, the LinkedIn page, you say that the firm's fund aims to have low overlap with relevant indices in the prevailing wisdom, correct?
Wolfden would be safe. It's not an index stock.
And you've told people that you've actually been wrong about the market for the last 10 years, have you not?
Well, this is our fourth year of 20+% performance.
We have a very limited amount of time.
We've had some.
Have you said that?
Have I said that? I've certainly been wrong about the junior gold mining stock index.
All right.
For much of the last 15 years.
Let's listen to a clip.
It's not a gold mine.
Let's listen to a clip from a podcast called the Contrarian Podcast in 2021. Let's hear it, please. Which is here in Exhibit 1, out of Exhibit 1.
I agree with it so far.
We're going to need some volume or it's not going to work. Yeah, and I'm trying to get it done, as you can imagine.
Any theories on maybe why they aren't as high as they are?
I think you kind of started with this in your intro. I think people that had some of the macroeconomic and geopolitical biases that I have been wrong for 10 years. So the gold, silver mining stocks are off 65% from their 2011 peak as of today. So you've had this very long bear market at a time when investors have made money in just about every other financial asset, whether it's the tech stocks or the indices or fixed income. And so the idea that you would stop owning the things that have worked so well for you for 10 years and go buy a unloved sector where you don't really maybe know the companies that well, I think is not, we see more investors looking, more sophisticated investors looking, but really just not pulling the trigger given, I think, the returns they're still making elsewhere.
Would you say that one of the other things that you've said is one of the most enormous problems facing the mining industry today, including junior miners such as Wolfden, is inflation, correct?
Well, in this particular case, I think it's more permitting, but inflation has been, certainly coming out of 2020, there's been significant inflation in the mining industry over the last 3 years.
All right, let's go to an interview that you gave in 2022, which is out of hearing exhibit number 3, about with you discussing inflation and the mining sector, please.
Inflation, has that affected the junior mining space at all? Has that impacted their costs?
Yes, it's been horrible. Because
I asked that because some junior miners have actually said no, because fuel, drilling, not a large percentage of our costs, it's mostly on the wage side, but even then they've only got a few people in operation.
Well, that certainly hasn't been my experience. I'd say that the junior miners are suffering from the cost increases, and where the cost increases have become most problematic is for companies in construction. So where you've just seen the blowouts on the capital estimates, and then their inability to really get that number right despite revising it several times. And so where on the operating side, you see companies revising high single digits to low teens or mid-teens, on capital budgets, you can see 20, 30% cost creep go to 40, 50% cost creep. And so it can be a lot more damaging, and then they don't necessarily even have the capital to finish their projects. And so you've seen companies had to top up their financing in particularly punitive ways for capital projects they've already begun. We've seen a number of those deals this summer, and it's been very ugly.
And so you're aware that notwithstanding this, what you described as horrible inflation affecting this sector, that there was no adjustment of 40 to 50% in the cost of this project in the updated preliminary economic assessment, right?
So the interview that you're citing there, I think, is from 2022. So
correct.
There was very significant cost inflation in the mining space from the summer of 2020, from COVID basically through the summer of 22. The cost inflation has really abated quite significantly over the last 12 months.
My question was, are you aware that notwithstanding whatever inflation there's been, there was no additional money placed on the cost of the building this mine by the expert, Mr. LeBlanc, sitting at the end of the table?
The $147 million capital cost, I think, was a 2021 figure? 2020 figure.
And there was no, let me try it again.
No,
there was no adjustment.
It's a 2020 figure.
Excuse me, let me finish. You're talking in this 2022 interview that the junior miner sector has seen sometimes these cost blowouts of 40 to 50%, and yet in this case, with the updated statement from the expert on the preliminary economic assessment, there was no increase.
Most of the cost increases, especially the very large capital blowouts that we saw in the 2020 to 2022 period, had to do with earthworks. And a lot of those are much larger tonnage operations than this. So the average tons here a day is how much? It's 1,200 tons a day. So if you're looking at something like the Magino mine in Ontario, where you've had these big cost over, this is important because you're asking a technical question. We've had the big cost overruns.
I was asking, if I could just...
They've specifically been...
Gentlemen, we can't be talking over each other.
So I can answer the question if you let me answer the question. So
the question was simply, you're aware that there was no change in the cost estimate for this particular project based on inflation,
Can I answer that question?
Could you just clarify that you're talking about the PEA?
Yes. Correct.
You can all stipulate the PEA was not updated on the cost.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Look, let me go to just another area here. So the only areas where where mining projects are coming in on budget and on time is West Africa, according to you, correct?
So in West Africa, for a number of years, you've had a disproportionate number of mines come on time, on budget.
And you have said that's the only place where they're coming on budget, on time and on budget, right?
As a general rule, yes.
Okay. And so, well, let's do, all right. In an interview in 2022, let's play from hearing exhibit number 3.2. It'll go quick.
The only geography we were really seeing projects come on time, on budget has been West Africa. And that's been true for a number of years, but in this inflationary environment, I think that's the gap between the West African and the other projects has gotten even larger.
Okay. Your pre-file testimony, you say that this project is financially viable because it's technologically straightforward, correct?
It's a small tonnage, high grade, technically straightforward mine, yes.
And you say that they have a modest balance sheet, notwithstanding the fact that the accountants say there's a substantial question as to whether or not this mine, whether this company has an ability as a going concern.
So, Ron, I know you want to say something here on this. This is the nature of the way junior mining companies are financed, is that investors like me are going to pull together the capital that they need, equity capital, to progress projects through the permitting process. And then when they get to a point where they have the ability to capitalize the actual mine, then us, along with other investors, come through and provide the debt and other equity depending upon the economics of the project.
Modest. It's a modest, right?
The current, like the cash on the balance sheet, the $2.1 million, yes, definitely modest.
All right.
But not atypical.
That's all the questions I have for Mr. Feeler. We're going to ask a few questions of Mr. Little. Mr. Little, you're the CEO of this company?
Good morning. Yes, I am.
Okay. And the claim here is Wolfden is going to build and operate the greenest state-of-the-art mine ever. Is that basically what you're saying here?
Yeah, the project is designed to be state-of-the-art according to mining standards.
All right. I want to talk about Wolfden's experience for just a moment or two. So Wolfden is not operating any mine anywhere in the world, is that correct?
No, nor it has. It's the people who are in it that have.
And Wolfden is not building any mine anywhere in the world today?
No, but it's the people in the company that have.
And Wolfden has never constructed a mine that is similar to the mine that is proposed here, correct?
Nobody has built a mine to this standard anywhere in the world, but we will.
Okay. And Wolfden, just to be clear, has never built or operated a mine, right?
No, but the people here have.
Okay. All right, what I want to do is for a few minutes, I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that you've been telling investors about this process, this mine, okay?
Sure.
All right. And do you recall telling investors that the rezoning is a critical milestone that could put the company into play?
Yes,
something you said in 2021.
Yeah, the rezoning is, as Sean alluded to, it's a critical value item to us. It's the first step in rezoning, and we're trading at a discount because there's the uncertainty about the rezoning.
All right, let's play from a presentation you gave in 2021, which is hearing exhibit 9.6.
And then we've got the rezoning coming along, so we hope within the next 2 months they call this public meeting so we know when it is, but we're expecting June, July. And that's a huge milestone and, you know, a critical item for really putting I think the company into play.
So it's to put it puts the company into play. That is, it becomes, there's a takeover possibility as one of the possibilities from getting the rezoning, correct?
Yes, the takeover adds a premium to the stock. It doesn't mean we get taken over, but it adds value to the company, and that allows us to then finance the next piece of the operation.
And Wolfden is willing to sell out and instead of building the mine, if that would be better for shareholders, correct?
No, the statement was related to the value that it adds to the company. As a junior, you have to, the takeover premium potential keeps a higher share price, and it allows us to raise the revenue we need to operate.
All right, let's listen to another clip, which is in what you told investors in 2020, which is hearing exhibit 8.1.
I'm a guy who wants to build something if I can, but if a bigger company wants to buy us out and that's the best thing for shareholders, we can do that too.
You're one of the 2 largest individual shareholders in this company, correct?
No, I'm probably, you know, one of the 10th or 12th. I own about, 2%.
And so if the company is taken over, the commission here is not going to know when they approve the zoning who it is who's going to actually develop this mine, correct?
No, they will know. We have to make public statements about something that comes up like that.
This hearing is what you've told investors is a mini mining permit, correct?
Yes, everything we're doing here at Rezoning, to our opinion, has to be replicated again under Chapter 200, but at a much more detailed process.
Let's listen to the clip from what you told investors in 2021 about this mini mining issue, which is Exhibit 9.3.
The rezoning is like a mini mining permit. We submitted a study, and most importantly, there's a public meeting. We're going to face any criticism from the public. We already are on a website and we're responding. And we do that again with the Environmental Protection Department 2 years from now, once we have the full feasibility in the baseline.
All right, and so let me and you've also told, let's put up hearing exhibit number 24, which is a slide from a presentation you gave in 2020, in which you refer to as supportive state regulators. Do you see that?
Yep.
And so you're telling investors that the state regulators, which presumably including this commission, are supportive. Is that?
This was a 2020, I think, and yeah, in my opinion, this was here because we had initial chats with both the DEP and the LUPC about the process, and in my opinion, they were practical about what we were told we had to do. So that is different than other jurisdictions that I have worked in, where I didn't get that kind of practicality and upfront forthrightness.
You've also told investors that if you just tick the boxes, you get the permit, correct?
Under the DEP, our opinion is if we follow all of the requirements scientifically and financially, then we would get the permit. That's my impression of the process now.
And what I want to go to, let's listen to the clip from 2020 of what you're telling investors about just having to tick the boxes.
The new code streamlined the process to being 2 years, which included the baseline work and a feasibility study, which is what every mine development goes through. And they basically said, if you do that and tick the boxes, you'll get your permit.
So beyond that, furthermore, you've told them that you have one of the reasons why this process is streamlined is there are no indigenous rights, and that you're getting great support from all groups.
No, that's not it at all. The streamlining is the timeline. The benefit I see of Chapter 200 is that they've set a 2-year period to do the baseline study and the feasibility study. That's, before that, there was no certainty in when you'd get the permit.
All right. Let's listen to a clip from 2019, hearing exhibit number 5.4.
There are no indigenous rights in the state of Maine, so this really streamlines the permitting process.
All right, and let's go further. And so in 2020 is when you were implying that you had great support, and there are no indigenous rights. Let's listen to the clip from hearing exhibit 6.3.
And down in Maine, there is no prerequisite indigenous rights like we're seeing in Canada that really slow down the permitting process in Canada. There's none of that in Maine. Certainly, we're obliged to talk to all communities, including the indigenous groups, of which we're already doing, and we get huge support from all groups. And so we see this as actually an easier permitting process now that it's been streamlined under the new mining code.
Mr. Brand, is there a question? It's not appropriate just to play clip after clip after clip. If there's a question, please direct the question. And then
Excuse me, Ms. Brown, could you use the microphone if you're making an objection?
Yeah, this is taken out of context.
And
I just, there should be a question asked as opposed to just playing clips of video. So request that you direct a question so he can answer the question.
Okay. Do you recall telling investors that there'd be very little monitoring necessary after 3 years?
Sorry, could we back up? Was there a question related to those last two?
I'm moving on to the next one. Do you recall saying that there'd be very little monitoring necessary after 3 years?
I expect there's probably very little monitoring after we've gone through a period of closure and monitoring. That's the nature of the design. Monitoring is...
And so, all right, well, let's hear what you said, told investors in 2020. Hearing exhibit 6.4.
We do have to do a dry stack tailings. We do have to monitor the project into perpetuity, but with a very low environmental footprint and a dry stacks tailings and a proper closure, there's going to be very minimal monitoring required after 3 or 4 years after we close and cap the small tailings.
And have you also been telling investors that the DEP is pre-vetting the science, thereby implying that if you get the rezoning, you're good to go?
No. No,
Right.
The benefit of the process is that the DEP's been working with the LUPC through this. So our concern from the beginning was that we have to pass Chapter 200 and LUPC. So we've really had the benefit of the DEP overseeing everything we submit so that we at least get feedback of whether this is matching 200 at the same time.
All right, we'll play the clip from 2021, hearing exhibit 9.4.
Well, I request he be offered an opportunity to respond to
But,
the...
you know, that the DEP, that environmental group, is already helping the land use department on all the technical issues now. So they're not pre-approving, but they're pre-vetting our science so that when we go to the next level, they know the design.
All right, let's... I see that there is just a few minutes left here, so I'm going to go ahead to... 1 second.
Can I go back and clarify your question on indigenous?
No, you're going to have an opportunity and redirect so to all of that, I'm quite sure. Let's go ahead to the current financial condition of the company, which is, we're going to, from previously filed Levitt Exhibit number 26.1, just so the commission can see it. This is from the financial statement from Grant Thornton, one of the 10 largest accounting firms in the world. And is that the, no, 26.1. Let me. All right, and so there's a substantial doubt as to the continued viability of this company, correct?
Yes, and this statement's actually one we make in our financial statements, and they've repeated, and it's a standard statement for a non-revenue company.
And at the end of 2020, first quarter 2023, you had $2.6 million in Canadian, correct, on hand?
Correct.
And you haven't filed the reports for the end of June of 2023, correct?
No, we have. We're about to now produce the third quarter.
Okay, all right. Because when I went to look, I didn't see it there. But all right, in order to pay for, so with 2.6 million, you actually got an infusion of $3 million from selling off the timber rights, correct?
That was back in 2021.
And you sold off a total of $5 million worth.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brand, your cross-examination time is up.
All right. Okay, well, let me just say, we could talk about it later, but we obviously have more questions, especially dealing with, we have this 4-panel. They only got to 2 of them themselves with 50 minutes. We have 25 minutes. Obviously, the finances of this company, and the financial viability of this project are of critical importance. And significantly, we didn't hear anything in the opening statement. So we have, it tells us that this is something, as we had explained before, is very important.
The council is making a speech and testifying.
Time is up.
Huh?
Your time is up.
All right.
Your time is up.
Let me just say, we would like to propose, we would propose to be able to bring back not Mr. Feeler, he can go, but the others.
I hear you. Your time is up.
Okay. We will revisit this.
Staff question around? Staff, do you have questions? Here's your time. Yep. Use the mic.
I have one question, and it was stated that you do not own or run another mine, but I have a question in regards to your Snow Lake, Flin Flon, Greenstone in Manitoba. What can you speak to us about that?
Are you talking to me, sorry?
Any of you. I'm looking at your description on your stock page as it pertains to your profile.
Oh, I just heard Greenstone, Manitoba.
Yes. Do you or do you not have a project that covers 2.6 thousand hectares of land located in Snow Lake?
Yes.
What can you speak of that?
So we have 2 projects in Manitoba. They're both, focused on nickel sulfide potential. And the one in Snow Lake has about 7.5 million tons at about 1% nickel. It's very close to Hud Bay's concentrator. So it's a development project as well, and we're trying to see if we can add more resources to that ore body. And the second project in Manitoba is equally about 7 to 8 million tons at about 1% nickel equivalent. It's about 100 miles east of Snow Lake, and it too is, got potential for expansion. So to us, that's another core asset package within Wolfden. We look at Wolfden as having a large nickel asset package in Manitoba. We look at Maine as having the Pickett Mountain as our cornerstone, and the silver project down near Pembroke as a long-term potential project. And then we have another package of assets in New Brunswick.
Didn't you say that you did not have any other operating mines or ventures at this point in time?
Correct. Yeah, Wolfden doesn't have any operating mines. Yeah. My comment was, is there a problem?
I just wanted to clarify.
Well, I'll just finish off. Like, my comments all along through that questioning was, within Wolfden, we have a lot of development and construction and operating experience. the council was alluding to the fact that Wolfden doesn't, but all of these companies, particularly juniors, are made up of people that have a lot of experience, particularly in operation and construction and development. Does that answer your question?
Again, it's my understanding that you said you did not have any other operations at this time.
Oh, well, the question I heard from Peter was that, do we have any operating mines in Wolfden? So I was saying, no, we don't have any operating mines. I thought that's what the question was, and I've got a deaf left ear, and maybe I didn't hear clearly, but Wolfden doesn't have any operating mines, but we do have other projects.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I'm glad you asked the question.
Anyone else have, Betsy?
So I guess I'm confused. Wolfden doesn't have any other projects. You have projects, but you don't have any other mines?
Wolfden is an explorer development company, and all of our projects are either in exploration or development stage. We don't have any operating mines. I think council here was trying to make the point that we don't have an operating mine in Wolfden, and trying to make the point that we don't have operating experience in Wolfden. And I'm trying to qualify that we have a lot of operating experience in other companies, but not within Wolfden. Wolfden was formed in 2012. Jeremy and I and Don have been working in other companies before we joined Wolfden in the last 5 years. So we're bringing a lot of experience, but Wolfden has projects, and we're trying to develop projects like Pickett Mountain, but we don't have an operating mine with revenue in Wolfden currently. Does that clarify it?
Yes, kind of, sort of. So that means that you're thinking to develop Pickett Mountain,
Correct.
but then somebody else is going to do the work.
No. I mean, we've got all the experience to build this mine. You know, council has shown a comment of me talking about a takeover premium. The junior mining sector is, you know, we're trying to attract investors. Most investors that come in to a junior space are there because we will either get through permitting and have a good market to build the project ourselves, or during that process, another company comes along and says, let's merge with you, or let's take you over because you've done all the work to get to building, and now we'd like to come and partner with you to build it. So that is part of the financeability of a junior company, is that potential for a takeover, because normally when junior companies are taken over, there's a premium on the stock, and that's what attracts investors like Sean and others in there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question.
Barry? Well, you have to hold it down. Keep your finger on the button.
All right. So what I'm hearing, and I just want to clarify, there's been 3 questions here pertaining pretty much to the same thing, is that this could be the first mine that Wolfden actually is going to operate themselves unless someone else steps in.
Yeah, our 2 options are this team is going to build it or somebody takes us over. And I was trying to make the statement that we have done this before in other companies, right? I think everybody's focused on what is Wolfden, but it's the people who are in it have a lot of experience at building and operating mines.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question.
I like that concept of clarification. Could I characterize this as you have a lot of experience doing these things before, and you're like entrepreneurs who have started businesses, and for whatever reason, maybe they didn't do as well as you wanted them to, but you're doing it over again and over again and over again. And hopefully, maybe in the past you've sold some, maybe in the past some have failed, and maybe we don't know what the next maybe is. Am I pretty close in my characterization?
In all due respect, I would say not even close. My track record has been on building several mines. I started a company named Rezone over 25 years ago in West Africa. Before we were bought out, I was able to buy out our major company as a partner, which was the 4th largest gold company in the world. I raised over $200 million to buy out their 40% interest. And once we consolidated into 100%, another company came along and then bought out Rezone. As part of that, I spun out Rezone number 2. Started out with several million in value and a good asset still in West Africa. After about 10 years, that valuation went up to about $400 million, and it is now still building another mine. It's just finished building that mine about a year and a half ago, and that's what Sean was talking about in his investment.
Maybe if I could just say something about Ron. So,
Just leave it open.
I mean, it's a big part of the reason why we're invested is his past success, and extraordinarily successful. You're talking about 2 mines that are generating hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue every year today. Long life assets, highly economic assets. Ron has an incredibly enviable and unique track record as an entrepreneur in this space. And now he's doing it again. The reason why he can do it again and the reason why people and me will come up here and sit at this table and do this testimony is because of his past track record is that good.
I'd also like to qualify that our team has got that kind of capability. Jeremy's come from building mines in the Atlantic region with Trevally. He came to us because the project was so attractive on a financial basis, and that's why he's working with us, because of his track record in the same kind of rocks. Don Dudek has got 5 more years of experience with me and met him in West Africa, so his presentation should speak for himself. And then the group of consultants that you're about to see are really some of the best in the world. So I think the problem here is that you look at a small market cap company and think we're a bunch of over promoters, but in reality, it's companies like us that come to jurisdictions like this with the highest risk of permitting because the major companies don't have the time to do it or the patience to do it. And then maybe after 5 years, we get through all of this permitting hurdle, a major might come along and take advantage of a bad market, a weak stock price, and then say, hey guys, we're gonna bid for the company. At the end of the day, the shareholders own the company, not us. So when a takeover happens, it's up to the investors to make a vote, not what we want to do. So in reality, we're all engineers and geologists that want to build this mine, but we're still victim of where the market is the day we get the permit, and we're ready to go. If it's a bad market and our shares are down, that's often when the takeover happens. So very few junior companies make it all the way through to production, unless it's a small mine like this. This being a small mine is not a really attractive asset to a major company.
You're not just engineers, you're all businessmen, correct?
Sorry?
I see.
We're all professionals, either engineers or geologists around this table. Yeah.
Again, I would characterize you as a penny stock company. That's what you are. And if we invested in 100 different penny stocks, there's a very good chance we'd have a couple of home runs and we'd have a number that fail.
Well, I mean, I can't change your impression of us. I mean, that's, the business is what it is, but your point about us being professionals, we are engineers and geologists, and we're here because we honestly think we can build a mine of highest quality. As I mentioned before, nobody has built a mine to this level because the requirements have never been that high. So there is nothing to compare. But the engineers will show you that this is only a slight increase to high-level standards out there in the world, And because of the financial viability of the project, we can meet that high-level standard. So I don't think that's an over-promote or an overstatement. We're here because we want to do this. And I mean, this is something I've never had to do in the world before, is face a commission like this, and even just on rezoning. And all we want to do is get to the next level of study work to show you how good it can be.
Maybe there's just one other relevant point here is if you look at the shareholder registry, right, you have Kinross, which is a $1 billion+ company in the share registry. You also have Altius, which is a royalty company. These are not the typical shareholders you're going to find in a company that is doesn't have substantial expertise or isn't on the right path. You have a very interesting shareholder registry here that I think speaks to the expertise that you have in this management team. And you have a new jurisdiction, which is why the valuation is so low.
If I could, just, sorry, I'm Jeremy Willett, and again, I guess I'm the Vice President of Product Development with the company. And
Excuse me, Mr. Willett, I think another commissioner has a question. I think we're going to move on to a different line of questioning.
I think I'm asking you this question. Where in Western Africa are the mines that you're talking about, that you've had experience with?
Burkina Faso.
And are the regulations in Burkina Faso anywhere close to as stringent as ours are?
I can't comment on the exact, these are open pits, so there's a big difference. They're gold deposits, not base metal, so we're dealing with cyanide. The water treatment level is not the same as here. However, I'd also qualify that we were Canadians designing an operation in Burkina. We also took it to Canadian and World Bank standards when we thought our standards were higher than those in Burkina Faso.
So is Burkina Faso, where the mine is, similar to Maine?
No, it's Sahara. It's desert-like conditions over there. Yeah, there's not much wetlands. We avoid rivers and drainage, but there's really no wetlands to speak of over there. Thank you for your question.
Lighting, which is our, actually we will get to that in the next phase, won't we? Okay, how have you taken into consideration climate change? I mean, with respect to the amount of volatile storms, the amount of water that we get, the possibility of forest fires, similar as to what we've seen in Canada. I mean, how do you figure that into all of this?
so we actually have some testimony that's coming up that discusses that. And so there has been an evaluation and consideration of climate change. And I guess the quick answer is we've considered that through a very contingent style of designs. There's, the designs have a lot of contingency built into them. Yeah.
Okay, I'll wait to hear more. There was a comment actually at the beginning about that you could not see this mine site from either Baxter State Park or Katahdin Woods and Waters. Baxter State Park has the highest mountain in Maine, Mount Katahdin. Will you be able to see the site from there?
No, not from Mount Katahdin. And we do have a viewshed analysis that was completed, and no, we won't be able to see it from Mount Katahdin.
And then also, on the diagram that you showed of the operations, there is, between phase 1 and phase 2, it looks like maybe there's a road there. What's going to be happening to the material that comes out of phase 2? Is it going to be hauled underground, or is it going to be hauled above ground up to the areas in phase 1?
So between phase 1 and phase 2, there is an existing road, And so the way that the project is envisioned is there will be material transport along that existing road between the two. Now, there is also a program that's proposed, and I guess it's not directly pointed out in our testimony, essentially a management plan for that exact activity, the communication between phase 1 and phase 2 locations.
And another topic. So you haven't included anything here about the ore processing facility.
Correct.
Right, because it's going to be at another location. But you have taken into consideration the cost of that facility? Am I correct, or not?
The preliminary economic assessment certainly includes all of the costs associated to the overall project, including the concentrator and tailings.
Okay, so if you don't know where it's located, and you've got these trucks, what are they, 80,000-pound trucks hauling ore?
Correct.
There's quite a cost involved in doing that, right? Ongoing costs for the next 10 years, or how long you're going to be operating this. How can you figure out all your numbers, or are your numbers not that detailed with financially?
So we did do evaluations and sensitivity analysis. So a big part of economic assessment is to run sensitivities on various things. Operating costs is a significant portion of that. So when you're considering cost versus revenue, a lot of discussion around operating costs today, but also, inflationary, revenues as well because of metal prices. But absolutely, we run sensitivities on all of the costs, which would have included costs related to hauling it further away and that sort of stuff. So I guess in our preliminary economic assessment, we've considered significant inflation of costs within those sensitivities, and it's still a very robust economic project.
Consideration for the processing facility.
You got it, yeah.
Okay. You must know where you're going to put this, or have a pretty good idea where you're going to put it, right?
So we certainly do have some options there, and there's been a lot of considerations on where that might be. And Ms. Brown had spoke to that a little bit earlier on, but there's this really tough balance between getting enough information and being able to make a decision. And when we're looking at alternatives assessments for the concentrator and tailings locations, obviously one was in T6 R6, and various other locations were built into that alternatives assessment. And even though the project, the mine, has to be in T6 R6 because it's associated to the deposit, that doesn't necessarily translate directly to the concentrator and tailings. So we really feel that we have to get all of the data throughout the Chapter 200 process in order to really define the exact location. But to answer your question, we certainly do have some proposed locations, or not proposed, I suppose, but we have some locations that we feel will work based on a high-level desktop study that certainly need a lot of field study to back up and make a firm recommendation on where we'd like to put that.
Are you going to put it in the UT?
I think it's unlikely, yeah.
Are you going to put it adjacent to the UT?
There is one option that is near the UT. There's other options that are a bit further away. Again, we've operated on sensitivity basis analysis as well. So, economics are a big part of that selection. But also with that, the nature of the natural resources in these different areas is an extremely important driver. And we've done sort of some field investigations of them, but there's a lot of work that has to go into it before we can really make the decision where we think is most appropriate and make that recommendation.
So you're assuming that's not important to our decision for the rezoning, apparently? Because you're not telling us where it's going to be, or if it's going to be adjacent to the UT, or, it seems like we need to know that.
Yeah, I think it's important, certainly, to make a decision that there is a proposed concentrator and tailings facility, and that's why we kind of mentioned it in in various, disciplines of the report. And again, coming back to sort of the process involved over the next few years, we do feel that it's important for the recommendation on location there is an accurate one. And the amount of data collection required for that, it just can't take place within the limits of the rezoning. And all of that information is requested under Chapter 200 specifically. And I think it's worth pointing out that, that it's not a small endeavor. I guess the studies associated are, in the ballpark of $15 to $20 million worth of expenditures. And it's really tough for the company to make the decision to press forward if we're not even sure that the mining component of it can be rezoned.
I'm going to have to interrupt you, Gwen. It's
That's fine.
past,
Thanks.
past quitting time. We're going to end the morning session. Thank you all. We begin again at 1:15.
Thank you.
Oh, we can drop right in here. Yep.
Do we have something we can slide, we can put up during the breaks or something?
That's what I was going to ask. Check one, check, check. No. Here, let me do, oh yeah, hang on just a sec. Yeah. And so basically everything is routed through here. So you'll hear all the mics, any of the audio that's being played, that type of thing. What's that? Oh, I've been muting the other, if there's like feedback and stuff like that. So it should be, yeah, it's sounding super clear through mine, so you should be all set. Yeah.
Just to let you know, somebody's supposed to turn the heat off again so we get rid of the noise. I have mixed emotions about that. I was just about freezing this morning. The other thing, the staff was having some problems this morning keeping track of the exhibits, especially the ones that were on the video. So keep that in mind. When you're going to show a video, make sure they understand how it's marked, because we have to enter all this into the record, and so we need some way of tracing it. The other thing you may have noticed that we've done belatedly is to try to get you all to make name tags, so when you come up, I'm not sure, I hope my fellow commissioners' eyes are better than mine, but at least it's an attempt to figure out who you all are. And maybe before you speak the first time, you can just introduce yourself, and that will help us as well. I believe the afternoon session starts with the applicant with their second panel. So we're ready to proceed whenever you are.
Good afternoon, commissioners, LUPC support, and ladies and gentlemen of the audience. My name is Don Dudick. I'm a geologist. I've been practicing for more than 40 years, a professional standing in Canada for 30 plus years. This particular type of deposit I'm very familiar with, I don't know, maybe 15 years of experience in this particular model. And so today what I'm going to do is I'm going to describe the geological setting so that you can better understand what we're talking about today, and then the other technical groups will take off after that. And the other thing I want you to understand, what I'm talking about today is the result of 45 years of work already, over 200 core holes, and I'll show you what that means. So there's a lot of data and a lot of information that goes into these presentations. First slide, this is the general geological setting extending from Newfoundland in the right down to Vermont in the southwest or lower left. This is 1,000 miles. The Pickett Mountain deposit lies in the center left of this image, and it's a modest size but fairly high grade massive sulfide deposit. And when I'm saying massive, it's not huge massive, it just means that the rock is mostly sulfide minerals. Big deposits within the group, Bathurst, Brunswick, 128 million tons, Buchan, 16 million tons. So you get an idea that this package of rocks, again, which passes through Newfoundland, New Brunswick, Maine, Vermont, and continues to the southeast, is a prolific metal belt. A bit of a close-up of the geology. And the reason for this is I want to set the stage for some of the subsequent slides. So the Pickett Mountain deposit is the star in the middle of the image. It's hosted in the yellow rocks. It's overlain by the purple rocks, and it's underlain by the gray rocks. So it's time sequence and how these things are formed. This is a stratigraphic section, and so we're looking at just a narrow part of the stratigraphy, the Shinbrook Formation. Basal sediments, which are in the gray. That next package there, which is orange and yellow and some reds, that is our target stratigraphy. And that is, let's call it a volcanic arc that developed on the seafloor about 450 million years ago. Above it, it's like somebody did a switch, the geology changed, totally different rocks, totally different setting, and so the Pickett Mountain deposit sits at the transition between, let's say, a volcanic arc chain and later boring rocks, for my purposes. We're looking at mining the red within this image. The little dashed lines that you see on the left of the color part of the section, that reflects the alteration, but it also reflects that the alteration is not complete within the stratigraphy, and I'll tell you what that means as well. And then we have one smaller zone that's a bit lower in the stratigraphy, and we may or may not do something with that. We don't have enough information. A bit about massive sulfides. So these deposits form on or near the seafloor during active volcanism. So you have to have energy to create these things. So really it's a hot spring that pushes up to the base of the ocean floor. Black smokers, if people have seen these in the news. And the sulfides precipitate at the seawater rock interface. And they literally inflate, they grow, you know, just like a cucumber would kind of thing. And so you need superheated seawater. And one of the factors why this deposit is somewhat unique is the connection between the heat engine and the deposit are visual and close. And I'll talk to you about, I'll present that as well. This deposit formed about 450 million years ago. And so it's a long time. And it formed because the European plate and the North American plate collided, and then they moved apart, and eventually the Atlantic Ocean was formed. But it's this collision process that created it. Now, one of the other things that we'll talk about, in the cross-section I showed you, the geology was like layer cake, pancakes. So that's how it's developed initially. But because of collision, because of time, the rocks have been rotated so it can go from flat in the left-hand side, so the red massive sulfide would be our target, to almost vertical or vertical to the right. So this, again, is just the collision of the geological plates, rotating the geology, and you'll see this on the data subsequent. So this is a section through the west zone of the Pickett Mountain deposit. You're looking to the northeast. This is a vertical section. The target horizon for us is the red line that's near vertical through the middle of the image. Rocks to the left are the host felsic rocks, so these are quartz-rich rocks. Rocks to the right are, again, the switch has been thrown, it's a different package of rocks. It's, again, geologically or economically boring. The stippling pattern that you see to the left of the sulfide, or footwall, as we sometimes refer to it, is the alteration, and really that's the remnant representation of the hot springs that have pushed up through the rock package and created the massive sulfide deposit. The orangey unit is the subvolcanic intrusion. So this is a magma that pushed up into the yellow rocks, probably contributed to the formation of the yellow rocks, but it also drove the mineralizing system that created the deposits we see today. So when I look at something like this, when I see the alteration, and again, we can document this visually, there's 200 holes, 220,000 feet of drill core that have been described inch by inch for this area. So visually, we can see the alteration and how the rocks are affected by the hydrothermal fluids. And chemically, we can see that as well to back up that observation. So some of the sampling that's been done, ABA sampling, acid-base accounting, and this is to get an impression of whether or not the rocks would be acid generating or not. So the stippled rocks to the left of the massive sulfide horizon, our ore zone, probably would be acid generating. And I have some samples up here in the front, if someone wants to take a look at it, of both footwall or left side rocks that could be acid generating and rocks that they look boring. There's no sulfides in them, they're probably not. I have an example of the sulfide zone itself, so you can see what it looks like. In this particular case, that sample runs 55% zinc equivalent. There's so much economic sulfide within the rock, there's not much room for anything else like pyrite, other iron sulfides. The rocks to the right, again, different package of rocks, no sulfides, a lot more calcium. They are probably more acid neutralizing. And so, again, the details of the Pickett Mountain deposit and how it figures out are really important. This is a section about 1,500 feet to the east. This is through the east zone. And what's important in this image is that in the footwall, felsic volcanics, the yellow, or to the left, there's no stipple. There's virtually no alteration in these rocks. And so what I'm not seeing is I'm not seeing sulfides, I'm not seeing the minerals broken down, changed chemically from what they were originally. And so more sort of boring rock. There's a little bit, but nothing material. Again, to the right, no sulfides, no mineralization, exploration-wise or economically boring rocks. One other point I didn't make before is the HW, which is that blue horizon. This is the debris flow, and the reason for bringing this up is that this thing was from another volcano, somewhere off to the side. Earthquake or something triggered a landslide. The landslide covered the deposit and preserved the deposit through time. So it's an important component to the overall story, is that preserves what we see today. I made the point about, logging the drill core inch by inch, 220,000 feet, and it's a big job and it's a lot of data. But we've also collected over 1,800 lithogeochemical samples. So these measure major oxides, these measure trace elements. So we use this data in two forms. In this particular image, it demarcates the difference between the different rock types, and we're using zircon and titanium. But we also use it to document alteration, both on a sectional basis and in a 3D image. So we can understand in 3 dimensions how the alteration has affected the rocks around. And on a high level, I can say, well, in my opinion, that kind of stuff will be potentially acid generating, that kind of stuff will not. And one of the reasons for making that kind of statement is that then we can plan our geological infrastructure, underground infrastructure, mine infrastructure, based on those high-level observations. But obviously you have to do additional sampling and you need to document this thoroughly, but on a first-pass basis, some things appear easier than others to work with. Yes?
Can I interrupt you for a second? You said the slide you just had, the three-dimensional. Help me out there. I see 2.
The data is collected from 3 dimensions. So if I was to give you a isometric net, you'd see this scattering of points in 3 dimensions. So here, this is just a 2D representation of the data. Yeah. This is the Pickett Mountain deposit. So the west zone to the left, east zone to the right. It's about 3,000 feet along strike and about a half mile to depth. This is color-coded grade times width. And so the hotter the color, the higher the grade. The hotter the color, the more metal-rich it is generally. And so when you get, let's say, there's 45% zinc equivalent over 4 meters, there's not much room for anything else in that rock other than the economic sulfides. So there'd be very little pyrite. In the lower grade portions, more in the east zone, there's more pyrite, and so those rocks would be have more potential for acid mine drainage, ARD. But the major point, the west zone is quite metal rich. It's almost twice the grade of the east zone. And again, I think the east zone is a fault slice of the main zone. Wanted to bring this up, and I was talking with someone earlier. So this particular image is core, well, maybe I'll step back one more point here. Those stripes that you see on there, here, those are the core holes. So if you weren't sure what they were, that's where we gather our information from. And so they're like small little tubes of information, and then we build a geological story from that. So the brownish color or light tan color in this image, that's mostly zinc mineralization. This particular intercept is 45% zinc equivalent over about 15 to 20 feet. There's about 30% zinc, about 10% lead, really no copper, and there's really no pyrite. So this is in the footwall of the massive sulfide. This is not part of the zone, but this is just part of the mineralization that we see. It is important to note that the zinc mineralization is really, really pale colored. That means it's iron deficient. And overall, this is sort of an iron deficient system. And again, it contributes to its unique character. One of the comments that we've gotten is that the half-mile deposit in New Brunswick is very different than the Pickett. That half-mile is hosted by mafic volcanic rocks, and Pickett is by felsic. And because it's in the felsics, it's bad, but half-mile's good. The point with half-mile, it's 100% hosted by felsic rocks. It's in the same belt of geology as the Pickett Mountain deposit and all the other major deposits within the belt. And in fact, half-mile is totally encased in the felsics, whereas Pickett is at the felsic-mafic boundary. Where that's important from an acid-generating potential idea is that the hanging wall rocks, or the rocks above the Pickett deposit stratigraphically, are more likely to be neutralizing. They're more calcium-rich. They're buffering compared to the rocks below, especially in the alteration zones. This is a bit of a section. So the red line on the section is the half-mile deposit. The pink, the orange, and the yellow are all felsic volcanic rocks. So you can see half-mile as well within the felsic volcanic rock package. The gray are sulfidic sediments, so they would be quite altered, probably metal enriched. And then the mafic rocks are off to the right. If we were to compare Pickett, Pickett would be at the contact between the green to the right and the yellow. That's where Pickett would sit. So not a lot of difference, but again, the nuance and the details of the deposit are important. So from a high level, and again, this is from a geologist point of view, the rocks on the lower north side of the west zone contain some disseminated sulfide and stringer sulfide mineralization. So there's a potential to generate acid if exposed to air and water. The rocks on the south side of the west zone, which are to the right, the hanging wall, they're a different rock package. They're not part of the same alteration system. There is no alteration, there is no sulfides, and so the likelihood of them potentially producing acid are very low. And again, I have the chemistry to support that and the visual observations. The east zone, because it is probably a slab that's been dislocated into another area, both above and below do not show any appreciable sulfide enrichment, in fact, very little, with none above and just a bit below. And so there's limited to no potential for acid generation. And again, this speaks to where we can put underground infrastructure, the drifts, the declines, all of the stuff, which rock comes to surface. It appears that we can choose, based on the rock character, what's possible. So in summary, and I think this is really important, is each geological site has its own uniqueness. The Pickett site, and again, I've looked at hundreds of massive sulfides. The Pickett site is an easier one compared to others based on the alteration in the footwall, the low iron content of the sulfides, the alteration associated with it, and where it sits stratigraphically. So it gives us optionality. Anyways, that's my presentation. Thank you. Oh, come on, there's got to be a question.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Finley. I'm a principal geochemist with Stantec Consulting Services. I have a PhD in geochemistry, and I've worked in the hard rock mining industry for 27 years. So I've conducted geochemical characterization programs. I've worked at pretty much all phases of the mine life, from greenfields development, like Pickett Mountain, all the way through closure. A lot of the work I've done has been associated with dealing with historical mining issues that have resulted in impacts and challenges in managing rock. So I have a lot of experience with that as well. With that in mind, I just want to start by saying, based on the available information, and really what Mr. Dudek just presented in terms of the geology of this specific deposit, and it's very important to understand that it is the details about the deposit that dictate and influence what the potential effects of the mining could be from the standpoint of acid rock drainage. But based on the available information, I believe conditions are sufficiently favorable that they can manage this mine development in such a way to minimize the potential for acid rock drainage. And let me just walk you through why I feel that way, some of the information. But first I want to set the table, which is to say, what is acid rock drainage? We've talked about it, you've seen pictures. Pictures are always quite remarkable in terms of what they convey. Unfortunately, with iron, when iron is in the system, it takes a very tiny bit of iron to make a really red color. And so it's not necessarily a good metric in and of itself. It's a great indicator, but it doesn't tell you the entire story. But acid rock drainage develops as a consequence of exposure of rock that contains a specific mineral, pyrite, to atmosphere and water. So in the underground scenario, there's maybe water, because there could be groundwater, but there's no oxygen. And really in terms of influencing the potential for development of acid rock drainage, it's this triangle in the lower left corner, just like the fire triangle, that influences whether or not acid rock drainage can occur. Okay, so you pull rock to the surface, very hard to halt it from being exposed to the atmosphere, right? We're surrounded by oxygen. It's going to happen. A little bit easier to manage water, but not that much easier. So when you bring rock to the surface that contains sulfides, and pyrite in particular, it's hard to prevent acid rock drainage from occurring. It's possible to manage it, and it's possible to limit the magnitude of development. It's hard to stop it completely. So that's an important thing to remember as well. The other aspect is once you bring it to the surface, there are other things that can influence this reaction. And what's shown here, again, in the triangle in the lower left, bacteria can have a huge influence on acid rock drainage development. It turns out that there are some bugs who really like that chemical reaction to supply energy for their life. And they can enhance the speed at which the reaction occurs orders of magnitude. So that's also part of the detail that has to be accounted for. So I guess the takeaway from this is we know that there will be some rock that comes out of this mine that has the potential to generate acid. What we also know is that, and I'll talk about this a little bit more, is that through the course of the development of the mine, not only from where they are now, but through Chapter 200 process, and should that be successful, they open the mine, they will not stop doing geochemical characterization work. They will not stop understanding what this system really looks like in detail, because that ultimately is really what influences whether or not acid rock drainage is an issue in the long term. I'm also going to introduce some words because it's a lot easier sometimes to talk in acronyms than to say these words all the time. I've already talked about acid rock drainage. And I'd use that term on purpose, and the industry and international groups as a whole has actually used that term on purpose. And that is to say, when these deposits are exposed to the surface, they oxidize. In fact, Pickett Mountain has outcrops that clearly show there's oxidation that's occurred. So acid rock drainage is a natural process. In Colorado, where I'm from, we have iron fens, which are expressions of this natural oxidation process that has occurred. When it's associated with the mine working, it's acid mine drainage. That's the distinction. Now, potentially acid generating rock, and we have to get to a place where we classify rock materials and their geochemical properties. Potentially acid generating rock is rock that has the potential to generate acid, that it's actually self-defined. Rock that does not meet that, and we'll talk about how you measure that in just a minute, but rock that is not is non-potentially acid generating. So there's the next category is rock. Some people call it waste rock, some people call it mine rock. And this is rock that, and now we're talking in terms of whether it's ore or not, it has an economic value or not. Mine rock or waste rock has no economic value. Okay, that doesn't say anything about the geochemical characteristics of the rock. It just doesn't have economic value in the context of what the target minerals are. Ore is what it is. That's the material that can be milled and extracted for the metals of interest. In an underground mine like this, you leave behind mine walls. And both Dr. Mason and I talked about mine walls, and the picture on the right shows an example of an underground mine, and everything, the floor even, the walls and the top, are all part of this mine wall. So not only do you have material that may be taken out and placed on the surface that you have to think about, you also have to think about the mine walls. And the reason is because the humidity in mine workings in an underground mine is about 100%. So you have plenty of water. And not only that, you have atmosphere because they have to put ventilation in order to sustain people to work in the underground, right? So there's a period of time where there's oxygenation in the subsurface. Temporary storage piles, some people call them waste rock piles. In different types of mines, the waste rock pile may be on the surface forever. These are called temporary stockpiles because they actually run a deficit in terms of space, comparing how much waste rock they remove versus how much ore. So they actually have space to put things back underground. And one of the things about putting things back underground is that at some point in time they will no longer be exposed to oxygen because the mining activity will lower the water level of the groundwater system to support mining. But once mining's finished, the groundwater is going to come back up and submerge everything that's been buried. And we'll talk about, there's details associated with that, and I'll touch on that. So we have to distinguish between PAG rock and non-PAG rock, and we have to do their standard, industry standard geochemical tests to do that. You heard Mr. Dudek talk about acid-base accounting, and really what that is it's a test to just say, how much potential acidity do I have associated with a sample, and how much potential neutralizing capacity do I have? And it's just a balance between those two. And I'll show some of the data associated with that. But that's just that doesn't say anything about time, because one of the details that's very important in this consideration, and certainly for Pickett Mountain Mine, is the time. How much time does it take before you get this reaction occurring? How much time before you may see acid rock drainage? It doesn't happen overnight. Some rocks are incredibly reactive and can react within a matter of months, but other rocks may not react for years, even though they classify as PAG in the acid-base accounting test. So we run another set of tests, which is referred to as humidity cell testing. And the intent is to subject the rock material to conditions that enhance sulfide oxidation to the maximum amount. So lots of air, lots of moisture, and then we look at it over a period of time. And that gives us a lot of information about how the rock reacts, how the sulfide minerals react, what kind of constituents come out of those, what metals may leach from that material, and how long does that reaction take before it occurs? Again, it's important in the context of Pickett Mountain because they're going to pull rock out of the ground, put it in the temporary piles, and it is temporary, and they're going to put it back underground. So that's important. Okay. I'm going to have to step up my pace, aren't I? These are very much schematics, but I wanted to give you a sense of several things. One is that in almost all metal ore deposits, you not only have the ore, which is shown in the orange, but you have a halo, an alteration halo around it. And Mr. Dudek referred to the alteration that he's observed based on the drilling and his understanding of the geology of the Pickett site, right? So this halo can be really huge in some kinds of metal deposits, porphyry or porphyry copper deposits, for example, in southwestern United States have really large sulfide alteration zones. It can be quite small, and based on the information that's been observed to date, the alteration halo at Pickett Mountain is variable. On one side of the deposit, it's fairly significant. On the other, it looks to be small to non-existent. And it's that detail, again, that's also important in the consideration of this mine development, because on the right-hand side, I'll distinguish between an open pit mine and an underground mine. First, at the high level, it's just how much material do you have to manage in both of those situations. In an open pit mine, the black stair-step line corresponds to the open pit. So all the material above that has to be removed before you can get to the ore, right? And that is a lot of material. And that's where you end up with mines with waste rock piles that, you know, are 300 feet tall and a quarter-mile long. And those things will never go anywhere. They're going to be on the land surface forever. So that's a big difference between an underground mine, again, where the mine workings, they're not nothing, but they're a lot less substantial than an open pit mine. And what that means then is the ratio of waste rock you pull out to ore is significantly different. It's much smaller in an underground mine than it is in an open pit mine. And not only that, but you can place your mine workings in such a way to minimize the potential or the chance of running into acid-producing rock. Well, here's some of the data, and I don't expect you to think too much about the table, so I just want to point out a couple of things. One is, on the right-hand side is really the metric. That's the ABA metric, and it's just a ratio. It's a ratio of how much neutralizing potential is there, how much acid potential is there in the rock sample. And just understand that these are rock samples, right? I didn't talk about the rock body or the rock mass itself. These are the samples that are available. So 3 of them, the ones in orange, would classify as potentially acid generating. All of those come from that altered felsic rock zone that Mr. Dudek showed. The other 4 are non-potentially acid generating, and those come from the other package of rocks. So these are indicative. It's important to note this is not all the data that would be collected. In fact, every single lithology has to be classified, categorized. On the front end, we run all the tests. Would need to confirm these results, both for non-potentially acid generating rock and the ones that classify as PAG. And beyond that, then I want to know what kind of reactivity they have. And that's where the humidity cell tests come in. So that's the information. In terms of carrying out geochemical characterization programs, I think this is super important. Prior to the early 2000s, and the bottom example from Nevada is a little bit special, but prior to the early 2000s, there was really no guidance with regard to how you carry out a geochemical characterization program. It was everybody's best guess on how to do it. And at that time, and really I'm talking probably prior to 1990, mid-1990, people didn't really want to know that badly about the geochemistry. They had to understand it from a permitting perspective, but casting it in the context of a 40-year mine life. Most of the time, it got ignored after that initial look. And people like me made the best effort they had to make predictions of what potential effects may be with a small set of data. So the world of geochemical characterization has changed significantly from actually all the example mines, except for a couple of them, that have been put forward in testimony, both by me and by Dr. Mace. But just point that out, Dr. Mace generated a document that was a fine piece of work that described what you need to do in order to carry out characterization. And the other thing to remember is that while we want to know what the geochemical nature of the rocks are, we want to know what is going to be the likely water quality, right? Because from a geochem perspective, who cares if it makes acid, if the sulfides react or not? It's whether or not they're going to end up having an impact on water chemistry. So the target of all this is to make projections of water chemistry through a geochemical characterization program, okay? So Dr. Mace and colleagues generated a document. The Canadians have been after this for a long time. The second one listed there is the MEN document in 2009, and then an international group of mining companies actually got together, just like they have recently for tailing management, and acknowledged that you know, they actually have to understand what's happening with acid rock drainage. And through that, they generated a living document called the Guard Guide that is only available on the web. And the reason it's only available on the web is so that it can be updated as new information is gathered. So the Guard Guide's out there. The state of Nevada, of course, has a lot of mines in the state of Nevada, and they have just recently overhauled their entire program describing how you conduct these studies in support of a permitting process for a mining activity. And I guess the point of this then is that, you know, for mining examples that predate, all right, I'll say 2000. I don't have an exact cutoff number, but for mining activities that occurred prior to the establishment of what I'll call the more modern geochemical characterization period, those aren't actually very applicable other than to say that they are precautionary tales, and also that this is not simple to do. So there's two parts to that. This is a table which I know you cannot see, even though you have the monitor in front of you. There's a large example of this over on the poster boards, and we'll make sure that's put up. But this is a table out of the Guard Guide. And basically what it does is it runs from top to bottom through the life cycle of the mine development, from exploration down through permitting, mine development, and initial operations, through operations, and all the way to closure. So in the old days, there was some geochemical work done in the exploration, and kind of right after that, certainly to get through permitting, and that was kind of it. A lot of times, no more work was done. And then they would get close to closure within a couple of months and go, you know, we got better develop a closure plan here. And they didn't have any recent information, which made it very difficult to actually come up with an effective closure plan. And there's plenty of examples of those in the mining industry. But on the right-hand column, that's the AMD ML, so ML stands for metal leaching, program that the Guard Guide would endorse that carries out throughout the mining activity. So not only do we gather a lot of information on the front end to support permitting and mine development, but throughout the mining activity, information and data are being collected in order to update projections of potential water chemistry. Because it's an unknown, you know, there's lots of uncertainties in the system, both geochemically and hydrologically. So if you gather information throughout the mining process, then you can go back and update your information when you get information that's significantly different from what you had before. It makes good sense. So anyway, there's quite a lot of overlap between the Guard Guide table and some of the information that's required as part of the Chapter 200 process. It makes good sense. Wolfden, in their exploration and mine development program, are just about right where you would expect them to be in terms of the nature of the information that's available. The geology and ore deposit definition always is way out in front of geochemical characterization, and I think that's pretty evident based on Mr. Dudek's testimony as compared to the amount of geochem information that's available. Again, we're using 2 pieces of information, 7 samples for geochemistry, and a lot of ore deposit definition geochemistry and geologic understanding to make the assertion that I started this presentation with. So I just want to touch on these again, the examples of mine with no geochemistry management or mitigation. Well, you have an example from 5,000 years ago, and or 500 years ago, no one thought about geochemistry. Even to the mid-1900s, no one really spent any time. For example, anyone who understands geology and geochemistry at all would never have endorsed opening the Iron Mountain mine in California. That is one gigantic chunk of iron pyrite. And they developed tunnels throughout that whole thing, and I'm telling you, it is one of the worst places you can see, and they'll never be able to turn that off, ever. So there's a water treatment plant there that will be there through perpetuity. Okay, so hold in mind, similar, 1800s to the early 1900s mine. Again, in the early days of mining, if it wasn't ore and it wasn't high enough grade ore, it was waste rock and it went down the hill. There was not much thought given to where it was placed, how it was placed, and what kind of management occurred afterwards. Mainly because when you were done, you just walked away. Right? There were no regulations at that time. From the Kuipers document in 2006, I think I made this point earlier, but 18 of those 25 mines are open pit mines. And the minute, even though Flambeau is not that large of an open pit, but as soon as you talk open pit, you have waste rock on the surface that's going to be there forever. And in most of those cases, you end up with a wet tailing impoundment, as you saw in the second example of Jeremy's, along the coast. And sorry, I can't remember the name, Callahan, I think it is. Where wet tailing is placed on the ground. In almost all those instances, in those old mines, and some of those mines are still operating to this day, there's no liner under the waste rock. There's no liner under the tailing impoundment. So there's no consideration at that time. Again, when these mines started in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, that was not what was done. So I think that's important. And again, all of those mines listed predated what I would consider the more modern era of geochemical characterization. It's not to say that we don't need to think about those or pay attention to that information, but to make a direct comparison between those and what the Pickett Mountain project is, I'm not convinced that's a fair comparison. Yes, ma'am.
So I've heard a lot, not a lot, but quite a bit about unsuccessful mining operations.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard very much about ones that have been successful, particularly in dealing with the acid mine runoff. Do you have any examples?
Yes, I do. So part of the challenge also here is that we don't have as many mines in the that reflect a more modern era, than we do mines that predate that. So it's kind of hard if you look in the historical mining index to find a mine that was successful that way. In the modern era, many of those mines are still operating. And I will just take this opportunity to point out 2 of the mines that are listed in the Kuipers document, Stillwater Mine and Greens Creek Mine. Stillwater is in Montana. It's an underground mine. Greens Creek Mine is in Alaska. It's an underground mine. They're larger operations than Pickett Mountain, and they are ongoing operations. Now, both of those got listed, and I'm not arguing whether they should have been listed, but there's a difference between Think of a mine as an industrial process, right? So it's like a paper pulp mill. It's like any kind of big industry. They will have issues. And it's whether or not, I think, the issue is a chronic issue that is not going to go away forever, or if it's a one-off issue, and this issue may last for 5 years, right, before they resolve it, but that they resolve it and continue. So I would contend both of those. I would also contend the Eagle Mine, which is in Dr. May's testimony, is also a successful mining operation. Now, did they get exactly what they predicted in terms of water chemistry? They didn't. They're seeing different water chemistry show up than they predicted. And I'm going to tell you right now that if you ask me for a number from a water quality prediction, I cannot give you a number. I cannot tell you that the sulfate concentration will be 1,000 milligrams per liter. I can't do that. And the reason is there are too many uncertainties involved with that process. I can tell you a range of probable concentrations. And where that fits in is whether or not the mining operation has the flexibility and capacity to adjust to those different conditions, right? So I think that's important. So I guess those are ones that I would offer. It's hard to look in the past.
Are they open mined or underground?
Those are all underground mines.
Underground.
Yeah, they're underground. We'll touch on the earthwork study from 2019. 3 of those mines, of the 16 I think there were, Chino in New Mexico, Baghdad in Arizona, Bingham Canyon in Utah. I worked at all of those, but I will tell you right now, I'm not responsible for their challenges because they started a long time before I was born. But the point is that also, those are all very large open pit operations. So these are facilities that have 100 million ton waste rock dumps sitting next to a pit that's 1,000 feet deep or deeper, and a tailing impoundment that covers, several hundred acres, all of which is unlined. So they're just not good comparables to what is planned for Pickett Mountain. This is a table out of the Kuipers document, and I think it's a great summation of the challenges, which is to say, if you don't pay attention and continue to update either the hydrologic characterization, the geochemical characterization, and also your mitigation measures throughout the mine life process, you're not going to have success because things will be different than what you think on the front end. That's the nature of this process. Well, in summary, again, current understanding of the ore body is that it probably can access the ore body without having to manage a whole lot of PAG rock. Okay? In the Chapter 200 process, they're going to know that for certain. And should they be successful with a permit, they're going to also know through the mining activity because, again, geochemical characterization, hydrologic characterization is not going to stop. During the mining operation, groundwater will flow into the mine, not out. And that's actually a good thing. It's fine. They may not make much water. They're talking 30 gallons a minute, which is really not very much water at all. And that's likely given the topographic location of the site, but again, don't quote me on that, please. Relatively low water amounts, but the water flows into the mine. It's pumped out. If it needs to be treated, it's treated before it's discharged to the environment. So, and all of that treatment and discharge part is permitted as well, right? It's just not whoever thinks what's good. It's actually a permitted process. Limited time on the surface for waste rock before being placed back underground. And again, this goes back to how fast does that reaction occur? Is it months? Is it years? And if the storage time on the surface is, let's say, 5 years, and what you understand from geochemical characterization says 10 years, then you're in a better position than if geochemical characterization says 4 months and it has to be on the surface for 5 years, right? So that's a moving part that has to be understood. When the mine is backfilled, there's limited to no air in the backfilled areas, which is to say that they backfill these stopes and they pull all the ventilation, right? And there are other parts of the mine that still are open and have ventilation in there, but that stope that's backfilled has no oxygen going into it. Is there some that diffuses from the rest of the system? Yes, it does. Most of it will be consumed pretty quickly by the rock. So that's important. That's a mitigation measure. I have 5 minutes remaining. Thank you. The rock fill is not expected to be, will be non-acid generating. So that's a mitigation measure as well that's baked in on the front end of the project. We'll understand much more about that. What does that actually mean? How much material is non-acid generating? What are the geochemical properties of non-acid generating material? Just because it's not acid generating doesn't mean it can't leach metals. That's another aspect of geochemical characterization that's important in this process. After mine closure, they pull everything out, allow groundwater to rebound. It will take time for groundwater to rebound. That period of time groundwater is rebounding, we're going to have a good idea of what that water chemistry would be before they even turn off or stop pumping water from the underground. But should there need to be something done to the water chemistry, there's a period of time to do that. And I'll just reemphasize, you all know this better than I do, that the Chapter 200 process is comprehensive. It requires essentially all the information that's available and suggested in all the guides for modern day geochemical characterization of these systems. So with that, yes, ma'am.
Another question for you. So how do you neutralize acid mine drainage?
Yeah. So it depends on the amount. So if your entire water flow is acid, then you have to neutralize it with something. In the mining industry, and you'll hear my colleagues talk about a different kind of water treatment process, but in many systems, sorry, I'm getting feedback here, but in many systems, they use lime, so that's a commonly available chemical compound to raise the pH. And as you raise the pH, it actually causes minerals to precipitate from solution, and when that's sludge, and when the sludge forms, it actually has the capability to absorb constituents, metals, contaminants from the solution. So if you do it in a controlled water treatment process system, then it's an engineered process. You know exactly what's coming in, you know exactly how much to add, etc. It's also used as a mitigation measure in backfilled material. That's one place. Portion of the backfill will be cemented, so that's another possible source of neutralizing material. But we have to understand, what are the consequences of all of those in terms of resultant water chemistry that's in contact with that.
If I understand this correctly, if you handle the ore once you've got it above ground, there's minimal opportunity for acid to escape if everything goes well. But underground, the acid water forms on the walls of the mine, is that correct?
So there's one of those details, is when you're mining the ore, there's a place where, and I'm ore on this side, is all ore, and then it's not. And so what the nature of the wall rock chemistry and mineralogy has everything to do with the question you're asking.
Is there some quick way to determine the percentage of acid in this water that leaks into the mine? Is there a simple test?
Yes, pH.
Okay.
Yeah, pH is a great measure.
So if you monitor it
You're
on
monitoring
a daily basis, then
like-
you know what's going on.
like crazy. You know what's coming at you. And
Okay.
certainly because there'll be no water discharged from this facility without having been treated. That's,
Well, you hope that fissures and things like that can
Yeah.
give you trouble.
right. Yes, sir.
So I heard you talk about the water table and refilling the mine and whatnot. What's the impact within some distance to personal wells and or other things while you're down there drilling and digging? Because it would assume that you're pumping out the water to treat it so that you're not in the water while you're there. You
Right.
can't go anywhere in Maine and not run into water. You dig a ditch, it's full. So you're going to be treating water constantly, pumping water out, which is then going to be filtered and whatnot. But what is to anything that's a local well, let's say 1,000 feet deep? You know, I've seen them that deep before.
Sure.
400 or 500 feet is pretty common. Is there any effect going to be from this mining on local water production?
It has everything to do with distance. Distance and the hydrologic properties of the bedrock's groundwater system. So, without knowing details, I can't answer. If it's really close, which my understanding, I was up at the site the other day, there are no groundwater wells in that immediate vicinity. But if it was close, you could dewater it, right? But there's not going to be flow of water out of the mine during the mining operation. All the groundwater's going to be coming into it. It's going to be deep.
Yeah, I understand that, but
Okay.
you're going to have to pump some water because
Yes.
out of it into the retaining pond.
Correct.
Because you're going to be generating water within that space.
Yes.
Especially you're going to chase the water down, basically.
So the other aspect of this that I haven't really talked much about is water balance, right? Part of the mining operation requires water. So some of the water that gets pumped out may get treated and go back underground to support the mining activity. And how much gets discharged corresponds to the excess amount of water in the system. But you have to have a water balance model that encompasses the entire facility and everything about it. Snowfall, right? Rainfall input, extreme events, all those kinds of things have to be factored into that. Okay, I'm pretty sure oh, yes, sir.
Yes, what Peter brought up is a good point, but he was talking about the water coming out of the well. My question is, what about, you have the walls, the floors, the material that's being returned back in. There's going to be a considerable time period. Again, it's probably an unknown variable, before there's no oxygen and the acidity process ends.
Right.
That being said, you said that the water table will come back up and stop that process, but at the same time, what's to keep that water from leaching into groundwater down the road?
That was thank you for that. That was one of the points I had, which is to say there will be a period of time between when you stop pumping water out of the mine and just let it start to fill before the groundwater will actually flow out. So, again, through the hydrologic characterization at the end of that analysis, I can tell you if that's going to be a month or if that's going to be 3 years. If it's a month, then there's not much time, right? So on the front end of that, there's going to have to be a plan to manage that wall rock because you're exactly right. The entire period of time that the mine's open, and there can be reaction. Again, we need to understand what the mineralogy of the wall rock is, right? But if there's reactions going to occur, it will probably occur over that period of time. The products of that reaction are sitting there. And as the water comes back up, it will leach it out. So we need to understand that.
A follow-up to that then would be similar to what someone had asked earlier as it pertains to global warming.
Mm-hmm.
And as we see water tables start to drop,
yeah,
will the acidification begin that process again?
Yeah, well, that will be a function of what is the highest level of ore extraction that occurs relative to where the groundwater table is now, and what would be a projection of what a new groundwater level would be under a climate change scenario. Again, that's part of that characterization and detailed analysis, right? Because everything I just talked about ends up being part of the economic analysis of the project as it develops through the Chapter 200 process. Yeah, sure. Thank you all.
Is Intervenor 2's cross-examination. I get nervous when I see all these wires going back and forth. That's like under my desk in my office. I have no idea what those are plugged into or where they go. Right.
Step a little back. I'll start with you, Dr. Finley, since we were just speaking. So the high-grade sulfides within the Pickett Mountain deposit have quite a bit of pyrite, don't they?
As you heard Mr. Dudek say, that's variable.
Okay, but there is actually, it's in the preliminary economic assessment, it's stated that the high-grade sulfides contain 45 to 60% pyrite, is that correct?
That is stated, yes.
And those high-grade sulfides contain the minerals that Wolfden seeks to extract from the deposit, correct?
That constitutes ore.
Right, which is what Wolfden would seek to mine.
Sorry?
Which is what Wolfden would seek to mine.
Correct.
Okay. And so it also states within the preliminary economic assessment that the zinc, lead, and copper sulfides within that deposit are, quote, finely laminated and are overlain and in sharp contact with massive pyrite. Is that correct?
Sorry, I didn't read that section. I'll take your word for it.
Okay, can we bring up page 544 of the application, which is page 28 of the preliminary economic assessment? Let's just scroll down a little bit. All right, can we zoom into this where it says the high-grade sulfates? All right, so we have the high-grade sulfates typically include 45 to 60% pyrite there. And then if we scroll down a bit below that, I'll have to find I'll find the finely laminated quote later, but you're willing to take my word for it.
I will take your word
That's
for
fine,
it.
thanks. And so by finely laminated and overlain in sharp contact with massive pyrite, that means the zinc, lead, and copper are basically finely interlaced or interwoven with the pyrite, correct?
Correct.
And so now the rezoning application states on page 289 of the application, quote, within the project area, the potential sources of acid rock drainage are, quote, are limited to mineralized rock from underground being temporarily stored on the surface. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
You agree that the potential sources of acid rock drainage are limited to the rock that's stored on the surface?
Well, okay. I will correct that to say that certainly I spent a lot of time talking about mine walls.
Right.
As another possibility.
Correct. The mine walls are another source of acid rock drainage, correct?
They are another potential source, yes.
Correct. Okay. And you state on page 6 of your written testimony that, quote, the combination of air and humidity from groundwater seepage in the underground openings generates conditions that could cause production of acid rock drainage and metal leaching if the mine walls contain pyrite without accompanying minerals to contribute neutralizing capacity, correct?
Yes.
And you have no sampling right now to show that the mine walls would have minerals that would neutralize the acid, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the mine walls would be exposed to air and humidity throughout the time of active mining, correct?
Correct.
And they would also be exposed throughout the time, you said, of the filling, once the mining was done and the water was filling back into the mine workings, correct?
I believe I spoke to that in a lot of detail, yes.
And is it also possible that if water levels fluctuate, so get drier and then, or refill, that could also cause a time when there's reintroduction of oxygen into those areas?
Maybe.
Okay. And also, we heard Mr. Willett talk to us earlier about the sequence of mining and that there will be some mining at upper levels, I think even before some of the lower levels. Mm-hmm. So the upper levels are not going to get filled up with water until the mining of the lower levels is complete, and then those get filled up first, right?
Correct.
So those upper levels are going to stay exposed to air and water for the whole time until Wolfden gets through with getting down to the bottom and mining all the lower levels, correct?
Not necessarily, and the reason is once they finish a stope, and that's one of those long cuts where they extract the ore, they backfill it. And when it's backfilled, it no longer has ventilation in there. The system is not completely disconnected from the air that's in the underground, from ventilation, but it's significantly disconnected. So I would contend that those upper layer, the period of reactivity is the period of active mining, with some period following as they backfill them.
And you're talking about that upper layer. You're saying once they backfill it, there won't be as much room for oxygen to get
Correct.
in there. But there will be some room. It just will be less. Is that?
No, I'm saying it will be very difficult to get oxygen throughout the entire length of that stope once it's backfilled.
Okay.
There's no driver.
There's no.
There's no mechanism for driving oxygen into the stope.
Okay. And, you know, you talked to us, you spoke to us earlier in your testimony about field tests and laboratory humidity cell tests that would, expose sample rock to air and water and determine how long it would take for acid mine drainage to occur, correct?
Correct.
But that testing has not started yet, is that right?
Correct.
And you also talked about an acid-base accounting test, correct?
Correct.
And that was done on 7 samples, is that right?
Yes, sir.
But more than 7,000 core samples have been taken from the Pickett Mountain deposit, correct?
I believe that's the number. I don't know it exactly.
All right, and those samples were used to determine the mineral resource estimate. Is that correct?
Yes.
You stated that, I believe, in your PowerPoint that we just saw, that you would want to collect samples of all rock types and conduct laboratory testing on them, correct?
Yes.
And the number of samples of each rock type is tied to the amount of each rock type to yield representative results, correct?
Correct.
And you're not contending that those 7 samples that have been done thus far are enough to satisfy those things that you want to do, correct?
I am not contending that.
You would want to take a lot more samples, correct?
Correct.
And you would want to do a lot more tests.
Yes.
And with regard to the 7 samples that were tested with acid-base accounting, those samples were not from the ore body itself, correct?
Correct.
They were from the parts on the side, on either side of the ore body.
Correct.
So those samples don't tell us whether or not the ore body would be potentially acid generating, correct?
Be quite honest, I don't need an ABA test to tell me the ore would be acid generating.
Because you believe it definitely would be acid generating, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's no doubt that the ore body itself will be acid generating.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And so when we're talking about what those 7 tests tell us, we're talking about, if they tell us anything, they tell us something about what can be done outside of the ore body, or what the potential acid generating capacity is outside of that ore body, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And
can I add a comment?
I'm going to ask you questions too, so I bet you will.
Directly with that.
What would you like to say?
We've collected, as I said, over 1,800 samples that geochemically characterize the rock, not for ABA, but our data, so the 7 samples, 3 of which are potentially acid generating, are consistent with the geochemistry and the observations that we've made during the drilling programs and the cores that we've logged. So the point is that we have a relatively good understanding of the surrounding rocks, and I don't disagree that the deposit itself will probably generate acid if left behind. The second part is the bulk of the massive sulfides that are there are ore. So we will strip as much of that as we can out of the rock. We'll leave behind as little as possible because it will go through the mill because it's economic.
Well, and you were talking, when you testified, you said, oh, this one is 55% zinc, right? But we heard earlier, and I think it's stated in the application, that the overall deposit is around 9% zinc, correct?
Zinc equivalent.
Zinc equivalent.
The overall deposit based on the PA is about 19%.
19%, but that's not 55%.
No, that's just
and
an
in
example.
fact, you don't dispute that the preliminary economic assessment says that the high sulfide material is 45 to 60% pyrite, correct?
It depends on where you are in the deposit.
But that's what it says in the preliminary economic assessment.
More average for the east zone compared to the west.
But that's what it says in the actual document. That's the only thing we have in the application that I've seen that talks about the pyrite levels.
Understood.
Now, you mentioned this 18, I'll turn to you. So,
Okay.
Since you mentioned these 1,800 samples, and I saw you mention that in your pre-filed testimony, that's not presented in the rezoning application, correct? Description of those 1,800
No, this
samples.
is just part of the work that we would do normal course for our exploration programs.
Right, and that hasn't been presented to the LUPC.
No, because it doesn't directly apply. It is just visual reference and comparison. And so when we collect the ABA samples, we see the connection between what is potentially acid generating and what is not, and it matches our chemistry of the 1,800 samples we collected. So from a high level, we have a reasonably good understanding of what's potentially a problem and what's probably not.
Right. But I just want to understand what's in the application is those 7 samples, correct?
Yep.
And those 7 samples are not from the ore body.
That's right.
And there were 7,000 samples that were taken to establish the mineral estimate.
That's what you normally do.
Okay. And so now I want to also, I'd like to take a look at, can we pull up Mr. Dudek's PowerPoint actually? I just want to ask a couple of questions about it because, these are some new things. And we got a copy of this, I believe, Thursday night at like 9 p.m. So I'm going to have to do this a little bit on the fly with you because I don't think this has been submitted before. So if we go to the next page, we can go to the next page after that, actually, next slide. So this regional geology, this wasn't, you didn't put this in the application, correct? Regional geology?
That's relatively new.
Relatively new, okay. Can you go to the next slide? And this diagram of stratigraphic section of the Pickett deposit area, that's also not in the application, correct?
Yeah, we created that for a field tour that happened at Pickett a little over a week ago.
A little over a week ago, got it. Okay, so that wasn't also, it couldn't have been in your pre-file testimony because that was a few weeks before that.
Yeah, and we're just trying to, the object of this is to bring understanding.
Bring understanding, got it. But, okay, can we go to the next slide? All right. And here you're just talking about how volcanic massive sulfides work.
Yeah,
right?
and the deformation to create a steep deposit versus a flat one.
Got it. Can we go to the next one? Okay, west zone. So I'm not sure. This one might have been in the application. I'm not sure. Okay. Looks a little familiar to me. So let's go to the next one. And the next one after. Actually, can you go back up? And so you have a little note here. It's low alteration in the rocks, right?
Yep.
That low alteration levels in the rocks, that wasn't discussed in the application, correct?
That nuance, I'm not sure. There is a difference between the west zone and the east zone footwall, or to the left in that diagram. In the west zone, there's more alteration, not consistently complete, but there's more. Mm-hmm. In the east zone, there's virtually none.
Yeah, and my question was that information provided in the application? So like me as an attorney looking at this, I really don't know. I have to send it to my expert, who can tell me what to think about this. And so, if it's not in the application, it's hard for me to ask a good question about it, but I just can ask, was it there?
I am not sure.
You're not sure. Can we go to actually just the prior one quickly? Prior one. Yeah, I see there's another note about low alteration in the hanging wall. Just same question. As you said, you're not sure if the alteration was discussed in the application, right? Can we go 2 slides down now? Now this slide with rock chemistry analysis to date, is that where it referenced those 1,800? And that's not in the application either, correct?
Yeah, just characterization.
It's just characterization, but it's not something I've had a chance to see or my experts had a chance to see.
So could I just comment that part of his testimony is rebuttal to what's presented by the interveners? So
I understand, it's
that's
rebuttal
why.
testimony. My point is just the LUPC hasn't seen this, we haven't seen this. This is just new stuff that you're presenting here today, and you know, LUPC can do with it what it wants, but I'm just saying we haven't seen it. Can we go to the next slide? Do you know if this was in the application?
Oh, I don't remember the details.
You don't remember the details. I don't remember seeing it, but you know, it was 1,000 pages, so.
But that image or ones like it have been presented by Wolfden many times.
Okay, so maybe that isn't, I won't represent one way or the other. I'm not going to put words in your mouth. Okay, so let me see. I have some, I know my time is running short. Dr. Finley, I had a question for you. You mentioned with regard to the acid-base accounting that you would want to actually confirm those results with further tests, correct?
Yes.
So you wouldn't just rely on what was called, I think, preliminary acid-base accounting at this, you know, would you?
Those I would consider indicative results.
But you would want to do more tests to understand the potential for acid generation, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you had a slide, I can't remember which one of you had the slide of the stages of, you know, geochemical characterization and exploration. And you said that there was like the top stage, exploration, that's where you're at. And then there was a lot of other stuff that went below, and you said a lot of that's going to happen in the Chapter 200 process, right?
Correct.
So that hasn't happened yet?
Correct.
So there's a lot of stuff we don't know at this point about the potential for acid generation, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
I mean, we have good indication, but
there's a lot we don't know.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's all I have. Thanks.
I don't know how relevant it is. So I believe that this material is going to be crushed underground. Is that correct? I guess is it the ore or the rock? And I'm just wondering what effect that has on the generation of acid.
so I can answer that question. I'm not quite sure about the detail of the mining process. But just in general, smaller is more challenging. Bigger, much less. But there are details in that as well. So it's possible in some deposits. You collect a sample, send it to the laboratory for acid-base accounting. It comes back, it looks like PAG. But if you look in detail, and then you put that same sample in a humidity cell test, and it never makes acid over a very long period of time. And you scratch your head and wonder what the heck is going on. If you look at the mineralogy in thin section, the pyrite grains are actually encapsulated with other minerals. So even though it's a small piece, the part of the pyrite that's exposed to react is even smaller. And so it just can't really do much. So again, without having, that's got to be part of the geochemical characterization, is to understand the nature of and the relationship of pyrite in the rock with the rest of the minerals, and then these other standard tests that talk about reactivity. But yes, in general, smaller, more problematic.
So what's the size of the ore when it comes out of on average?
Sorry, one more time?
What is the size of the ore when it comes out of the mine?
Again, that goes to the question whether there's any crushing that's done underground. If it comes up as you know, the material from the blast, It's going to be variable. But again, the ore doesn't stay very long before it's, just for purposes of the Pickett project and that land surface, it does not reside there very long.
So when it comes out of the ground, it goes into these holding areas that are lined. Is that the?
No, I'm sorry, sir, excuse me, they are lined. They actually have a double liner system designed for those.
That's above ground.
Yes. That's very unusual in the mining industry.
And then how do you get that ore off that double lining into a truck?
That's for the engineers to tell you.
Because
very carefully.
I wouldn't have the skill to do it without putting a liner in there too.
Well, there's probably what are called rub sheets, but again, I hang out with a bunch of geotechnical engineers, so I have words sometimes that I don't know what they are. Scrabble words.
Go ahead. Betsy.
Dawn, would you talk a little bit about the core samples that you have in front of you, please? You referenced them, and I'd just like to know a little more.
Okay, thank you. So there's 4 samples. These 2 samples are from below or to the left side of the deposit to the north. And so this one here is quite altered. It's got chloride in it. It's got a fair amount of sericite. So these are broken down minerals from the rock as a whole. And it has about 2 to 4% finely disseminated pyrite. If there was a rock that would potentially create acid, it'd be something like this. But you can have a look at it closer. It doesn't look like a lot. So it's not what I'd say a huge risk, but there is a risk associated with it. This sample is from underneath, so this is from underneath the west zone. This is from underneath the east zone. This one is weakly to no altered rock, same rock type. This is subjected to hydrothermal activity, hot fluids going through the rock. This one not. The likelihood of this generating any acid is what I would deem low because there's no pyrite in it. There's no sulfide. There's no sulfur. And so this is where the details really count on a deposit. The east zone, both left and right of the deposit, there's no appreciable sulfides. So again, the likelihood of generating acid are low. In the west zone, to the right or the structural hanging wall of the deposit, there's no sulfides. It's a different rock package, probably more acid neutralizing. To the left or footwall, it's variably sulfidic. The degree of alteration associated with the sulfide really depends on the permeability of the initial rock. So there are areas in the footwall of the west zone where the rocks were really massive, like massive flows from a volcano. No fluids went through that at all. And so it's not altered, it's neutral rock. The one in the middle, and again, to feel the full impact is to lift it. This is a high-grade, massive sulfide. This would be the ore. And again, one of the points I was trying to make is that the bulk of the sulfide mineralization is economic. We don't want to leave anything economic underground, so we will do the utmost we can not to leave something that could generate acid. This particular one is 55%.
Excuse me, Mr. Dudek, I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. Are those examples going to be introduced as exhibits? Photographs?
Yes, we provided a photograph.
Okay, could you, if possible, could you try to refer to the rocks you're holding up as their exhibit name?
Yeah.
So that when people are looking back at the record, they know what you're referring to.
I didn't give them a name in the photograph.
Sorry, we'll pull it up so that we can come back and identify A, B, C, and D. And I don't know, Don, if you remember the order of the pictures?
Not 100. Well, this is Fred.
Yeah, I think if he describes it as the ore body, then we know which one it is in the photograph.
Yeah, well, this is the ore body.
I think that would work.
Yeah, and again, this is about 55% zinc equivalent. And as the comment was made, that isn't necessarily representative of the entire deposit, but it's more representative of the west lens versus the east lens. And again, details matter. Most of the sulfide in here is zinc sulfide. Then it's followed by lead, copper, and then there's a subordinate silver and gold. And very little pyrite in a rock like this because it's so metal rich. This one, and again, it's more greenish colored. I don't think you'll see it from where you are, but it represents the geological switch where a different type of volcanism occurred. The mineralizing system that altered this rock, that created this massive sulfide, is gone. It's like somebody snuffed out a candle and a different package of rocks comes through. So you had a landslide and it flowed down over top of the massive sulfides, and that's a good thing for us because it preserved the massive sulfide through time. If it was left on the seafloor, it would just oxidize away. It would just disappear over time. So I'm happy to see this rock because it preserved this rock, which is the one we want, which is the massive sulfide. These rocks are more calcium rich, they're sulfur poor, they're more likely to be acid neutralizing, and so backfilling with something like this would be another mitigation action that Jim would be talking about. The other thing is that we probably can do the bulk of the underground excavation in this, economically boring rock, and it will all go back down. Actually, we'll probably have a deficit of rock to put underground from the excavations because the ore will be more than we're excavating on the side. But would we want to use this stuff? And does Jim need to characterize it? Absolutely. I hope that helps.
It does, thank you.
45 or 50 years ago, I did some drilling myself, core drilling, up in Bald Mountain. And I think I heard you say that you had drilled 4,000 holes. Is that what I heard?
Over 200 holes and about 220,000 feet.
And was any of that ever run through a plant or anything so that you could tell overall what the consistency would be of the core samples that you had?
Well, the ore zone or mineralization was subject to metallurgy, preliminary metallurgy, and we have a general idea or a pretty good idea of what the recovery characteristics of this material would be. We need to do a bit more. I don't like the gold recoveries and I don't like the silver recoveries. I'd like to see more of that. So I want to tweak it. And again, it 100% depends on the details of the mineralization within the sample. So you have to get really down and deep into the weeds for this kind of stuff.
And just to clarify, how deep is the deepest point that you're going to go to? How deep did you drill that you found core?
About a half mile.
Everett? Thank you. I don't know why I have a hard time with this.
We're all together.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask you, we talked about pH, and at one point you were talking about some of your acid rock running somewhere 8 to 9 plus pH. Is that correct?
So the data that I showed for the 7 samples that are discussed, one of the common tests that's run is called a paste pH.
Right.
And the way you make it is you basically make a mud pie consistency of a crushed up sample and you put the pH probe in and look at it. And so it's a great indication of the immediate nature of the rock material. If it's undergone oxidation, it will have a low pH. If it hasn't, that rock, those samples all were 8 or 9.
Do either of you gentlemen know what the pH level is of the ponds or waterways even close by, or even in Maine for that matter?
I don't know for sure, but I'm going to guess, based on what I've heard about that chemistry, that, okay, so first of all, take a step back. The pH of snowmelt, the pH of rainfall is about 5.5 or lower. In fact, snowmelt can be lower than that. So in a system where a pond or a lake is predominantly influenced by surface runoff and not groundwater, so there's not been interaction with rock, it can have a low pH. So some of those ponds may be lower pH.
How would if there was runoff, it's my understanding that pH levels run exponential, correct?
It's a logarithmic, so it's 10 times
Correct.
each.
Yes. So that being said, if we're looking at 9, we're looking at thousands of times or hundreds of thousands of times difference?
So yeah, a pH of 9 would classify as basic.
Okay.
Right, not as.
I thought 7 was.
Neutral pH is 7.
Correct.
So anything above it classifies as basic, anything below. So, you know, everybody knows about lye from their grandparents or, you know, whoever made soap in the day, right? And lye has a pH of around 12. And I'll tell you, you get that on you and it will burn a hole in you, just like acid would. So, again, most aquatic ecosystems function in a pH range of 6.5 to 9, something like that. Depends on the fish species.
So I guess my concern is, if there was runoff, how would that impact water supplies above ground?
Do you mean uncontrolled runoff or?
Uncontrolled, yes.
Yeah. So again, it depends on the nature. Bottom line is you've got water coming out of the underground. You've got runoff from temporary storage piles. You have all these systems that are contributing water to the collection pond. And so your question is twofold. One is, what if there's a release of water from the temporary tailing pile, right? So it doesn't get captured and go in the pond. What does that chemistry look like? Well, it depends on what the rock is that's in the pile. If it's some kind of, and you'll hear more about from a colleague about the design of that pond, but let's just say something happens and water is released from that. Depends on what are all these sources that fed into it. So if it's poor water chemistry, it will have an impact on the receiving waters.
Thank you, Doctor.
I have the same problem. So for Dr. Finley, I have just 2 questions. One is, in the situation where you have potential for acid mine drainage on the mine wall, reactive, you said that there's something would need to be done while the mine is filling up in that kind of situation. Could you give an example or 2? You know, you've got a backfill, the mine's filling back up. What could be done to address acid mine drainage of that situation?
Yeah, so what I would like to see before that, I want to know whether or not the mine walls are actually producing acidity or storing up acidity in the mine walls. So during the mining operation, I would contend there should be a lot of work done to understand the nature of the mine walls. Okay, let's say we do all that. I also understand what the influence of the mine backfill and cemented backfill is going to have on the chemistry, because I can set up tests and run that right? It's not going to be exactly what conditions in the underground would be, but it's going to be a good indicator. Let's say I do that. So I understand mine wall, I understand the influence of backfill, et cetera. Turn off the pumps and the water level starts to come up, and it's a different chemistry than we anticipated. Let's say it's acidic, which it more than likely would be if it was going to be something, and metal bearing. So I'll just give you an anecdote from another mine, and this is an open pit mine, but the Sleeper mine in Nevada, gigantic open pit, has some of the worst mine wall rock chemistry you can imagine. They had incredibly high pyrite contents in their mine walls. And when they turned off the pumps in Sleeper mine, they knew they were going to have a problem. So they did two things. They filled it fast as they could. In fact, they diverted a river into the pit to fill it as fast as they could because, again, you turn off the oxidation reaction when you submerge it. And then they added lime at the same time, and I think I mentioned lime already. And as a result of that, that's actually a recreational fishery for an open pit, which if you could see the size of this thing, it's 3 miles across and again 1,000 feet deep. It's a gigantic feature on the landscape. And they were able to manage the chemistry of the water as it filled up before there was any discharge. And that would be one possibility. The other is, if you had to, you could pump that water and treat it and return the treated water back in as it fills.
Thank you. And one more. In asking for examples of mines that you found were successful in capturing and managing acid mine drainage, you mentioned the Eagle Mine in Michigan. Dr. May's testimony that was pre-filed indicated that there was increasing concentrations in the groundwater down gradient of that mine. Yeah. So how does that equate with your characteristic that's a successful mine?
Yeah, and great point. And you can look at the same thing differently. And one is, do you have control over the water budget of the mining operation? Do you understand how the influence of the underground mine is on the surrounding system? So, and quite honestly, I think that for me, the question there, is that an ongoing issue? Or was it something that they didn't anticipate the amount of water coming into the mine, or a pump broke and they didn't control the water level properly? My understanding, I looked at the records that are submitted by Eagle Mine to the state of Michigan for their typical reporting, and they don't have any exceedances. So a couple of things. One is there's a difference between exceeding a permit standard or a water quality limit on a chronic basis, which is to say it's happening and you clearly don't have any control, as opposed to a situation where concentrations are increasing, but they haven't exceeded a permit limit or a water quality limit, but they're increasing. And in your permit, somebody like me wrote a report that said the water chemistry will be X. So the way I take that information is to say, you know what, they need to not only exert control over however the water is getting to a well. First of all, that shouldn't be happening because, like I mentioned before, you exert a control on the groundwater system as you lower the mine. And I'm sorry, I don't know the exact detail of the situation, but with the increasing concentration as well, that means you need to go back and revisit how you predicted water chemistry in the first place. So again, I would distinguish between something that happened as a course of the operation as opposed to something that happened and still is continuing to happen X years later. Not to belittle exceeding a groundwater standard in somebody's water supply well. That's a significant issue.
We're taking a 15-minute break. I like this group. You had 3 minutes left. Let's see. Applicant, panel 3.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Peters. I'm a senior associate engineer with WSP USA, formerly Wood Environment and Infrastructure. And for those of you who've been in Maine for quite a while, that is our legacy firm was E.C. Jordan in Portland, Maine. Started in 1860s. I'm a licensed professional civil engineer and currently a team leader of a group of civil engineers and civil designers within the Portland, Maine WSP Design Center. I have nearly 40 years of civil engineering design experience and have extensive experience and expertise in stormwater management, expertise in watershed hydrologic and hydraulic modeling, floodplain assessment, determination, and erosion control. WSP was retained by Wolfden to develop the conceptual stormwater collection system, specifically the preliminary sizing and design of the pretreatment water storage pond associated with the stormwater runoff and melting snow from mine facilities that could be potentially impacted with contaminants from the mine activities. In addition to the stormwater and snowmelt runoff from the mine facilities, a base flow of 30 gallons per minute was provided to WSP from the mine dewatering to include in the total volume of water to collect and store for treatment. The collected surface water and mine water will be treated to appropriate background water quality standards and then returned to the environment. And that will be discussed with Mr. Denelu and Mr. Turner. This slide provides the conceptual mine site layout. Jeremy, on his earlier testimony, provided some detail on the mine facilities during his testimony. The blue shaded areas include the mine facilities where surface runoff water will be collected in the pretreatment water storage pond for treatment. The areas where the surface runoff will be collected in treatment include the pretreatment water storage pond itself, which is shown as drainage area 6A and is approximately 3.25 acres. It also includes some of the embankment slopes besides the pond itself. The primary phase 1 mine facility, shown as drainage area 7A, consists of about 22.2 acres, and that includes the ore and waste rock pads, backfill plant, mine access portal, mine roads, and other associated facilities. The phase 2 mine facility, shown as drainage area 13A, consists of approximately 3 acres, and that also includes pads for ore and waste rock, and a head frame and hoist. Mine traffic leaving the mine collection areas would be required to go through a washing pad prior to exiting those collection areas. This table just lists the mine facilities where surface runoff will be collected and stored in the pre-treatment water storage pond prior to treatment, and is shown on the conceptual mine site layout on the previous slide. The major mine facility collection areas include the ore pads, waste rock pads, backfill plant, mine roads, and the mine access portal, as well as snow storage. And the total area is approximately 28.4 acres. The stormwater runoff calculations were conducted using USDA Technical Release 20, or TR20 methodology, using HydroCAD software. TR20 is a fully accepted standard engineering method for calculating stormwater runoff. This stormwater evaluation is relatively straightforward, and the stormwater analysis is something conducted for all development projects, no matter what type. The main difference is how the stormwater is managed. For this project, surface water from the collection areas will be stored, treated, and returned to the environment. For this analysis in determining the required storage volume, it was assumed during the 24-hour storm event, no discharge from the pond would occur. In other words, no discharge to the treatment plant during the 24-hour period, as well as ignored any additional storage in collection systems such as containment pads, sumps, and collection trenches. As required in the Chapter 200 analysis, the precipitation used a 500-year storm event in the analysis. The precipitation was taken from NOAA Atlas 14, and for the mine site, the 500-year 24-hour storm event is 7.82 inches. For context, the Chapter 400 Maine Solid Waste Management Rules for landfills requires stormwater design be based on a 25-year storm event. This is also the case for other development projects that fall under Chapter 500 Maine Stormwater Management Standards, which also require just the 25-year storm event. This conceptual layout includes the pre-treatment storage pond with a preliminary area of 2.8 acres graded to a depth of 10 feet. This table provides the staged storage volume for the preliminary sizing of the pre-treatment water storage pond. The total pond volume is 7.95 million gallons, and the volume required for the 500-year storm is approximately 5.1 million gallons. For this preliminary evaluation, the water depth in the pond for the 500-year storm event is 3.2 feet below the top of the berm and below the goal of providing a 2-foot freeboard volume contingency. You can also see on the pond section there the water depth for a 25-year storm event from the runoff from the mine collection areas. As I stated previously, the required storage volume for the pre-treatment water storage pond assumed no discharge from the pond is occurring for the water treatment and ignores additional storage volume that would be provided in the water collection system itself.
Question, if I may.
Sure.
What are you going to do about sedimentation? How are you going to, while you're using the pond?
Typically, what you do is you have a ramp, and you go down and you clean it out.
Okay.
Intervenor number 2 brought up the issue of climate change. The previous slide showed a storage volume contingency of more than 3 feet of freeboard is provided in the pond during a 500-year storm event. However, in order to validate the pond storage volume contingency, several conservative conditions were evaluated, including potential increase in precipitation due to climate change, as well as increasing the dewatering flows from the mine. This slide shows the results of a future climate precipitation tool, Climate EVA, developed by WSP. It can estimate a potential future precipitation event for a specific site. The prediction tool uses greenhouse gas concentration scenarios or representative concentration pathways, or RCP, adopted by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. The results show a potential increase in precipitation from 7.82 inches to 9.3 inches with a 500-year storm event in 30 years into the future. This slide shows the output from the HydroCAD stormwater runoff calculations using the potential 500-year climate change precipitation of 9.3 inches. In addition, with the concern that 30 GPM for the mine dewatering is too low, the volume from the mine dewatering was increased from 30 gallons to 300 gallons per minute. And the results show, using the same size pond, that you still had a foot of freeboard for this increased flow condition. This table provides a stage storage volume for the pre-treatment storage pond with the increased surface runoff and dewatering flows described on the previous slide. The final design and the sizing of the pre-treatment water storage pond, as well as the collection systems, will be based on obtaining more detailed site-specific data, as well as such as refining the dewatering rates, detailed topographic surveys, geotechnical investigations that will be collected and developed as part of the Chapter 200 process. The bottom line is, if required, the sizing can be easily increased based on detailed design. Concerns were raised about liner leaking, and there would be bypass of impacted water. This is an example of a liner system, a double liner with a leak detection layer that drains to a monitoring sump that is inspected on a regular basis. This type of liner would be used for ore storage pads in the pre-treatment water storage pond. Relatively recent innovations within the last 20 years in liner materials and leak detection methods have been made, and this allows for high-quality liner system installations, and liner leakage can be essentially non-detectable. This is done by selecting a liner material appropriate for the exposure, providing appropriate protective cover to prevent damage during operations, conducting stringent construction quality assurance, or CQA, during installation plays an important role in producing a high-quality containment system. And this can include electrical leak integrity surveys. These surveys are non-destructive CQA tests to locate leaks and defects during installation of the liner, and they can also be done once the liner is covered. And there are several test methods available depending on whether a liner is covered or not covered, and are able to detect holes as small as a pinhole. In addition, using a high-quality electrically conductive geomembrane or leak location liner make it possible to detect leaks on wrinkles or other non-conductive surfaces, and it allows the liner to be retested as often as necessary. That means during operation, you can test it to make sure that the integrity is maintained over the life of the project. In the last 15 years, I've had approximately a dozen projects where I have specified electrical leak integrity surveys for landfill, leachate ponds, and process ponds. With most of these projects, including double liners with leak detection systems. And during the construction, for a lot of these projects, there would be some leaks detected using this method, which were repaired before it went into operation. The project will also require preparation of operations and maintenance plan that would include regular inspections and monitoring, such as inspection of the condition of the liner, protective covers for damage, monitoring of leak detection sumps, conducting electrical leak detection surveys, as well as testing monitoring wells and surface waters. Also, the project has a finite life, well below the durability and life expectancy of high-quality geomembrane liner materials. The detailed design of liner systems will be done part of the Chapter 200 process. Thank you.
Question?
Sure.
During closure, what happens to the liner when the whole, closure of the system, of the facility?
Those get pulled up. I've had some projects where we've used temporary geomembrane liners, and they were pulled up, and then those were actually recycled.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to ask the same question again, because maybe I didn't hear you last time. I'm assuming in this pre-pond before the treatment system that there's going to be a lot of sedimentation. I didn't hear exactly what you said. I'm sorry, I'm a little deaf in one ear.
Removal of sediment would be a regular maintenance activity, and typically what you do is you have a ramp that you can drive equipment down.
Yeah.
You know, a skid steer or something, and scoop out the sediment.
And so you have, that pond has no capacity while you're doing that, though, is that correct? You've got
Yeah,
a single pond.
you would have to plan it based on the weather reports, definitely.
So if it's, you're going to clean it when it's fairly low, I guess. I've actually been in charge of a landfill before, so I know about the detection and the liners and those type of things from paper, when I worked for the paper mill. But usually you have a lagoon and another lagoon so that you can swap. Was that ever considered here, so that you could split it, so that you could drain the water all up one side, clean it?
Well, the detailed design for that hasn't been done, but you certainly could have a partition in the middle so you could fluctuate
I
between
think
the two.
it would be advantageous to the process of making sure that we're able to keep the sediment out of the pond, because if you're going to be pumping from down in the mine where trucks are running and everything else is running, you're going to have a lot of sediment, which if it fills up 3 or 4 feet of the pond, you've got no capacity anymore.
Yeah, that would definitely have to be part of the regular maintenance. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brian Danilou. I'm the principal consultant with Mine Water Service. Was responsible for the water treatment scoping study. With me today is Dr. Paul Thone. Paul has, well, back up. I have about 42 years of experience in the water treatment industry, and specifically in water treatment in the mining industry throughout the world, different types of mines, different water treatment challenges. Sitting to my right is Dr. Paul Thone. Paul has over 25 years of experience specifically in membrane filtration, which is ultrafiltration, reverse osmosis, plant design, engineering, installation, operation, including many plants in the mining industry. So I'm going to do the presentation. Dr. Thone is here to answer questions that are particularly in his area of expertise with respect to the plants. So to begin with, let's see if I can get this to, just as a quick overview of the proposed treatment process, So it is what is referred to as membrane filtration, and that encompasses ultrafiltration, nanofiltration, reverse osmosis. They're all based on membrane technology. It's a two-stage treatment. The first stage is ultrafiltration, which is a pre-treatment stage for the reverse osmosis step in the process. And it's designed to remove suspended solids, fine particles. To give you an idea of context, the size, it'll remove particles down to sort of the size of bacteria or red blood cells. That's what the ultrafiltration stage takes out. So very fine filtration. The next step is the reverse osmosis process. And so osmosis is a process of equilibrium through a semi-permeable membrane. And so what that means is that if you have a semi-permeable membrane and you put water with contaminants in it on one side and pure water on the other side, it'll equalize, okay? Reverse osmosis, we use the same principle, but instead of allowing it to equalize, we put pressure on one side. And by putting pressure on one side of the membrane, we force pure water through the membrane, and we concentrate the contaminants or non-water components on the pressurized side of the membrane. So that's how we separate water from other things that are in the water. Yes?
I don't want to, can you equate that to landscape fabric?
Well, sort of. You can actually, because it's a semi-permeable membrane because water will go through it, but large particles of dirt won't, right?
Yes, but...
So it's the same type of principle, except that the holes, instead of being very coarse and allowing a lot of different things to go through, are so tiny that basically only water can go through.
Okay.
Okay? So it's like a really, really fine filter. Okay. This just is a pictorial of what an actual RO membrane looks like. So they're round, they're wound, round membranes. The feed water goes in one end. That's the raw water that's being fed to the process. And that osmosis takes place where the water molecules pass through the membranes and the contaminants are concentrated in a smaller volume that don't pass through. Eventually, the clean water makes it to the center and comes out in the center through the center of the membrane, and the dirty water is coming out through the side of the membrane, okay? So just some terminology. As far as names, so the feed water is the raw water that's going in. Permeate is basically treated water, so that's the clean water. And then the concentrate is often referred to as brine. So we have comments and discussions about the brine being produced from the system. That's that concentrate of the contaminants. So this chart just shows kind of the different types of filtration, and I just bring it up to show you kind of what the different stages in the process are going to remove, okay? And if my animation works correctly, and it does, the first step is ultrafiltration, so you can see the types of things and the size that get removed by ultrafiltration. So that's down to about 0.1 micron. So we're talking viruses, we're talking, smaller than bacteria, as I mentioned. And then the next step is on the far left of the diagram, and that's reverse osmosis. And so reverse osmosis is able to remove impurities in water down to essentially atomic radii. So atomic radii means atoms, okay? So any type of contaminant that's in the water is an atom or a molecule. And reverse osmosis is able to reject down to atomic sizes, okay? So essentially what you can create with reverse osmosis process is pure water with all of the impurities removed, okay? So this is used extensively and has been for years in places where they need ultra-pure water. And that would include things like the pharmaceutical industry, semiconductors, feed water for high-pressure boilers for power generation. All of these processes require ultra-pure water to function. And so reverse osmosis has been used in that capacity for many years.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
I would assume that this holding pond is going to have a lot of acidic runoff in it, just because of the nature of the dust and the travel and the runoff and all that. So when this sediment is cleaned from the bottom of this holding area, how are you dealing with that?
That's the ultrafiltration is designed to remove any suspended materials that come into.
I understand, but there is residue on one side of that filtration system, correct?
Yes.
How's that being treated?
The solids from the ultrafiltration process step are treated internally in the treatment plant through one of the side processes that is in the process flow diagram.
Okay.
Yeah.
I assumed that material was like mud when you take it out of the bottom of that holding area.
You're talking about the sludge that's dewatered from the...
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but I would have to defer to someone else on the team. That's
Okay.
my area of expertise is the treatment of the water.
When the right person comes up, signal me.
Okay. So the only thing that reverse osmosis actually can't take out or doesn't take out is dissolved gases. And there were some questions about that in the pre-file testimony from, I think, Dr. Mays. And I'll address that later in this presentation. I do want to, at this point, talk about the pre-file testimony with respect to the claims that the water data from the half-mile mine wasn't representative or not substantiated enough to provide a reasonable comparison, and that there's a further assertion in the pre-file testimony that because of this lack of influent water quality information, the whole model is rendered useless. I would propose that, I believe that the half-mile mine is a good example, actually, of a good proxy for an underground mining operation. We've heard from geology that there's a very similar, it's a very similar ore body and very similar in nature. It's also, in my experience, a pretty good model for an underground operating mine, base metal mine. So I believe that it is good data. And while not all of the parameters are available, I would say that the modeling still provides a very good example of an underground water quality that demonstrates the ability of the proposed treatment system to reach the required water quality for discharge. And finally, as stated previously, the technology being used, which is reverse osmosis, is capable of removing any impurities from water. So anything that might be encountered, the RO system can take it out. So from a design standpoint, we're talking about a two-pass RO system that will meet the water quality requirements dictated by background water quality. The system is modular, so all RO systems are modular. You can add another train of RO membranes if required, so you can incrementally improve the water quality by adding additional drains. You can also handle additional volume if required by simply adding additional drains. So these are modular systems which are very easily expanded. And the cost associated with expanding is incremental. So it's not as if you have a cost to build an RO plant and then you add another train, you have to double the cost. It doesn't double the cost. It's an incrementally small addition. Again, volume can be increased by adding another train, and again, it's an incremental cost. From an assurance standpoint, all of these plants they're sophisticated, modern pieces of equipment. They're instrumented, There are monitoring of water quality throughout the process. So we have pH monitors, we have conductivity monitors, we have instrumentation on those plants to ensure that they're operating properly at all times. They're alarmed if something is out of spec. There are alarms, there are actions taken to ensure that the plants run properly all the time. In addition, the plan for Pickett Mountain is that the treated water goes to a treated water holding pond, and that water is tested prior to discharge to the environment. So again, there's an ongoing set of testing requirements to ensure that no possible contaminated water can be released to the environment. The modeling, RO modeling really does provide good quality information. Not only is it used to model the chemistry of the water that's going to be produced, but it also is valuable for us to model things like operating costs and CapEx costs, and actually to select the process flow diagram, how many passes we need, that type of thing, to look at different membranes and the performance of different membranes. So finally, the results that we're expecting to see, many of the parameters are below detection limits, and I'd like to explain, because there are a lot of zeros that show up in the tables, and Dr. Mace points out, well, they're all zero. How can this model be of any value when they're all zero? What the zeros in the models actually mean is that it's below the detection limits for modern analytical procedures. So you take a water sample and you bring it to any analytical lab, and they can only detect down to a certain level. And so what those zeros are telling us is that all of those parameters will be below the detection limits. Okay? So I think it's important to understand that we're talking about water that's so clean that we can't even analyze most of the parameters down to the level that it has to be. So this is the proposed process flow diagram. I just want to point out mainly here is that to talk about brine. So Dr. Mace and others point out that there's going to be a huge volume of brine generated with this system. It's going to be 20 to 30% of the influent flow. It's going to make the system impossible to use because of that amount of brine. Which if you look at systems 20 and 30 years ago, that was true. But things have come a long way, and this proposed treatment design, which is being used in many different industries, including the mining industry, it uses a secondary treatment process, which is pointed out by this reactor here. So in the type of systems that are referenced by the opponents, what they're talking about as brine is what we call our first pass RO brine, which you can see here is circled at the top there, concentrate 52 GPM. That's what old systems, that would have been all the brine. That would have been all wastewater. And that's actually 25.4% of the influent water. But in our design, and in modern designs, that goes to a reactor where lime is added, and a majority of the contaminants are actually precipitated as a solid in that stage. And the overflow from that reactor goes through a secondary ultrafiltration RO process where we recover most of the water and send it back to the front of the plant. And the actual amount of brine that's generated from the entire treatment plant is only 5 gallons per minute. So we're talking about 2.4% of the influent water is what's actually waste brine coming out of the plant. And it should be noted that that 5 gallons per minute of brine is far less toxic than, or potentially toxic, than brine used to be from the old plants, because that reactor process has taken most of the contaminants out. That solids from that reactor go to a filter press, and it creates a filter cake, and that filter cake is disposed of off-site through a landfill system. Okay, so the filter cake is disposed of off-site.
Where would it be disposed of off-site?
It would go to a hazardous waste
To a
company.
hazardous waste where someplace they take has
Yep.
waste.
Yep.
So, another couple of questions. I see you add lime here possibly in the reactor,
Yeah.
and that's where you're trying to control the pH then, is that correct?
No, there could be pH control steps at different spots in the process. Okay, so we will, and I'll talk real quick about ammonia, but in order to if we need to handle ammonia, we do that through a pH adjustment prior to the RO membranes. So there can be chemical additions to adjust pH as we go through the process as well.
But it appears that this system that you have, and from what I gathered earlier, is basically taking the grit out of it, if you may. But it's not. There's not a lot of treatment of the water should there be a pH issue. If it's acidic, happens to be acidic, or does that take place in the pond before you pump it back out again?
The final treated water, because of the way the RO process works, if the water is low pH coming into the plant, simply putting it through the RO membranes concentrates all of the things that create that low pH into the reactor. Okay? So the permeate that comes out at the end of the plant is so clean and so pure that any minor pH adjustment prior to discharge, if it's required, is done at the back end, and it's literally I don't even know how to explain how small of an amount of adjustment it would require. It's a very small amount. It's similar, it's the same as the surface waters, right?
I have a water plant in my present life as a town manager also, so I understand how the process works. I'm still, wondering if we had this acidic water when we started that was in the pond, how are we going to treat it in the treatment plant portion of it before we blow it out through snow guns or pipes or whatever else you're going to
Well, that's the reverse osmosis process. And the reverse osmosis process removes the acidity.
Okay, I'll take that.
Okay. Yes, so I was just mentioning, just to close on this, that that reactor removes the majority of contaminants, metals, that sort of thing, all comes out in the reactor. I mentioned earlier, and Dr. Mace pointed out that there's the potential for ammonia. So RO removes all contaminants from water with the exception of dissolved gases. And typically in water, there are a number of dissolved gases that are normally in all water: oxygen, carbon dioxide, nitrogen, all at equilibrium with the air. They're all, a certain amount of those gases dissolve in water. The ammonia is a different potential contaminant in the mine water, because if there is ammonia, it would be there from blasting agents. So the explosives that are used underground can contribute ammonia to water. And luckily for us, ammonia is actually fairly easy to remove with reverse osmosis, and that does require a pH adjustment. In order to get ammonia out through a reverse osmosis process, you need to convert the ammonia gas to ammonium ion, so we need to ionize it. And you do that with ammonia by simply reducing the pH to near neutral or below. So as you reduce the pH, the ammonia gas gets protonated, a fancy term for saying it becomes charged. So it goes from NH3 gas to NH4 plus, becomes an ion. And once it becomes an ion, it won't pass through the membrane. So that's how we would manage ammonia. So the ammonia would end up in the waste stream and would be removed from the permeate or treated water. So this is just an example of, to make it a little easier to understand, I guess, a visual of what a typical high-rate membrane filtration plant looks like. So this is that single train that you see there, that's a 200-gallon per minute UFRO train. So that's basically what the piece of equipment would be sized as for the Pickett Mountain project. It's around 200 GPM is the projected requirement. So this type of configuration has become really quite common in the mining industry. It's kind of now becoming the standard for mine-impacted water. So there are many of these systems installed in mining operations around the globe. There are literally hundreds of thousands of gallons a minute of mine-impacted water being treated with UFRO systems for discharge to the environment. In the last 15 years or so, this technology has improved and become so mainstream that the costs have been reduced, the operating parameters have improved, and it's really kind of become the industry standard now for treating mine-impacted waters and particularly for water that's going to be discharged to the environment. So it's not only is it now affordable, but it's also proven, and it's practical for the mining industry. It's, as was already mentioned, if additional volumes need to be treated, it's very easy to expand by adding another train. So really, in closing, I would just say that UFRO systems are being utilized now in mining operations to ensure that effluent water meets very stringent environmental limits. And in many instances, in many industries, it's used to treat water to a level of purity that's even better than background water quality for this project. So from a treatability standpoint and practical standpoint, we're very confident in the proposed treatment design.
Chairman Worcester, Commissioners, my name is Lisa Turner. I'm a licensed professional engineer and a licensed soil scientist. My experience includes landfill design, and Mr. Ellsworth, one of our landfills that's I'm the project manager for, does have a split leachate pond with a little berm in the middle so we can clean one half and then the other. Yep, we can do that. Landfill design, some borrow pit work, quarries, and hydrogeo work. Most recently, my husband and I had a vegetable farm for 25 years. One of our major clientele were fine dining restaurants, and we grew a wide range of vegetables for those that required a range of irrigation equipment for the different crops. So I work for CVMHR engineers, and our task was to determine the best method to return the treated water to the site, which I worked on with several other of our engineers and geologists. We were given estimated flows for the that would be treated. The mine dewatering from Wolfden, 30 gallons a minute. The collected precipitation from WSP of 57 gallons a minute. So we thought about those mine water assumptions, and Wolfden provided it based on previous mine experience. So we looked into that and evaluated how they had calculated that and said, yeah, that looks reasonable. And then John Seavey of our company looked at it from an overall recharge and said, yep, that looks like a reasonable number. And I looked at it from the permeability of the rock and said, yep, that looks like a reasonable number. So we felt pretty confident with that. On the collected precipitation, WSP did that with HydroCAD. It's an industry standard. Everybody uses that. That's just how it's done. So we're not concerned about that number at all. Looking at the site, We're concerned with depth to water table, soil permeability, the available permitted land, the depth to bedrock or other restrictive layers. We want to have minimal disturbance of the soil, the site and the vegetation. The slopes are something to think about. We want to maintain the recharge to the wetlands. That was a criteria that was added to this project. And then there's the climate to consider. The frost depth is 6 feet, and we have to dispose of the water both summer and winter. We looked at several methods and ended up deciding that spray irrigation and snowmaking were the best options. And here's some pictures of spray irrigation. The good things about spray irrigation is it allows for evaporation and transpiration to get rid of some of the water. It's easily installed, the equipment is readily available and easy to replace. There's flexibility for seasonal water distribution, and it mimics the natural rainfall. Snowmaking is the other half of that because we have winter. And it is equipment that's readily available, easily installed. It minimizes the winter storage requirements. If we weren't getting rid of some of the water as snow all winter, we'd have to have bigger ponds. It dovetails well with the spray irrigation. There's flexibility, and it also mimics the natural precipitation at the site. So we looked at other sites in Maine that use these technologies. And you can see there's several of them there: Moosehead, Carabasset Valley, Rangeley, Wolfboro, New Hampshire. Pineland Farms Potato Processing uses it. So what type of soil do they use? Well, they all have till soil, so that was good. And we looked at the amount of irrigation, the total amount that would be spread on any of these sites. The smallest ones, Rangeley and Wolfboro, New Hampshire, are going to put out about 100 million gallons per year of water. Pineland Potato Farms is using over 300 million gallons per year, and the Pickett Mountain site is a total of about 46 million gallons per year. So we're well within the range of what is done. We said, all right, what are the application rates that they're using? And they're using anywhere from about 2 to 4 inches per week. So we said, well, what happens at Pickett Mountain if we use 2, 3, or 4 inches per week? And we would need somewhere between 15 and 29 acres to dispose of the treated water, and that's not a problem at the site. So then we thought about Pickett Mountain relative to the wetland recharge. So how do you recharge a wetland? Well, some of them are just from surface water. It's just a bowl. If you think about a wheel rut, that's the smallest possible type of wet depression that you'd see. Some of them aren't much more than that, but on a larger scale. Some of them are recharged by the groundwater. So if you think about the groundwater coming in at the top of the hill, and water runs downhill, well, it runs downhill even underground. So it's running down, it's going to hit a compacted till layer or bedrock, and it's going to come out at the bottom of that hill into a wetland. So that's how the wetlands are recharged. And by looking at the overall recharge to the site and mimicking the natural precipitation, we're going to pick up both of those methods of recharging the wetlands. So we looked at each watershed for each wetland and looked at the current condition and the condition during the active mining period. So these are the watersheds that we drew around each. The little dotted sections are the wetlands, the blue are some streams, and then the heavy dashed lines are the wetland catchment areas. So this is the current condition. And if you watch right in here, that's where we've got the change, the area that's going to be collected during active mining. And so some of these wetland catchments get smaller, and those are the ones noted with the red hexagons around the catchment area. So those are going to need some extra water added back in, and you can see most of them are still just circled in black, Nothing changes on those. So we wanted to think about each wetland area before and after. And so the precipitation that falls on the site is either going to be evaporation, and that's percentages that are pretty well established. Transpiration, and that's the amount lost to plant growth. So that's usually about the same as the amount lost to evaporation. Infiltration, which is whatever will go into the soils depending on the permeability of the soils. And then runoff is what's left over. And that's how the precipitation is split. So we also looked at the losses of evaporation from the spray irrigation. And there's a lot of science that's been done on this. If you can imagine irrigating out west, the loss due to evaporation is a pretty big deal. So there's a lot of data on how to calculate that. And, it has to do with the climatic conditions, including rainfall, temperature, wind speed, humidity. We looked at that for caribou because there's a lot of data for caribou. And it also depends on the number of nozzles used, the size of the nozzles, how small the droplet is. That evaporation is going to happen based on the surface area of the droplet of spray. So the finer the spray, the more that you're going to have evaporation from it. So we looked at the different wetlands that are affected, or the different catchments that are affected. Some of them have wetlands, some of them don't. We calculated the pre-development area, the active area during mining, and the deficit of precipitation. And for the overall site, the precipitation deficit due to the collected areas is just under 11%. Then we took that collected water plus the water from the mine and figured out how much to put back on each catchment, and that's just slightly under 12%. So we ended up with less than a 1% difference in the overall recharge to be added. Then we said, okay, can we do it? Is there enough room in each catchment to do it? And here you can see the little tan areas are where we designated as areas for the spray irrigation. The pink bars are places where we would put the snow. We didn't do that in every one of the, yes?
Aren't you spraying a portion that's going to be the solar facility?
There is some, that is, that 1H, let me come to that one.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's good. You're good. So these were just some places where we could put the water. And then how much would we end up putting there? So if you look, we're going to put between 0.3 and 2.3 inches per week on each of these, which is well below most of the sites in Maine. And that catchment 1H is the one that you asked about, Ms. Hilton, and we're only planning on it only ended up being 0.3 inches per week, so we could certainly put it on far less area and still be within the possibilities. There's also different kinds of sprinklers you could use that would work probably between the solar. Some of the lower emitting, there's different things you can do. And then we thought about the variability in flows. So we looked at the historic precipitation in caribou. There's 80 years of data. The lowest 10-year average was about 35 inches per year. The highest 10-year average was about 44 inches per year, so that's a 25% variability. The lowest year was 1987 with 28 inches. The highest year was 2011 with 55.4 inches. So 2011 was nearly double 1987. So there's a range that happens there just as a normal course of events. So we can say the wetlands currently exist in a highly variable environment. The precipitation will continue to vary. So, and this goes to the question about climate change. Whatever rainfall ends up falling on that site is going to fall on that site. If there's a mine there, we're going to collect it, treat it, and put it back on the site. But it'll be the same amount of water that goes on whether or not there's a mine, because we're just collecting it, treating it, and putting it back.
What about underground water? I guess
So
that-
we're losing quite a bit of that to the evaporation in the spray nozzles. Most of that gets lost in the evaporation. So we plan to maintain similar recharge to each of the wetlands. The number and size of nozzles will give us some flexibility if there are variations in that mine water. We'll size the spray and snowmaking so that it'll accommodate both more than the most rain we've seen and less than the least rain that we've seen, so that there's plenty of room in that. And this is a low amount of spray irrigation compared to the other existing spray sites in Maine. So I can answer any questions. I think I have time left over.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Don't let me forget my question.
You're going to make snow mountains.
Yes.
I was town manager in Rangeley, so I'm pretty well.
Ah, there you go, yes.
I've been, and Carabassa too, so.
Yep.
For a brief period. I understand the snow mountain concept. Takes till about August to melt the mountain.
Yep.
So is there impact, you're going to have a summer spray program, and I was trying to figure out exactly where everything was so that would one impact the other as far as runoff and more runoff in some certain areas than other areas?
So if you look at this picture, the little pink bars are where we're going to put the snowbanks. So they're at the top of each of the catchments, so whether that snow infiltrates or runs off, it's heading down the watershed. The little tan things are the spray irrigation.
Which ones are the sprayers again? I'm looking at this one right here, so you tell me where they're at.
They're the tan, they're hard to see, they're tan.
Lisa, you need to use the mic.
So for everybody else,
Lisa,
it's these little tan ones.
you need to have the mic.
So another question then.
Yeah.
So the IR2 and the IR1, they're the sediment pond and the
Yes.
and the whatever treatment you're going to do.
Yep.
Before you discharge it. So
Yes.
are you going to pump all the way from this pond out to these areas, the brown areas that you just?
From the clean water pond, yes.
So you're going to have a pump system to pump
Yes.
out there.
Yep.
And you're going to pump down from the pond, also from the treatment pond, to these snow areas then too.
Yes. So we didn't run the pipes that far on the snow. We kept the snow near the pond.
Yeah, I made snow too back.
Yeah, so you know why I'm
so-
doing that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It'll come back to me.
Okay, thank you.
Chair and Commissioners, go ahead. While she's getting set up, I have a question I just want to ask. I think we have 25 minutes for this session. I think, while I have, and my co-counsel have questions for these panel that we could do, I think we could, if we would like to also cross-examine Mr. Willett, who was here in the morning, we didn't get a chance to get to his. If we can just finish up with our questions in 5-10 minutes, can we use the remaining to question, bring back Willett to question?
I think that's
Up to you.
Yep.
That'd be okay?
Yes.
Okay.
So I object to that. I thought there was a set schedule and didn't anticipate that people could do shorter cross-examination and then add that to another panel. I think if the commission wants that to occur, one thing I would ask is there was a question about the sediment in the pond. I think Jeremy Willette's probably the best person to answer that. So if he's going to be subject to cross, I ask that he be allowed to answer that question.
Okay.
That's
Well, I mean, there is redirect for that question. I mean, or if you want, after I finish my time, they could do their minute of redirect then. That would be fine too.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Our goal is to get as much information as we can.
I appreciate that. And, thank you. Okay, so I have some questions for Mr. Danilou. So you were one of the authors of the water treatment scoping study, and that study, you didn't identify in that study any comparable mines that use reverse osmosis and ultrafiltration to produce treated water that meets the same water quality standards that would be met here, correct?
Not in the study, but certainly there are many.
Okay, and and your report also doesn't specify any ore processing facilities in the report itself that use reverse osmosis and ultrafiltration to produce treated water that would meet the stringent background quality requirements here, correct?
Again, it wasn't part of the study, but there are many in the world.
Okay. And in your report, you present the results of computer modeling of water treatment using reverse osmosis and ultrafiltration. And you said you used input data from Half Mile Mine to stand in the place of water from Pickett Mountain Mine, correct?
Correct.
And that was provided to you, that data was provided to you by Wolfden, correct?
Correct.
And in your, are you aware that, well, I'll strike that. In a letter from Stacy Beyer, actually, of the LUPC to Wolfden in February of 2021, she wrote, "It is our understanding with regard to the Half Mile Mine that the Half Mile Mine only operated on a trial basis and has not operated since 2012. Is that statement correct?"
I have no knowledge of that.
You don't know? Okay. But all right. And so you don't know, do you know at what points in time the samples that you used as input values from the Half Mile Mine, what point in time they were taken?
I have access to that data. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay. But you don't know where it was, you don't know if it was only operated on a trial basis where it was during that process?
I do not.
Okay. And your water treatment scoping study doesn't provide information about where at the Half Mile Mine those samples were taken, correct?
Unfortunately, I don't recall if it did or not.
All right. And you mentioned that a number of the analytes or parameters from the Half Mile Mine input water quality were not measured, correct?
Not all parameters were measured. That is correct.
That's correct. Okay. And then you used that input water quality to run a computer model, correct?
Correct.
And in that computer model, then it produced results of an assumed reverse osmosis ultrafiltration treatment, correct?
4 different modeling
4 different modelings,
yes.
Okay. And then you compared that to what a target value, which was what you were aiming for at Pickett Mountain, correct?
Correct.
And when you took the target value, you took the sample target value was taken from surface water areas around Pickett Mountain Mine, correct?
Correct.
Not from groundwater, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, they were all surface water samples.
But as we just heard, the discharge is actually going to be into groundwater, correct? The discharge of the treated water is going to be in groundwater, correct?
Well, it's going to start on the surface.
It's going to be, but the samples that you took were from like ponds and lakes around the site, correct?
The sample data that was used to determine background water quality was provided to me by Wolfden Resources.
Okay.
So that was a map of where the samples were taken, and there was detailed analytical data from a certified analytical laboratory that provided the water quality.
Okay. And can we pull up the report, the Maine MWS report? I think that's number 4, and we can go to page 28 of that report. And maybe 29 of the, there we go. So that's the map you're talking about with where the samples were taken, correct?
Correct.
And so those stars represent the locations of the samples.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And they're all in looks like in the ponds and lakes sort of surrounding the Pickett Mountain project site, correct? And the streams.
To the best of my knowledge.
Correct. And they're labeled SW and then a number. I assume SW stands for surface water. You don't know? Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. And then just if we go back a page, so that's the input water quality. That's a little hard to see, so I'm going to, we'll skip that one. It's a little hard to see, and you already answered my question about that anyways. Okay. Now, you talked about the brine, or concentrate or brine, as you discussed.
Yes.
Discussed it. Now, one thing you said, which I wanted to understand, is you said part of the brine is going to be run through a reactor, and it will precipitate out at least some of the toxic metals into what you call a filter cake.
Yes.
And that's going to go to a hazard waste facility.
Yes.
And were the costs of the hazardous waste treatment, were those included in the preliminary economic assessment for the project?
I have no idea.
You don't know? Okay. Did you provide information about costs of hazardous waste treatment to Wolfden?
No, I didn't provide costs, but I did do an estimate of the volume.
Okay.
And the volume is extremely small. I don't recall exactly the number, but I believe it was somewhere around 1 cubic foot per day.
Per day?
Yeah, 1 cubic foot, so that's a very small volume of sludge.
Over 10 years, though?
Absolutely. But
okay. And you didn't provide a location of a hazardous waste landfill?
I did not.
Okay. And so also, the liquid part of the brine, separate from the filter cake, that's going to be, at least once backfilling starts, that's going to be used to mix into cement, correct?
Correct.
And that's going to, and that cement is going to be mixed at least with part of the waste rock and backfilled into the mine, correct?
Yes.
Did you do any testing on brine mixed with cement, mixed with waste rock to determine whether that combination will cause any metals to leach out?
I did not. That's something that would be done through the Chapter 200 process.
Got it. And similarly, you didn't do testing to see whether that would cause leaching of acid, correct?
No, but there's no scientific or chemistry reason to believe that addition of brine as water for makedown of cement would have any impact on acid generation.
Okay.
The chemistry doesn't support it.
All right. But you said you didn't do the testing with regard to the metals, and that's going to be part of the next process.
Yeah, my experience with a number of other backfilling operations indicates to me that that would not be an issue, but specific testing would be carried out.
Okay. And have you provided any information or regulations or citations to explain whether the Maine DEP would allow underground backfilling of that brine?
I have not.
Okay. Now, I think we're going to move on to Mr. Willett now.
It's on. If I could just make a suggestion procedurally here. We set aside some time for the LUPC staff and commission to ask further questions of these witnesses. Rather than calling them back after Mr. Ouellette testifies. Why don't we do that now, and then we'll return to the, whatever is left of Intervenor
Betsy?
2's cross.
Thank you. Now, I remembered my question. Lisa, this is for you, and it is more a curiosity question, I think. As I'm sure you noticed, we did not have the driest of summers. And so there was a lot of water, and you talked a lot about, irrigation, and we'll skip the snow stuff for right now, but just for, spray irrigation. How do you figure if the ground is already reasonably saturated, do you still spray or do you do something else? And if you do something else, what do you do?
So you wouldn't typically do it right after a large rainstorm. You'd wait. But to put out 2.5 inches of water, it's quick. It's surprisingly, you're not going to take a lot of time to do that. So you could do it on 2 separate days for a few hours, and you'll have put out that amount of water. That amount of water was going to fall on that site that week anyway. And so to continue to do what's going to happen to those wetlands, you would be putting more water than you would if you wanted to irrigate a farm, but that's what's recharging the wetlands.
Point taken. Thank you.
So in the capacity of the pond, which we discussed early on in presentation, we had a town adjacent to where I am had 8 inches of rain, one storm, had 4 inches, 3 or 4 storms this summer. Is there a capacity of the pond to take both the water capacities such as that? You had 8 inches of rain, bingo, in 3 hours, and the effluent that you have coming from the mining operation at the same time, and still be able to retain it to spray it at a better time than during the storm?
The pond is designed for a 500-year storm. So, Mark, you want to take the rest of that?
Yeah, one of the things that we did, because the intervener asked about climate change, we actually looked at increasing the rainfall using the precipitation prediction tool, as well as increasing the 30 gallons per minute to 300 gallons per minute, and ran that through the same size pond, and then we still had a foot of freeboard. Now, this is all still a preliminary design. The detailed design for the pond will come during the Chapter 200 process. But, based on the, analysis for this stage, we certainly have enough room, and there's enough room to provide more capacity if needed.
Just as a follow-up to that, I don't remember what I read. Are the swales in that area fairly well drained, or for runoff, stormwater absorption?
They're pretty heavy tills, so there's a lot of silt in them, so they're not particularly well drained, but again, they are what they are, and that's what's recharging those wetlands. And that they're not going to, most of those aren't going to change. We're just going to collect. We're going to collect an area, treat it, and put it back on the same soils, more or less, that it was going to fall on anyway.
Right. The problem is, and I think you've already answered this question, is that we're getting rainfall amounts that are unheard of. And that's going to probably happen more often. And so what we used to have and used to see and depend upon is no longer likely to be the case. And so I guess that's where I think people are concerned.
And unfortunately, that's going to happen one way or the other, and the mine isn't going to change that. So that water is going to fall. If we have more rainfall, there's going to be more rainfall on that site.
So are you saying it's not the mine's fault that we're getting more rain?
It's not the mine's fault that we're getting more rain. Yeah, we could put it that way if you want, but it doesn't change anything. It's the same amount of precipitation. We're collecting what falls, and we're putting it back out, and the stuff that comes out of the mine, mostly we're evaporating.
But we have to be prepared to deal with the situation.
So we'll size everything.
So you're sizing it to be
for
larger.
excess, more than the 55 inches, that's the most we've seen, we'll size for something greater than that.
Yeah,
And so that we can, because the goal is to maintain what's happening in the normal course of events, in the natural environment.
Right, I'm a farmer. It
Yeah.
was one heck of a summer.
I am
I'll
so
tell
glad I
you.
was not a farmer this summer.
I never saw anything like it.
Yeah, yep.
Really.
If there are no more questions, we'll move on.
Okay, so. Do you want Jeremy now? We're done? Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Willett. In your pre-filed, you say you spent 8 years at Trevally, and you point to that experience as important in this case, right?
Correct.
And one of the things that you point to is the half-mile mine. It's pretty hard to say quickly, I must say. Correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that actually only operated on a trial basis in 2012, correct?
So it was operated on about a one-year basis, but has remained open since then.
It remained open, but it operated on a 12-year basis, on a trial basis, as the LUPC staff noted in the prior withdrawn application, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and indeed, that was confirmed. If we looked at, one of the things that we've submitted was the hearing exhibit number 26. We're not going to put it up, but I'm just going to reference it, is that it also refers to it as being done on a trial basis. Never let a lawyer too close to a mic. Just to be clear, so it was and that was confirmed in an article in the Mining Weekly, right?
It was used as a prime example because of its similar size, type of deposit, type of method, et cetera.
Right, I understand what you're saying, but let me just move on to, you say that you were part of the team that designed and daily alarm. A part of the team that designed and operated the Caribou mine, right? That was a direct quotation from your pre-filed.
Yeah, Caribou was started, half century ago.
Okay, and if we could just put up the first page of the hearing exhibit number 27. Let's just talk for a minute about the Caribou mine. So let me just make sure, we just have the headline for now, but what I want to do, this article says, for example, that the mining was suspended there, correct?
That's correct.
The cost of remediation was expected to be over $49 million, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and that Trevally provided a $4 million bond in order to cover the cost of reclamation and closure, correct?
So that was for Trevally's portion of the liability that's left behind because it was a historical
Some of the other portion
operation.
of it was being paid for by New Brunswick,
Majority of the operation was previously a liability that the province still retained even after Trevally took over.
And the agreement that had been reached was to move that liability to the taxpayers of New Brunswick, correct?
So the existing liability was still managed and owned by the province of New Brunswick.
Okay.
And then the additional bonding or I guess, monies that were bonded with the province, with Trevally, were associated to additional liabilities that were brought into
And
play
if we
by
put
Trevally.
up, and if we could put up the, just the first page of hearing exhibit number 28, which discusses New Brunswick taking control of this particular mine. All of the miners who worked there were laid off, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And then, and that this mine was also being criticized, and what happened with it, if we put up the hearing exhibit number 29, that from an opinion piece in which that all of the public was left holding the bag for the cost of the reclamation and the closure and the remediation for that mine, correct?
So that may be what the article says, but I guess the employees that were employed at Trevally, at Caribou, are still employed in the mining industry today. And the revenues by that employment are brought back home to New Brunswick, to Bathurst specifically. And in terms of the liabilities, yes, the liabilities associated to Caribou are with the province, but they were pre-existing liabilities that the province already owned.
And Trevally, I take it, you would hold them up as a good corporate citizen?
During my tenure with Trevally, I would agree with that statement, not so much today.
And not so much as if we put up a hearing exhibit number 29, number 30 rather, one of the reasons you don't agree with that now is that the couple of executives involved with Trevally at the Burkina Faso mine were found guilty of involuntary manslaughter when 8 miners died at that mine, correct?
That's an extremely unfortunate event. And I want to note that that article's in 2022, and my tenure ended in 2018. And our record up until that point, and even afterwards, was very good. There was a senior executive change, and obviously, you know, I'm not in agreement with a lot of the decisions that were made with Trevally post my tenure.
Well, let's take a look at do it again. Jeez.
You're on now, yeah.
Huh? All right. And so, also from hearing exhibit number 31, so in Burkina Faso shut down the mine following the deaths in that mine too. They shut down the Trevally mine completely.
Yeah,
right?
that's correct.
Okay. All right, we're going to shift gears. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the economic assessments. In terms of the jobs that were being discussed here, the number of jobs that are currently being claimed that might be created at this mine, the Pickett mine that you're hoping to do, is 233, correct, in the mine itself?
At the mine itself.
But you're telling the locals and local people, and as recently as last week, that what it's really going to do is create 275 mines, because you're going to include the number of jobs from the processing and tailing facility that you've taken off the table for this proceeding, correct?
So we've certainly discussed the project as a whole, as well as the mining project as an independent one.
And indeed, if we were to put up page 316 of the rezoning application, and bring that up so we can see it nice. So in terms of assessing the economic impact and why this is a good thing for the neighborhood, what the application is pointing to are the jobs being created directly in the mine, as well as these other jobs, the tailings and the processing, correct? That's what the economic impact that's being considered is included, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And so what you're asking the commission to do is let's consider the positive benefits of the processing, the positive benefits of the tail mine, and dealing with that in terms of jobs. But we aren't going to look at the trucking that we heard about this morning, or we're not going to talk about the possible deleterious effects of sending this off someplace else, correct?
I don't necessarily agree with that, and I'd like to refer to that. We do have testimony on this specific topic in the morning, and we certainly get into those details at that point.
Okay. The jobs that are going to be created, for the first 3 years, they're going to be held primarily by contractors. Is that fair to say?
So the way the industry works is, I mentioned earlier in my discussion related to training for an environment, and I mentioned earlier this morning that we do have a little bit of runway, or quite a bit of runway actually, to establish a training program, operate the training program, and try and develop a workforce pool. Now, obviously, you need experience in an environment, in an industrial type of environment. And so the idea is that, yes, we would bring in a contractor to work with the local communities and the public that are interested in employment, take the training course. And we've said this from the get-go, is over the first few years is how we would develop the workforce with both training and experience, and take over the positions from that contractor.
Well, let's take a look specifically at page 651 of the rezoning application. In what Wolfden tells the commission is that initially, for the first 3 years, when the people are being hired, they're going to be contractors because you need qualified people, and there really isn't anyone who's qualified in this area because there are no mines, right?
Right, just as I explained, we just need to work on gaining that experience and translating the workforce over to the local communities.
And so, is it Wolfden's plan that after the 3 years you're going to just fire all the contractors and then hire someone local?
So this is actually a very standard type of process for new mining projects, and mining contractors are very well aware of the duration of those contracts. And also, when we tender for those types of contracts, what takes place is a part of the tender process is the contractor's ability to work with training programs that are established in the state. So they will be helping us in a big way, implementing those training programs with in-field training and that sort of thing.
And those training programs are essential to be able to bring on people from the local area in order to work in this mill. Is that fair to say?
They're essential throughout the duration of the project because you need, there's continuous workforce pool. So through retirement or change of position, different offerings, you constantly have to update your workforce. So absolutely.
And so let's just, I think it's probably worthwhile just to bring up, if we can, sorry, Ms. Perea, I didn't tell you I was going to do this one. Let's bring up page 275 of the rezoning application. Got it up? Let's go to the bottom and just make that a little bigger if you can. So I certainly can't see it. Ooh. Yeah, right at the bottom. Okay, so do you see on the bottom there where it says that the objective was to hire locally, but it will require training for that workforce since many unique skills are required for mining's working underground. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And so training is going to be essential in order to be able to bring it along so you can hire local folks to work in this mine, correct?
Yeah, I think that's the general consensus.
All right. Well, let's look at the training that's planned, that Wolfden has in mind for this project, according to the rezoning application. And what I'd like to do is go to page 696 of the rezoning application. And let's make that a little bigger. So this is, before we do that, could you scroll down just so we can see? The total, these are annual administrative costs that are being projected for this mine of approximately $3.3 million. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and let's go to the top. Of the $3.3 million in annual operating expenses, How much, am I reading this correctly, that $10,000 is allocated to training?
That's correct.
And so all the training that you were talking about in your presentation this morning and a few minutes ago is all going to be financed to the tune of $10,000 a year.
So the way that, and obviously the way that accounting tables are built, the allocation is extremely important to consider here. And quite frankly, most see the 2.2 roughly million in salaries and overhead. That includes the salaries for trainers, that includes salaries of the trainees. So majority of the cost really is the cost that goes into paying the employees who are taking the training and paying the trainers. So what you're looking at here for training is like, it's the supplies related to training and that sort of thing.
I see. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the educational, your meetings on education dealing with training. If I'm understanding the Exhibit E to your pre-filed testimony, which appears at about page 46, we're not going to put it up, but which appears there, says that you had a number of meetings with some educational institutions in 2019 to 2021, and then there were a couple more this year. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And so there was a period of time when there was a couple of years where there were no meetings at all, correct?
That statement's not quite correct. There was I guess you could say that there was a lull of meetings with the education groups. There's no point where we stopped having meetings with different communities and
Wolfden bought the land in order to set to start it in motion for this project in 2017. Have I got that right?
2017, 2018.
Okay. And so Wolfden has had 5 years to meet with educational institutions to help set up these programs, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And as of today, there are no programs for any training having anything to do with this mine. Is that correct?
So the statement's correct, but in those initial conversations with different educational, I guess, groups, community colleges, vocational schools, and that sort of thing, it's really, kind of talk to us if you get the rezoning or when you've been rezoned. So what we've proposed is a syllabus, a training program that already exists, and the response is really, how much time do we have to put this together? And when we say there's 3 years, they say, oh, we're used to a month. So, so we haven't really had to initiate these training programs yet. The trigger will ultimately be, I guess, if there's a favorable decision.
Thank you.
The time is expired. Thank you. Can you weave your question in tomorrow somehow? Go ahead and ask.
No, it's right.
Go ahead and ask your question.
I'm going to, is it true that once you train these people, you're only going to be using them for about 10 years? I mean, what happens after the 10 years? This isn't like some of the other projects we look at where you're in a career for much longer than that.
That's a really great question. And the project is technically a finite project, and I'm aware of that. Something that I feel is very exciting, and this isn't really drafted into the petition, but I think it's extremely exciting that we are, pending success, we will be upskilling a substantial workforce. Those skills don't disappear, even though the project does. So I think what we're doing is actually introducing a brand new industry to the state of Maine, not just necessarily a single-use project. And so if the employees are then taking their skill sets and then theoretically traveling abroad, and I think it's worth mentioning that
Sorry, you're supposed to be done.
That's okay, sorry. I think it's worth mentioning that the mining industry has converted their norm to, developing projects in remote places as opposed to, in urban areas. So the mining industry has heavily gone towards fly-in, fly-out type of operations or commuting type of operations. So theoretically, I think these skill sets, as long as there's an inherent interest, can remain in the state, travel for work, just like the example in New Brunswick, actually. Travel for work, bring the monies home, own their homes here, pay their taxes here, and this could theoretically be a very perpetual industry in the state. A substantial perpetual industry, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Are you the one that's going to do that? I had a question on, the question came up. We have this holding tank that has sediment in it.
Yep.
My concern was there's also acidity, acid issues there because of the dust and all that stuff. There's likely to be some of that. They say they're going to take the silt out, okay? I view it as mud.
Yeah.
Is that going to be treated somehow?
So the texture of it will be a lot like mud, but I want to just clarify. The water that's brought up from underground first undergoes a series of underground sumps, so a series of smaller ponds, let's call them, where a majority of the sediment is settled. Now, you're absolutely correct. Water that's collected from precipitation on surface will have some sediment in it, but those are also reporting to first stage sumps, line sumps, and then over to the pond. So I guess the first defense against silting of our pre-water treatment storage pond are these primary collection areas. Now, in terms of what we do with that material, first, after it's been dewatered, we have to test it and identify whether it's heavily mineralized or whether it's just inert dust. And frankly, if it's heavily mineralized or if it has the strong potential for acid, then we would end up concentrating it and removing the metals. What would be the final product of that would be tailings. And then otherwise, we would end up taking the material, if it's not acid generating, we would take it and remove the rest of the water and run it through the plant, the water treatment plant, sorry. And then take that cake that's left over, and if approved by DEP, we would deposit it back underground. And I think this is a good point to clarify. If any of the material that isn't approved by DEP to go underground, it would end up as a special waste unless it's tested and indicated as a hazardous waste. I just wanted to make that clarifying statement as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Technical session of this hearing will be continued at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning here at Stearns Junior Senior High School. We have a public hearing at 6:30 tonight if anybody wishes to attend. Thank you, people, for the day.
You'd be in charge of exhibits at some point. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's 26.
All right, I guess, thank you very much for printing these.
No, just on the screen. Just on the screen.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Brown, what can I do to help you get things straightened out here?
Yeah, Tim,
For dinner? I'm up for actually a different thing.
Podium mic, check, check, test, test. Sounds good?
I caught him here. I don't want to catch him here, but I caught him here. Anyways, and then I'm college, of course, the guys, water around. And now that I've lived in Maine, I thought about it. I fished when I was in college.
Where on there, it'll arm it, and then you just
Kind of like Halloween, when they start trickling off, turn off the lights and wake up. It's not an end, I didn't see an end time. Yeah, I worked the cameras, so. Yeah. Okay, what is he doing? He seemed like he's ready for the break this week. Yeah, Stacy, last time Stacy checked in the door about 20 people signed up. So far.
Aaron wanted me up here, but I'm also happy to be back. Whatever you want to say, whatever you want. Okay. I don't want to, whatever. What are you honestly plugging in here.
Do you have
Yeah, that would be great, because then I can take some notes.
wait,
Right? Okay.
you want to see with a pad? What? You want to see with a pad?
No, I'm going to move up there.
Okay. No. You don't need a third body up here, do you? Yeah, it'd be great.
Yeah.
But if you're not, if you don't want to, you don't have
Well, I'm going to be taking notes. Is it okay for, I'm up for typing?
Oh, totally.
I know, that's what I was going to do.
I didn't bring the hood.
I was just listening to doing transcript from this morning. There's some good stuff in there.
Yeah.
Really good. Trace Thirds here. Jesus. And former Representative Joe Hanson's here.
Who is it?
Joe Hanson. Yeah, he was on the ENR committee. Pretty bad. across tomorrow?
Yeah.
Which panel is yours?
So with Marissa, there's only one tomorrow.
Only one tomorrow, on their side.
Yeah, and then we go to our panels. So and we're doing Isaac and Kat.
So that's automatically going to make it look good.
Yeah, I think so. There's been a lot of work done to kind of.
Okay.
Get this show on the road. Good evening. I now call to order this session of the public hearing of the Land Use Planning Commission on zoning petition ZP779A, Wolfden Mt LLC's proposed rezoning to allow for the Pickett Mountain Mine. My name is Everett Worcester. I represent Piscataquis County. I'm the current chairman of the Land Use Planning Commission, and I'll be acting as the hearing officer this evening. Now I'd like to have the others at the table introduce themselves. Leo, please start.
Leo Trudell of Worcester County.
Peter Prey, Scott County.
Gwen Hilton, Somerset County.
Stacy Byer, Executive Director of the Land Use Planning Commission.
Caleb Elwell, Assistant Attorney General and Counsel for the Commission.
Betsy Fitzgerald, Washington County.
Perry Ellsworth, Franklin County.
And we have one commissioner who's listening remotely to this session. That's Millard Billings from, is it Hancock County? The hearing is being held pursuant to the provisions of Title 12, Section 684, and Chapter 12 of the Commission's rules, mining and Level C mine exploration activities. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with Chapter 5 of the Commission's rule for the conduct of public hearings and the state's Administrative Procedures Act. The purpose of this session is to receive public testimony on the proposed rezoning of Pickett Mountain Mine. This session is being recorded and live streamed. First, the applicant will make a brief introduction to the proposal.
Thank you, Chair Worship.
If you want to swing it around so you're talking to the folks, that's fine with me, okay?
The
court reporter needs to see.
Oh, you are, sorry. We have a court reporter that's reading his lips.
Good evening, Chair Worcester, Commissioners, LUPC staff, and members of the public. My name is Jeremy Willett. I'm the Vice President of Project Development for Wolfden Resources, and I'm here tonight to introduce the project, the Pickett project. Got it working. The Pickett project is around 9 miles north of, 9 miles north of Patten, Maine, along Route 11. It's about 4.4 miles on an existing logging road from Route 11 over into the property. I know this.
Can you get that screen working? Oh, the other one? All right, you've got one working there, fine, sorry.
Okay, no problem. So the Pickett project, if you can see on the screen, there's a green box, and that depicts the property ownership by Wolfden Resources. It's about 7,100 acres. And it's kind of hard to see from far away, but there's a smaller yellow shape inside that green box, and that represents what we're proposing is a rezoned area, roughly 374 acres. Oh, wrong way. Still can't really see it, but there is a yellow box where the arrow is that shows the rezoning area of 374 acres. This is the proposed mine site layout. And for reference, the yellow line that you probably couldn't see is the dark black line on the outside of this shape. So I'll mention that within that first, the outside dark black line, there's a 400-foot buffer. And then within that buffer is really where you see the infrastructure of the site. You'll notice several colors within the site. There's sort of like blue, purple, orange at the southwest, and then green to the north. Those represent obviously different areas, but different phases of operation. And then the green to the north is a proposed solar facility. Those three areas on the site combined, they work out to about 129 acres. And so first talking about the blue area, that's really where the nuts and the bolts of the project would end up taking place. So what we're proposing here is a small state-of-the-art underground mine, extremely small footprint and expression on surface. And I don't know if the pointer will work. No, the pointer won't work, but there's an identifier that says portal. There's a little line. It's sort of right in the middle of the map, and that is the portal. That's the expression to surface. It's not a large one. It's quite a bit smaller than this room, and it's about 64 feet by 100 feet in surface area. And what that is, I'll get to it on the next slide, but it's the start of the underground tunneling system. So adjacent to that, to the north in the, again, the blue areas, there is a series of rock storage pads. One is for ore, which is, so the ore is the rock that contains the metallic minerals that we're after. And in this circumstance, what we're looking for is zinc, copper, lead, and a little bit of silver and a little bit of gold. One thing to note is the volume of metals per ton in this deposit is really quite high. So the value per ton is quite high. And that's noteworthy for later on. So just north of that first ore pad is a waste rock pad, and that rock pad is for sort of inert rock that will be tunneling through on the way to the deposit itself. And then to the northeast of that is another pad, and that's for low-grade ore pad, essentially for a blending strategy. We have multiple pad blending strategies. And then to the northeast of that is a snow storage area. Now, a really important area that I wanted to bring into discussion in that blue zone, I suppose, or phase, is the water management area. And it's kind of to the very east of the site. You can see a darker circled area on the screen there. That's one of two large ponds and a water treatment facility. Now, the first large pond is a pre-water treatment storage pond. And what happens is everything that, or every bit of precipitation, whether it be rain or snow, that could be contaminated is collected. And it's collected into that first pond. The pond's rated for a 1 in 500 year, 24-hour storm event. So it's rather large. And water from that pond then translates into the water treatment facility. The water treatment proposed for this project is ultrafiltration and reverse osmosis. Essentially, the ultrafiltration and reverse osmosis cleans water down to the size of atoms. So we clean the water to the very strict Chapter 200 regulation, which dictates that that we're not able to contaminate any of the water or water resources surrounding the site. So we'll be treating water to within a Class A water standard in T6 R6. After it's been treated, though, it's discharged into a second pond, a post-water treatment collection pond. And that water pond is really, the purpose of it is so that we can test the water and confirm that the water treatment has done what it was supposed to do. So before we can discharge to the environment in any sort of way, this treated water, it's first confirmed by independent lab. And then, okay, we have some clean water and we can discharge it. And the way that we discharge it is designed in such a way to maintain hydrology of the site all around us. And I'll explain why that's important in a bit. But the way that we do that is through a series of spray irrigation and snowmaking systems. In the bottom left, the orange area, that's our phase 2. Now phase 2 is only really scheduled to come online, 3 to 4 years into the project life. That houses a vertical excavation. It's called a shaft and a hoist. And what that's for is it's a vertical conveyance for rocks that will be drawn from the deeper parts of the mine, which is an absolute depth of around 2,700 feet, or about a half a mile. As well as in that phase 2 area, there's another waste rock storage pad and an ore storage pad, but they're much smaller. And then when you look to the north, as I mentioned in the green, there's a solar facility that's laid out. I also want to point on this map, there's sort of a brighter blue or a cyan color, different shapes. And what they are is a wetland scientist from Maine has come out to the footprint, has done a survey of the entire footprint and delineated all of the wetlands around site. And I mentioned why maintaining hydrology is very important. So none of our infrastructure is designed to come in contact with any wetlands. In fact, we maintain a 75-foot offset from any wetlands and other water features. But as we're discharging or distributing the clean water after it's been proven to meet the Class A standard, we spray irrigate it, and essentially by doing that we mimic the natural precipitation that would ultimately be falling onto those water features already, and they're kind of living the lives that they're living today. So this is the underground. A lot of folks in the room have probably seen this slide, but I had discussed the portal earlier, and to the bottom left image, you can see that's sort of an example of what the portal might look like. And there's a little white vehicle in the middle of that image, and that's for scale, it's the size of a half-ton truck. And then you can see that vehicle kind of driving towards the start of the tunneling system. To the right, that image is it's a schematic. On the very top of the image, you can kind of see the surface topography and the location, schematic location of a portal. And from that portal, we establish a series of tunnels with cross-section 16 foot by 16 foot. Those tunnels are in a switchback or helical orientation until they get to desired elevations. And then we drive horizontal drifts with a similar cross-section over into the ore body itself, which is depicted by that large gray block there. So once the tunnels are into the deposit, we drill from one down to the next, and then we fragment the rock with explosives, and then the fragmented rock is then picked up by a front-end loader, and the loader brings it out, loads it into a truck, or into what are known as skips, or the vertical conveyance in terms of the longer-term mining, phase 2 area. And then it's brought up to surface. So when the trucks come to surface, they drive up the ramps that were developed to get to the deposit, and then they put the ore on top of the ore pad, which I had mentioned earlier. It's important to note as well, we've collected some data, and sort of a theme throughout the discussions is that a lot of data is required to finalize designs for this type of deposit. And so a part of the data collection is really understanding the types of rocks that those tunnels will be drifted in. And we'll collect enough data to ensure that we kind of point those tunnels through inert rocks, essentially through aggregate. And by doing that, we temporarily store those waste rock or that aggregate on surface onto a line pad, similar to the ore double line pad. And then as we take a component of the ore body, we'll take it in smaller bits. So for scale, that gray block is around 4 million tons, and we would take about 4,000 tons at a time. So we take our 4,000 ton small block, and then we remove that and store it temporarily on the ore storage pad. And then we pull rocks that have been excavated from the tunnels, which are ultimately inert, and we bring them back down and we fill the voids with them. And we do that sequentially so that there's never any, very large excavations that are remaining underground. Also, I wanted to mention just around I mentioned hydrology as well earlier. Deep water, so the groundwater table has a certain pressure in it. And the tunnels, as we excavate them, they revert to an atmospheric pressure. So inherently what happens is the pore water pressure from the groundwater table flows into the tunnels. We then collect that water and we discharge it at roughly 30 gallons a minute is what we've estimated. And we've estimated that via extrapolation from other mines. So I wanted to talk a little bit about, I mentioned earlier, the metals that we're after. So zinc and lead and copper and silver and a little bit of gold. Now, zinc and copper are two of the, they make up majority of the metal that we're after in this deposit, and both of which are on the critical minerals list. And this is just a bit of a summary of the, average consumption of these types of metals. I guess what I'm trying to point out on this slide are these are metals that everybody in the room uses every single day. So why are people interested in the project? And so this is a bit of a summary of, with a mining project like this, obviously there's a good amount of employment that comes out of it. We're proposing around 270 jobs, 270 plus. And the mining portion of it specifically is around 233 jobs. And extremely high wages, specifically for the economic region. And one question that I get very frequently is how are you going to find the people? Well, I think it's important to introduce training programs for ultimately a brand new industry in the area. And so we would be interested in hosting a series of training programs through various levels of educational facilities, including, vocational schools, community colleges, and that sort of thing. We did get a socioeconomic report generated out of an economist based in Yarmouth, Maine, and that socioeconomic report, boils down when you consider the multipliers and all that sort of stuff for the project like this to around $700 million in total economic output for the project. So what does the employment look like? Now, I know it's a little bit tough to see. But this table essentially represents high level, the jobs that we're going to be looking to fill. At the top, that's kind of like senior management, and then getting into more administrative and technical staff, so, accounting, human resources, engineering, geology, environmental sciences, all that good stuff. And then getting into, surveying and that sort of thing. And then ultimately, where the bulk of the employment comes from is in the underground workings. And so when we're considering employment underground, I think it's important to note that these skill sets already exist in the state. So equipment operators, those skill sets exist in the state. Construction workers, civil works, cement, mechanics, welders, everything like that exists here already. So all of those positions that are in kind of the bulk of the workforce is what I believe skill sets that are existing in this area already. And what those training courses would focus on is taking the skill sets that exist in the state already and then adding to that knowledge of the environment that you'd be working in. So understanding, working in an underground tunnel is a little bit different than working in the forest or in a construction industry. So in terms of schedule, all I wanted to get to on this slide is that there are multiple steps along the way. We're at the sort of first of several. And it's about a 4 to 5 year permitting process pending everything goes tickety-boo. And then we would be a 2-year construction phase, 10 to 15 year operating phase, 2 to 3 years of reclamation post-operation, and then monitoring into perpetuity. And that is my introduction to Pickett. I hope that wasn't too long.
Thank you.
Okay.
If you want to speak this evening and have not yet signed up to do so, please see one of the LUPC staff. So if you want to speak, you need to get on the list. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. And let me just pause for a second and give you some idea, because a lot of you probably haven't spoken in public in a long time, or maybe ever. If you have something prepared, like a written statement, if it's a couple of pages double-spaced, you might have time to read it in 3 minutes. If it's a single page, double-spaced, you're in great shape. If it's a single page, single-spaced, you're pushing the boundary line, okay? Just to give you some reference point. If you do have prepared remarks and you realize maybe you've gone overboard with them, I suggest that you look back through your written comments and kind of highlight the things that you want to talk about in the 3 minutes, and then submit the written copies to Audie Abbo, who's sitting here in front of us, okay? At this time, I would ask all persons planning to testify this evening to stand and raise your right hand. Do you affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. You may be seated. Now we're going to be calling people up one by one. What we have done... Oh, you've got the spaces filled. Good for you. When the first speaker, we're going to call people up, Audie's going to read your name, and you come up to the speaker's platform. And what you have to tell us is, please clearly identify yourself by name and place of residence, and whether you represent another individual, firm, or legal entity before beginning your testimony. Speak clearly so that an accurate account of this proceeding may be recorded and to ensure your comments can be considered. And I've already gone over the part about written testimony. Any questions before we start? Audie, the first person.
Okay, and I apologize if I butcher anybody's name. I'm going to try my hardest to get them right. First person is Trey Stewart.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioner Worcester, Councillor Elwell, and distinguished members of the Land Use Planning Commission. My name is Harold Stewart, but most folks call me Trey. I'm a resident of Presque Isle, Maine, and I currently represent District 2 in the Maine Senate, which includes roughly 50 communities in northern Maine. My district is a wide swath of Aroostook and northern Penobscot counties, including Hersey, Mount Chase, Patton, and Morrow Plantation, which are the communities immediately adjacent to the project site. I'm here with you tonight in Millinocket because I believe in this project. I first met Jeremy Willett and the Wolfden team over 2 years ago, and through a series of meetings, these folks have answered every question I've had along the way. I'll address what I feel are the policy reasons for supporting this project, but first, I'd like to talk about my personal experience as a resident of Aroostook County. I'm 29 years old, and I've lived the bulk of my life on State Street in Presque Isle, the Star City. 11 years removed from high school, I can count I can count more of my friends from the class of 2012 who have moved away rather than those who have stayed in Maine, in northern Maine. Mind you that Presque Isle is a service center for dozens of smaller communities where attractive employment is even less significant. Here's what I'm getting at. We should be embracing every opportunity where it comes to career opportunities for our families and for the future. As a state senator, this project is even more appealing because it will serve as the first test of what I understand to be the most environmentally conscientious mining statutes in the developed world, one that I supported when I previously served in the House. I'm currently in my 7th year serving in the state of Maine, in the Maine legislature, and rarely have I encountered a piece of legislation that was supported by both political parties, the environmental advocacy community and the Maine business community. These Chapter 200 mining rules allow for new business opportunity in our working forests, but with considerable protections for our natural resources. This is the type of balance that I wholeheartedly support and that Northern Maine needs. Over these 3 days, you'll no doubt hear about the need to protect the valuable resources in the North Maine woods, and I couldn't agree more. In fact, my family has a multi-generational camp that we use up there, and my favorite days are the ones that are enjoyed there. I've got a personally vested interest in protecting this asset. However, I would like to ask you to remember that in addition to our woods and waters, perhaps our most precious resource is that of our Northern Maine people. I respectfully ask that you listen to the support that you hear from folks who live in these communities. These folks support this rezoning application and are interested in seeing the project move forward to the next phase. I'm here today to join these voices and ask that you please approve this petition. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next.
Kathy Javier.
Good evening, Chair Worcester, Commissioners. I am Kathy Jabner, representative for District 29, which consists of Chester, Woodville, Medway, East Millinocket, Patton, Mount Chase, North Penobscot, Herseytown Township, Long A Township, Grindstone Township, and Soldiertown Township. And Chester is my hometown. My interest in this project in T6 R6 has grown over the last year and a half. I first met with Jeremy Willett 18 months ago. I had several questions about the potential environmental impacts of the project, the company's commitment to creating a local workforce, and the quality of jobs that would be offered during their project. I greatly appreciate the due diligence that the company has undertaken regarding outreach in the Katahdin area, especially the areas in immediate proximity to the proposed site. Through conversations with the petitioner company and with several businesses and constituents in the host communities, I've come to the conclusion that the company should be granted this request for rezoning and allowed to move to the DEP permitting phase of the project. My understanding of Maine's Chapter 200 law passed with bipartisan support, including an override of Governor LePage's veto in 2017, is that our legislature has effectively established the most environmentally stringent mining regulations in the world. I've looked at the required water quality and monitoring processes, as well as the required financial commitment for any foreseeable reclamation efforts, and I'm comfortable that, should the DEP eventually allow this mine to go forward, Wolfden will have proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that their processes for protecting the water and the ecosystem are rock solid. I like to think of Maine as a national leader. So when I hear most stringent in the world is the standard that we are working with to protect our natural resources, that makes me feel comfortable supporting the project. The employment opportunities that would be available working on this type of mine are high-skill, high-wage jobs. Wolfden is committed to hosting a 14-week training program sited at the community colleges and the regional vocational and technical high schools, which will provide a new opportunity for graduating students interested in a skilled labor trade. I've heard skepticism in the form of, where are you going to get people to do these jobs? And it is a bit disturbing to hear that. Think of the number of talented Maine young people that you know that are 18, 19, 20 years old who are traveling to work on a rig in the Gulf of Mexico or working construction in the southern United States for top dollar. This is a way to help a good number of our young people stay in the Katahdin region after they graduate high school and start a life here. Finally, I feel compelled to voice my frustration regarding a letter sent by several of my legislative colleagues from WELL. Thank you.
Briefly, if you'd like.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I will read this very quickly because I feel it's very important to my constituents. Finally, I feel compelled to voice my frustration regarding a letter sent by several of my legislative colleagues from, well, let's just say, not from here. This communication, sent to the honorable members of this commission, made it clear that the most who signed that letter have very limited understanding of our lives here in rural Maine. Sending such a letter is apropos of the type of behavior we see every day in the State House. Portland Solutions for rural Maine's economic needs. I personally commute round trip from Chester to Augusta, 127.5 miles one way on a regular basis during session. I respect your decision to hold an additional public hearing in Bangor, which I will also be in attendance for, but I ask that you place significant weight in our words of the folks that you'll hear from over these 2 nights in Millinocket. Folks from Patton, Mount Chase, Morrow Plantation, East Millinocket, those that have sat through several information sessions and have developed a trust with the folks working to make this project a reality. I thank you for your time tonight and your willingness to serve the people of rural Maine. Thank you.
Up next is Jonathan Kinney, and then followed by Joseph Underwood, and if Alice Bolstridge can come up. And when I call your names as on deck, if you can come sit up front so we can move it along, that's why I'm going to call you early.
Good evening, Jonathan Kinney, Buxton. I represent myself. Good evening, Commissioner Worcester, Councilor Elwell, and distinguished members and staff with the Land Use Planning Commission. My name is Jonathan Kinney. I'm a veteran of the United States Coast Guard, and I served 3 terms in the Maine House of Representatives. I'm a resident of Buxton, but own a camp not too far from here on Boyd Lake, and I will be heading there this evening. I join you tonight as a member of the Joint Standing Committee on Environment and Natural Resources during the 128th Maine Legislature that endured many long days and nights hearing public testimony and grinding through work sessions that eventually arrived to what was then LD 820, an act to protect Maine's clean water and taxpayers from pollution, which would eventually become the updated Chapter 200, the law that would govern this project should you allow this private property to be rezoned following these procedures. I'm not here tonight as someone from downstate that wants to tell folks in northern Maine how they should manage their own working forests. I suspect you will hear from plenty of those folks. I do enjoy spending time in northern Maine and even getting some bird hunting tomorrow. But that's not why I'm here. I felt compelled to drive up here tonight because I want to provide some history as to how we got here. Chapter 200 is a piece of legislation that we can be very proud of. This bill came to be law over the veto of Governor Paul LePage, who thought the new law regulations were too significant. This bill was supported by the Natural Resources Council of Maine, Sierra Club, Appalachian Mountain Club, and the Environmental Priorities Coalition, who all testified in support of the proposal, which is now the law that will govern approval of this project should the Commission allow Wolfden to move forward. I suspect that you will hear from some of these groups this week in opposition to the rezoning proposal that would allow this project to move forward if Chapter 200 is in fact the stringent regulation that my colleagues and I voted into law in 2017. I ask that you allow this company to move forward by approving this application for rezoning, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight on this very important matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Joseph Underwood, followed by Alice Bolstridge, And if Todd Martin can come up front.
Good evening, Chairman Wooster and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Joseph Underwood. I'm the district representative for District 5, which is Presque Isle. And it's been a pleasant drive down, and hopefully it'll be a pleasant drive back. Wolfden Resources has a strong record of production of minerals with 2 ongoing projects in Manitoba, Rice Island near the town of Snow Lake and the Nickel Island project. A third property, the Tatagush property near Bathurst, New Brunswick, is a property within easy traveling distance from here. Wolfden has a very strong experience record of working with regulators. Maine has the most stringent laws regarding mining in the United States. They have been designed and written by the legislature and implemented by agencies and commissions like yourself. Wolfden Resources has invested at least $100,000 in this application and should have the opportunity to proceed with a rezone of the property to a Planned Development Subcategory of D-PD. This subdistrict classification would allow for metallic mineral mining. The Land Use Regulation Commission rules in this sets the definition of D-PD subcategory, and it is my belief that the application meets this definition. The new subdivision classification will have no adverse effects or impact on the current use. This reclassification is appropriate for current users. Maine has a great opportunity presented to them for mining minerals like copper, lead, zinc, gold, and silver. Approval of this application would be leadership and is setting a new standard for responsibility in this field in the United States. These impacts would be felt in northern Maine with an estimated output of $700 million area-wide. Northern Maine International Airport, which is in Presque Isle, is a top-notch airport that can be used for movement of equipment to and from this mine operation. The possible job pool extends into northern Maine with the University of Maine at Fort Kent and the University of Maine at Presque Isle. Northern Maine Community College is an excellent institution for establishing and implementing programs geared specifically for this project. Recently, 114th Annual Conference of the New England Intercollegiate Geological Conference was held at Presque Isle. 2 tectonic belts were identified in northern Maine. These belts identify minerals present for the past 200 years. 4 of the top mineral deposits in Maine is in Aroostook County. In conclusion, this rezoning request ought to pass.
Thank you.
Next up is Alice Bolstridge with Todd Martin on decks, and if Chris Kayer can come up front.
I'm Alice Bolstridge from Presque Isle, Maine. I was born in Portage Lake near Bald Mountain site, considered for a mine like the one that's being proposed at Pickett Mountain. For more than a decade, I've been researching risks and benefits of metallic mineral mining and testifying in opposition to plans that pose unacceptable risks to the environment in Maine's wet climate. In 3 minutes, I can't talk about all the worries I have about this proposed mine, so I'll focus on threats to waters surrounding the site. Wolfden's application lists numerous water bodies there. Recreational water areas within 3 miles of the project area include 1 lake, 4 ponds, and a river. Inside the project area are 29 wetlands, 22 water courses, 8 vernal pools, and 2 potential vernal pools. Mine infrastructure, the application says, will be sited at least 75 feet away from wetlands, streams, and vernal pools to avoid direct impacts of these resources during construction and mine operations. Within 3 miles is about the distance of a 1-hour walk, even for me at 85 years old. And 75 feet is about the length of my small backyard. Since water always flows downward with the force of gravity, how can those distances possibly prevent toxic pollution from reaching all that water? Wolfden promises the project's water treatment approach will return clean, treated water back to the environment and maintain current water quality within the project area and down-gradient water bodies. I have looked for and never found an example of a metallic mineral mine anywhere in the world that lived up to promises like that. At every forum on the subject I have been attending over these years, I asked for an example of a mine that has not polluted surrounding waters with toxic chemicals. Every example given proves to be false when I follow up with research. Ann Meist, in pre-filed testimony, says the ultrafiltration and reverse osmosis Wolfden proposes can, in theory, produce high-quality effluent. The phrase "in theory" is important because, as she goes on to say, Wolfden provides no example of a comparable mine that accomplishes the levels required. If I had more time, I would talk about false promises made for economic and community benefits. Instead, I'll close with these thoughts. Metallic mine closures leave communities economically, socially, and environmentally depressed. This kind of mining is among the dirtiest industries in the world. There's never been such a mine anywhere that lives up to promises of economic benefits and environmental safety. Please do not rezone this area. Documentary sources are included that support my opinions if you need them. Thank you.
Up next is Todd Martin with Chris Kerr on deck, and if Nick Mullins will come up front, please. Can I say it?
Good evening, Chairman Worcester, members of the Land Use Planning Commission. My name is Todd Martin. I live in Winslow, Maine, and I'm the Northeast Senior Program Manager for the National Parks Conservation Association, our country's largest nonprofit advocate for our National Park Service sites, founded in 1919. On behalf of our 7,000 members in Maine and 1.6 million members across the country, I'm here tonight to urge you to deny Wolfden's application to rezone 374 acres in T6 R6 in the unorganized territories at Pickett Mountain for their dangerous zinc mine. After reading Wolfden's application thoroughly, it's abundantly clear that their mining proposal is a serious threat to the dark skies, the quiet solitude, the viewshed, and the endangered species of the Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument, whose border is just 7 miles from the proposed mining operation. A metallic mine at Pickett Mountain threatens the clean waters of the Penobscot watershed. According to the Maine Geological Survey, Pickett Mountain contains an indicated and inferred resource of 5 million metric tons of sulfide. When exposed to air, rain, and/or snow, sulfide-rich tailings from the mine would create sulfuric mine drainage, polluting nearby state heritage waters, the west branch of the Mattawamkeag River, and in turn the Penobscot River. While polluted water from the mine is not expected to flow through the 3 rivers within the National Monument, we stand in solidarity with the Penobscot Indian Nation as this mine threatens their sacred river and the millions of dollars and hard work they've put in to restore endangered Atlantic salmon to those waters. Furthermore, Wolfden refuses to demonstrate where it will site its ore concentration and tailings management facilities off-site. This is crucial information the LUPC must know to fully evaluate their rezoning petition. The Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument is the only international dark sky sanctuary east of the Mississippi River, and only the 2nd national park unit to achieve that designation. Future plans in the monument call for night sky viewing infrastructure on the Saboas parcel of the monument, which is just 7 miles from this proposed mine. Light pollution from the mining operation would pollute the darkest skies east of the Mississippi and could risk the monument losing its designation as an international dark sky sanctuary. We're also deeply concerned that blasting with explosive magazines, rock crushing with heavy machinery, and construction noise will disrupt the quiet solitude in the monument. With 55 ore-laden dump trucks traveling Route 11 each day to the yet-to-be-sited ore concentration and tailing management facility, that will disrupt the peaceful gateway communities and the visitor experience as folks come to this region to escape the hustle and bustle of urban areas. Visitors flock to this region of Maine to escape that noise. The National Monument welcomed 43,000 visitors last year who spent $3 million in the local economy. Baxter State Park welcomed 64,000 visitors who also spent millions locally. An industrial operation in the middle of Maine's most famous outdoor recreation destination is a direct threat to this region's outdoor economy. And time is up. Thank you for your time.
Up next is Chris Kayer with Nick Mullins on deck, and if Mike Reddy can come up.
Hi, folks. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. My name's Chris, and I live in a small town here in Maine, about 600 people, just 30 minutes from the Canadian border. Someone asked me today when I came in if I was from the city, which I thought was funny because Millinocket's the city where we're from. Took off work a little early today to be here because when we heard what was happening, we felt we had to voice our opposition. I'm here to urge the panel to consider the long-term impact that this decision will have on the environment and the people who live here in Maine. The woods and waters are our most precious resources here when we rely on the state's natural beauty and pristine environment to draw in business to the state. I went to business school here in Maine at the University of Maine. Got to learn about sustainable business, where companies can be not just financially sustainable, but also environmentally sustainable and responsible to the community. Too often, corporations exploit an area's natural resources and pollute the surrounding land and waters. They make short-term gains while we're left paying the long-term cost. They even have a name for this. It's called externalities. These are the costs that are passed on to our community and the state, even though we don't share in the profits. The cost of sulfide mining on our environment is too high. Sulfuric acid is a byproduct of sulfide mining, can lead to acid mine drainage, a process that kills entire ecosystems, and one that takes hundreds or even thousands of years to fix. I learned today there are Roman mines that are still dumping sulfuric acid into the environment 2,000 years later. Please don't mortgage our future for this short-sighted proposal. Thank you.
Up next, we have Nick Mullins with Mike Reddy on deck, and if Kelly Merrill would come up front, please.
Thank you. Members of the Land Use Planning Commission, members of the public in attendance, my name is Nick Mullins. I'm a husband, a father, and a former fifth-generation underground coal miner from Central Appalachia. For the last 12 years, my family has been searching for a new home because of the negative impacts of mining, including acidic mine drainage. Over 100 years ago, coal was discovered in abundance beneath our lands, and investors came from all over the United States to purchase mineral rights and land from our ancestors. They promised our great-great-great-grandparents that they'd never know anything was being mined from beneath their properties. It wouldn't be until generations later that we'd realize the true cost of those unethical land deals. Once the mining started, our region became a wasteland full of intense poverty, suffering, opioid abuse, and sickness. The mining companies still tell us that their industry is beneficial to our communities. They tell us that they follow all state and federal regulations and they clean up their messes. But the damage that they do is irreparable. They might be able to cut or put the rock back and dirt back. They might be able to put fertilizers on the surface and reclamation. But you can't fix what was done underneath to the underlying hydrology. My family learned that the hard way. My great-grandfather built the initial catch box for our family spring. From it, pure Appalachian mountain water flowed, filling our 1,000-gallon reservoir every night. It supplied our homes with 50 psi of pure mountain water with no need for pumps. But in 2000, a mining company came along and they disturbed that aquifer. Once they did that, we started seeing acidic mine drainage coming out of our spring. It's now unusable, and it gives us nothing but contaminants. Once it was done, at least unless anyone here can tell us how to fix a mountain spring. Our spring is only one of tens of thousands that have been permanently destroyed due to mining. Now, and for hundreds of years into the future, they will release acidic mine drainage with high concentrations of metals, minerals, and contaminants that will impact downstream creeks and rivers for generations to come. The companies continue denying any responsibility for these actions. In 2016, they even enlisted their friend, the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump, to halt a public health inquiry that would have exposed the negative impacts of mining to our region. Companies like these have millions of dollars at their disposal and powerful friends at all levels of governments through trade associations. They hire public relation firms and professionals to come in, learn about your communities, and tell you all the things that you want to hear.
Can you please wrap it up?
They will promise tax revenues, jobs, and any number of other potential economic benefits. But once the minerals are gone, once the damage becomes apparent and the waters start to turn colors, those economic benefits will become meaningless. Whatever short-term economic gains you will get will be spent fighting cancer, kidney diseases, and whatever other problems that come up with your children's future. All I can say is, commissioners, people of the public, if you let this happen, you're not going to let the future generations get very far. Thank you.
Up next is Mike Reddy with Kelly Merrill on deck, and if Jared Bornstein, I'm sorry, I can't read this writing, come up.
Hello, my name is Michael Reddy. I hate public speaking. I'm terrified of this, so forgive me. I'm going to speak fast. I split my time between Dresden, Maine, where I own property, and the Northeast Kingdom of Vermont, and I lived in Pembroke when we passed an ordinance there to stop Wolfden. Throughout the proceedings, we've been told that the LUPC needs to allow Wolfden to move on to the Chapter 200 process in order to do more detailed studies. The detailed studies that would actually provide the evidence necessary to show whether or not it is possible to rezone and ensure that no undue adverse impacts will take place. But in Crux's investment video of February 21, Ron Little was asked, "Are you restricted by this rezoning component yourselves?" His answer, "It's really a self-imposed restriction. We're not trying to overdo it until we've gotten an indication that we're through rezoning." This rezoning is about securing funding, a takeover premium, not about securing the well-being of Mainers or our natural environment. Ron Little has claimed there's nothing north of Bangor but moose and trees, yet they have the gall to tell us what we need and put us in the tenuous position of being dependent upon them in international financial markets. They promise jobs, but we know they speak with forked tongues. Page 499 of Wolfden's application states, despite lower incomes, fully 59.6% and 62.0% of households in Holton LMA and Millinocket LMA, respectively, could afford to purchase a medium-priced home in their area, compared to 38.4% statewide. 48.9% of renter households in Millinocket could afford the median rent in 2020, compared to 45% statewide. In Holton, 49.2% could afford the average rent in 2017 compared to 45% statewide. Their promised jobs are 7 days on and 7 days off, an industry standard to allow fly-in, fly-out miners, not to facilitate hiring locals. While some local business owners may see increased revenue, the money Wolfden's out-of-state miners make will actually drive up rents and make it more expensive for locals to stay put. Wolfden's application is full of contradictions. I'm never going to finish in a minute, so I'll just wrap it up. But on page 118, he claims that rocks will be blasted into manageable-sized fragments that can be loaded into underground trucks or into a skip and hauled or hoisted to the surface. Yet two pages later, he writes, all mined ore will be crushed underground, and trucks will then transport the crushed ore and waste rock to the lined storage pads. It's a huge implication. The difference is huge because of the acid-generating potential of the crushed ore and the potential for the dust from the crushed ore to spread contaminants at the surface. There's so many contradictions, but I'll submit written testimony that provides more examples. I asked the staff and the public to oppose the rezoning and not rely upon the DEP to protect us in our future. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up next is Kelly Merrill with Jared Bornstein up on deck, and if John Kelleher can come up.
Good evening, members of the Land Use Planning Commission and fellow Mainers. My name is Kelly Merrill. I have the privilege of living and working in the Northwest Mountains of this state. I'm here as an environmental activist and devoted spiritual practitioner to defend the land and water and speak against the harmful extractive processes that desecrate the planet and extinguish life for short-term gain. I'm here in solidarity with Wabanaki people and with life. I'll also tell you who I'm not. I'm not someone paid to be here. I wasn't, as a heckler suggested earlier, bussed in from the city. I live in a rural community on the northwestern border of the state, and I worry about such dangers in my town. Wolfden and its investors are responsible for mercury contamination and Clean Water Act violations numbering in the thousands, contaminated land and water for present and future generations. Recent years' environmental rollbacks around mining have made the Northwoods vulnerable. The proposed mining would harm subsistence, hunting, fishing, and foraging. It will, as mines do, irrevocably and permanently harm the land, the waters that surround it, and the life in it. The EPA calls metallic mining the most polluting industry in North America. Wolfden will be no exception. There has never been a sulfide mine that hasn't contaminated surrounding groundwater. Wolfden's job is to spin a tale to justify their extraction and minimize the dangers. But this process leaches mercury and arsenic into the land and water. Further, it will introduce millions of pounds of cyanide into the pristine wilderness near critical waterways and tribal trust lands. I'm wondering how the critical minerals list holds up to the endangered species list. I'm wondering how they rate in importance to endangered Atlantic salmon and brook trout and our ways of being. I'll add that should cleanup be required, Wolfden has only committed to what amounts to 2% of its anticipated profits to remediation. The company would be then free to walk away after causing irrevocable damage. I urge you to deny Wolfden this application to mine Pickett Mountain. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up next is Jared Bornstein, followed by John Kelleher, and if Brian Berger can come up front, please.
Good evening. My name is Jared Bornstein. I am a guide and lodge owner in Sherman, which is just south of where the proposed mine is. I am also a political consultant and a proud Democrat, and I feel like it's important to say that because I feel like this has taken on a sort of partisan bent. And I want people to know in this room that I'm not paid to be here. I'm here because I care about the community that I've invested in. I want to level set with everybody here. We have a choice. We have a choice between Wolfden or we have a choice between illegal gold mines in South America. We have a choice between Wolfden or we have a choice between cobalt mines in Africa. Because our phones, our microphones, our TVs, everybody's electronics, our electric cars that we all want, they all require these metals. We don't have a choice whether we use the metals or not. This is where we are as a society. What we do have a choice for, what you have a choice here today, is whether Wolfden gets to have the most state-of-the-art mining facility in Maine, or whether we rely on China to supply all of our minerals for our electronics, again, everything that we use. I mean, it's all over. Look at all the cord that we have. That's copper. That comes out of the ground. We can't avoid it anymore. And I need to tell you that the reason that I'm here supporting Wolfden most stringently today is because when I drive from my lodge in Sherman to go get groceries at Ellis's in Patton, I see almost as many abandoned houses as I do full houses. I see people struggling every day to put food on the table. The average household income in Maine is around $62,000. It's not very much. When a project like this comes to town, and says, we're going to do this responsibly, we're going to do this for the community, we're going to invest in infrastructure and local paying jobs. There's plenty of, there's whole companies that create roads for logging. Okay, these are the same sorts of contractors who are going to be used. They're going to use the existing infrastructure, and we need to really think about, do we want to have a local mine that we have control over? Is that where we want to get our metals? Or do we want women and children in Africa and bare feet mining cobalt? You have the choice here today, whether it's between those mines or these mines. And I strongly encourage you to approve their application and let them move forward to the DEP permitting process. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next is John Kelleher, followed by Brian Berger. And if Chris Johansson can come up front, please.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, board members. My name's John Kelleher. I live at Mount Chase. I oppose rezoning of Wolfden's Pickett Mountain parcel from cabin occupancy to mining. The potential for irreversible damage to the Mattawamkeag River watershed, potential pollution to local wells, increase in carbon footprint, and the fact that this mine is 3 miles from my house and well. I strongly urge you to deny this. The damage to the local flora and fauna far outweighs the short-term economic benefits for the region. I was in a discussion with a local business person recently, and they're pro-mine. And they thought, property rights, these people own 9,000 acres, they should be able to do what they want with. And I agree, you should be able to do what you want with your land. But when it comes in and affects the health, welfare of the people that abut it, of the watershed, of the flora and fauna, I totally disagree with mining in Pickett Mountain. That's all, thank you.
Up next is Brian Berger with Chris Johansson on deck, and if Pete Conley can come up front, please.
Good evening, LUPC and audience. My name is Brian Berger. I'm a resident of Morrow Plantation. I'll try to avoid technicalities and false choices, but focus on reflection. My academic background is in environmental sciences. I worked 30-plus years in fish, wildlife, and environmental protection, and almost 25 years in the U.S. military. I also volunteered some 15 years in local and regional land use planning. Personally, I endured a nearly 20-year battle in my previous homestead, in new mining activities that came after I built. This is kind of deja vu, kind of PTSD. I've been involved and witnessed many mining activities, both historical and existing, in much of my professional life. I have never witnessed a community or an ecoregion that benefited, truly benefited from mining in the long term. I'm not here to necessarily denounce everything that Wolfden has said. I've met with many of these people. They're genteel people. It's a long climb uphill to do as they propose. Non-renewable resource extraction has a long, storied, and templated history of changing ownership, decreasing attention to responsible activity, and ultimately taxpayer burden of legacy problems and damages. Tourism and recreational activities in an area of resource extraction continue only to the extent that the land, waters, and wildlife may continue and that users will tolerate a spoiled area. Mining does not equate to timber management. While small temporary economic gains may occur to a select few, the community loses and personal real estate loses value. A community becomes depressed in the long term from direct and indirect effects of mining. Environmental stewardship lessens over time. Depression and futility become the public norm for mood, expression, and futurism. While the LUPC may focus now on the sterile subject of land use, they are truly paving, or not, the path for the well-being of people, creatures, and this landscape.
Can you please finish?
Pardon me?
Can you take 5 or 10 seconds to finish?
Yes, sir. Processing routes, conditions, and locations are integral to this entire process. There's been no declaration as to where the processing is going to occur, and I think that's hugely part of the decision that needs to be made here. I'll give up with that. Thank you.
Would you like to submit your comments?
I will do that, sir.
Thank you.
Up next is Chris Johansson with Pete Conley, and I apologize for this one, Dennis Burnt, maybe, if they could come up front.
Thank you. I will send you a copy. I had a system failure between my computer and my printer, and I'm not going to leave you with this. My name is Chris Johansson. I live in Ludlow, Maine, and I'm representing myself. Good evening. Thank you. We are all responsible for pollution anywhere in the world. If you use a product that elements are mined in Senegal or anywhere else, you are responsible for the pollution. I don't believe you will hear anybody here today say they will not use clean energy, cell phones, or any other products made from the metals and minerals mined here. If you're going to use these products, then step up for responsible mining done right here, where it will be done in accordance with our standards and where we can keep an eye on it. I've been to most of the hearings on this issue. I've yet to hear any scientific reason why this mine will be dangerous to our environment. In 2014, the Maine legislature and other NGOs, non-government organizations, including the Natural Resources Council, passed new mining regulations that they said would prevent anyone from mining in Maine. That was their goal, and that's what they were bragging about when they put this in. From the Natural Resources Council website, the headline, Maine, home of the nation's strictest mining law. Wolfden Mining has put forth a plan to operate a mine according to Maine's strictest in the nation mining laws. In closing, I fully support the plan put forth by Wolfden, with the caveat that as a self-appointed watchdog, I will continue to monitor the operation up there at Pickett. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Up next is Pete Connolly, followed by Dennis Burnt, and then Chuck Luca, if you could come forward, please.
I'm Pete Conley from Island Falls, representing myself. My great-grandchildren are the 8th generation to be in Island Falls since 1840. We love Maine, we love the community, we love the resources. We need jobs, we need world-class training, we need business. In Aroostook County, we are dying. I know mines. I'm a mechanical engineer. I lived in Joplin, Missouri. We've had mines there 100 years. It is proven technology. It is not rocket science. It's proven. 90% of our zinc is imported into the United States. We need zinc. 35% comes from China. We can have that from Maine. America needs zinc mines. Maine needs jobs. Your approval simply lets this process move forward so they can dig core more, make sure it's economically viable. And we end up with, if it's successful, after 5 years of investigation, they dig the hole, we get 230 jobs in Patton. That's a home run. That's jobs for all of our kids, all of our families, all of our friends. Follow the science. In America, there's 14 mines, 6 owners in 6 states. They are not polluting today. They are not destroying lives. They are not, in general, the EPA's all over them, watching everything they do. Go to those towns in the Middle Tennessee mine, off one of the interstates, 50 miles to Nashville where 1 million people live. They got 325 employees. They've been there 50 years. They're incredibly environmentally responsible. Go about 40 miles from there, the East Tennessee mine. 800,000 people live in Knoxville, 20 miles away. It's been there 70 years. They have had no loss of jobs. They've had no land and water pollution. They've had no pollution from trucks. They've had everybody and their cousins watching them. They are located in pristine areas. Mines work. Zinc mines are simple compared to mining. So I would say, please move this process forward. If they run into bad economics, it gets killed next year, the year after, or the company will kill it. Please let it move forward. This is not new technology. This is proven. We need this in Maine. Thank you.
Up next is Dennis Burnt, followed by Chuck Luca, and then if Chuck Lee-Miser can come up front, please.
My name's Dennis Brackett. I live in Patton, Maine. I was born here, lived here for all my life, 61 years. And right off the bat, I am a true sportsman. I know this area. 25 years ago, I worked for a woods contractor in there. I fish Pleasant Lake, Pickett Mountain, Mud Lake. I hunt. I recreation, snow sled, and ATV. I just ride through and look at the leaves. So I do know this area. But I also know that we need jobs. And what I understand, I tried to go to both sides of the meetings and get as much education as I could. I went to the computers. I've listened. I've gone to meetings. And what I understand is we have the toughest, strictest mining regulations there is. National Resources Councils of Maine set in on it. I know they're against this, but they set in on these regulations. I trust you guys. I trust the state of Maine. These people say they can mine this and do it by your regulations. If they can do that, where is the problem? You guys are going to police them. An independent person is going to take the water samples. I don't understand what the holdup is. When it comes to jobs, I know firsthand. I had a nephew that graduated out of Katahdin High School. These guys was exploring their mining. He went to work there right out of high school. Made pretty near as much money as I did working 50 years. The jobs pay good money. When the exploration got done, he had to go over the road out in New York, out in Colorado. He just came back home because he found a job local. He'd love to go to work for them. I know a lot of high school seniors would like to go to work for them. You know how many college kids I know that has a debt that they can't even find a job in what field they took? I know my kids went right out of high school, went to work. They was fortunate. They was taught a work ethic, and they both had good jobs, and I appreciate that. But we need jobs in this area, and we need them now. These people, they're all talking about recreation. Something to think about here. They own T6 R6. They've been very friendly, very cooperative with the ATV clubs, with the snow sled clubs, allowing people to hunt. You know what could happen? And this isn't just these people. These are anyone that owns land. Great big gates go right across that road and say, your recreation is over. Yes, we have a law in Maine that you can walk to a 10-acre pond, but how many is going to walk? 40 miles, 30 miles.
Can you finish up?
Yes. I support this, and I hope you guys support this. Thank you.
Okay, up next is Chuck Luca, and then Chuck Miser, and if John Breedlove will come to the front, please.
All right, I will start my comments the same way I'm going to end them. I strongly support the Wolfden Pickett Mountain project. My name is Chuck Luca, and my family and I live very close to the project. We're about 5 miles away, so we're a pretty big stakeholder in this. We're in the adjoining township of Morrow Plantation. Our family also runs a lodging business there on the property. I am a town selectman, road commissioner, inland fisheries agent, Knowles Corner ATV Club president, and part-time music teacher, if that's worth anything to my credentials. I believe in the benefits of this project, both economically and, as everyone has spoken, occupationally, and also strategically to help decrease our reliance on foreign countries to obtain certain resources, specifically precious metals, that all of us use, as has been spoken already today, in our daily lives: automobiles, electronic devices, and a whole long list of products necessary to maintain our lifestyles. Some of these countries that we are getting these resources from are even hostile to us and our Canadian neighbors. And there are also countries that are using child labor for the same reason. For these reasons, I agreed earlier this year to volunteer on the Wolfden Community Advisory Board, which meets in Patton. I received no money from that. It's just because in my heart I felt this was a worthwhile endeavor to put my time into. Over the past few years, I've attended countless meetings and informational sessions about the construction, the operation, the mining, environmental safety concerns. Any questions at these meetings were met with truthful, concise answers and/or an personal invitation for an eyes-on look at the project, like a one-on-one, to go there and evaluate it on their own, themselves. Wolfden Resources has been completely supportive from day one to the surrounding communities and also to the local outdoorsmen. The company purchased the property for their mining site, and I believe that they will continue to follow all the stringent regulations that our state and local and federal governments have put on them. Therefore, they should be free to pursue their business project. I strongly support the Wolfden Pickett Mountain project and urge the LUPC to approve their request for rezoning. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
All right, up next is Chuck Lemiser, followed by John Breedlove, and if Scott Walker could come up front, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to talk. My name is Chuck Lighthizer. I am from Old Town, and I am not associated with any organization, speaking for myself. I am opposed to this application. We've heard a lot tonight and earlier today about the most strict new regulations. It doesn't matter how strict the regulations are. I defy anyone to find me any location that is where a mine has provided an environmentally positive impact. It just does not happen. I may get some grief for showing up here from downstate. Yes, I am downstate, about 40 miles in Old Town. I've lived there most of my life, spent many of my summers up here on the rivers. I kind of mentioned Old Town as well, because that's where the state-owned Juniper Ridge landfill is. We were promised great economic benefits from that project also and have had nothing but problems since then. And interestingly enough, there's talk now that the residuals from the tailing processing from this mine, the very, very, very worst environmental byproduct of the entire operation, could be coming to Juniper Ridge in Old Town. I ask that you deny this application for the health of northern Maine. Thank you very much.
Up next is John Breedlove, followed by Scott Walker, and then Cody Brackett.
Hello, my name's John Breedlove. I am from Bangor, and I still live in Bangor, and I've come here to speak for the rezoning, in support of rezoning of Wolfden's project area. I went to the University of Maine in the mid-'80s, got a geology degree, and for the last 30 years, been working as a mineral resource exploration geologist, a little bit in Maine, mostly around North America, overseas, sometimes way overseas. The last 8 years, I've been working out in the Midwest, but for 2 years, I came back and worked on a Pickett Mountain project. I worked as a mineral exploration manager, shepherding the project, and I'm just saying I'm here as a private citizen. I know all the guys, but I'm stressing that these are my words, and if I make any mistakes, they are mine. I didn't know I had 3 minutes, but 2 points I want to make. Working in the field for 2 seasons, in the woods almost every day. As people noted the location, it's 3 miles as the crow flies from the Route 11, 8 miles from the eastern satellite parcel of the KWW, and 15 miles from Mattagamon. Those two are in another watershed, a whole different drainage than where Pickett Mountain is. The project itself is located in industrial woods. It's routinely logged, heavily logged, and the traffic there over 2 field seasons, lots of logging trucks, some hunters, 2 kayakers one day, and no fishermen. It is not heavily recreated. I think there's a couple trails. There's just, besides logging, there's not a lot going on in there. At least that's my observation from working there for 2 field seasons. Other people have talked about strategic metal, or the metals we use to keep our society going now. And so I'm going to pass that point. And my main point, the regulations. Okay, toughest in the U.S. Wolfden says they can abide by these. And I think whether or not they can abide by these rules, the process is it gets rezoned, then it goes to the DEP, and the DEP looks at the technical viability of the project, and they will decide whether this project gets permits. It's not a done deal, but the process, looking at the way it seems to go, is that you get rezoned, then the DEP looks at the technical merits of it, and that I would not like to see the LUPC short circuit that process by saying no. I mean, Wolfden's done the work, they've collected the data, let the DEP look at it, and then let the chips fall where they may. And there you go. Thank you.
All right, up next we have Scott Walker, followed by Cody Brackett, and then if Ashley Poden can come forward, please.
Good evening. Thank you all. Thank you all for coming and all the public comments so far. My name's Scott Walker. I live in Island Falls, local business owner, actually several businesses, including a real estate agency with offices in Holton and Herman, golf course in Island Falls, restaurant, and some other rentals and other things. But I'm here in support of this. I've also heavily involved with the Big Valley Snow Club, who actually grooms the snowmobile trails across the Wolfden Resources lands. We've done that the last couple of winters. They've been nothing but wonderful to deal with in opening up this trail and connection to the corridors to the west for people to flow back and forth between our Big Valley Snow Club and the Mount Chase, Shin Pond, Mattagamon, Millinocket south, north passageways. My feelings are on this is that there is huge economic possibilities for this. My feelings also are that we need to give them the opportunity to prove that they can do it following the strict standards that this state has put into place. To shut this down now is saying you can't do it. We should let them prove that they can do it. If the water tests are coming back good, the sampling is done, they're following the rules, they should have the opportunity to proceed. We're all using the minerals that they're digging. There's not one person here that does not use one of these minerals every single hour probably of their life. If everybody wants to shut that down, maybe this isn't necessary, but that's not going to happen. All right? They should have the opportunity to prove that they can do what they're saying. If they cannot, it shouldn't exist. But if they can, we should have the opportunity to do clean mining here in northern Maine. I strongly urge you to support this. Thank you very much for your time.
Up next is Cody Brackett, followed by Ashley Poden, and if Dave Edwards would come forward, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Cody Brackett, lifelong Patton resident. I graduated Katahdin High School in 2010, and I've stayed here ever since graduation. On one hand, I can count my classmates that didn't, that stayed. The rest left. I attended one semester of college. I got my first bill and dropped out to drive a snowmobile groomer. And I paid the bill driving a snowmobile groomer until the snow melted. Then I went to a potato house and forklift driving, and I bounced around. Some jobs aren't here forever. They might only be here 8 or 10 years, but it does not decrease their value to the worker. Today, I work for a railroad in the area as a conductor and locomotive engineer, from a snowmobile groomer to a locomotive. They're both fun to drive. So, I'd like to point out that the value of the jobs provided to Wolfden are only a small part of the picture, but it is a big part to the people that it will affect. The National Monument came to this region shortly after I graduated high school. There was a big argument about private landowner rights and someone's right to do what they want with their property and how it affects them. I can no longer take an ATV on their land or pick fiddleheads. Today, them and their affiliates are building a massive facility right in the Lunk-Sioux, right across from where the West Atticook dumps in, where they found Don Fendler. They have built a road good for 50 miles an hour and have leveled a ridge to build a building as big as a local hardware in Patton. And that's okay for the environment that they support. I'd like to point out that one of the arguments made for the National Monument was that it would never affect development outside its boundaries. Today I have a letter from the Natural Resource Council of Maine that says directly, placing a mine in Maine's Katahdin region just miles from Baxter State Park and Katahdin Woods and Waters National Monument is too big of a risk. As a resident of Patton and all local towns that voted down the National Monument, this is kind of an insult to see them now today portraying this to us. At a minimum, if Wolfden shows proper paperwork and proper procedure, they need the right to move forward with this. They should be given the opportunity. Past mining is different. Chapter 200, Nick Bennett told me himself he had a hand in its creation, is the strictest mining laws. To say it's untested is unfair. To say they can't do it is unfair. It's been untested. I'd like to give Wolfden a chance, and I hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Ashley Poden, followed by Dave Edwards, and if Ray Bates can come forward, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ashley Bodine. My husband and I moved to Island Falls about 2 years ago. I'm representing myself. respecting all of the opinions and speakers here today. I won't insult you all by calling myself a Mainer just yet. I haven't been here long enough. But I actually decided to move to Maine on my first visit to the state. The reason we fell in love with Northern Maine is because you have invaluable resources, clean water, dark skies, clean air, all of which we need to sustain life, as well as hunting and fishing and outdoor recreation, ATV and hiking trails, all of which we who live up here need to enjoy life. Having extensively visited 49 states and dozens of other countries, I have seen firsthand just how rare what we have here really is. I recently had the pleasure of attending a concert in Island Falls this summer, an opportunity to interview several people, locals and visitors, asking them why they were here and what they enjoyed about it. Unanimously, the answer was the fresh air, the peace, and quiet. Wolfden has no stake here. They are here to make their money and go. To all the rest of us, especially to all of you, this is home. Before moving to Maine, I was a backcountry guide for many years in a small town in Alaska called Skagway. We did not have mining directly in town, but transported it from train to boat for about 2 decades, long before I was ever there. Over the years, our community developed some of the highest cancer rates in the state in a town of 300 permanent residents. It was because our subsistence diet of shrimp and crab was polluted by the mine trailings that leached into the water. Lead and zinc ore cleanup cost the town over $46 million in remediation. There exists no proven way to mine without irreparable damage to natural water systems. Reverse osmosis not only strips the water of its natural and necessary minerals, but also creates a toxic waste byproduct that as of yet we don't have the technology to clean up. To all of you in favor of the mine, I hear you. You want jobs for the community and you have a desire to offer the younger generation sustainable economic opportunity, and I agree with you. We can't control what happens elsewhere in the world, but we can vote with our dollars and tell big corporations and governments that we want them to do better, that we want more choices than really bad or really bad. If we do nothing, nothing will change. We currently reside in the top 10% of the country for quality of life as we as humans move forward with climate change. I plead with you to deny this petition, and I offer instead for your consideration that we shift this energy and focus on developing tourism and protecting our resources, our history, for ourselves and future generations. There are state grants and other organizations, even right here in Millinocket, in position to support expanding tourism in our area. Not a whole lot of training required to prep local residents for jobs in tourism, because who knows the woods and waters of Maine better than Mainers.
Could you please finish?
Yes. Even if the jobs with Wolfden go 100% to local residents, they have a number and an expiration date, though the damage will remain for us long after they are gone. Tourism is limitless and creative, with a niche for everyone, with far more proven ecological and economical benefits. Thank you.
Okay, up next is Dave Edwards, followed by Ray Bates, and if Marion Fowler can come forward, please.
My name's David Edwards. I'm from Lincoln and Mount Chase. I'm also another person that's not much for speaking publicly, so if you'll pardon my nervousness, we'll make it through this. I didn't intend to speak tonight. I came here, I always found that you learn a lot more when you listen, and I came here tonight to listen. But walking in, I couldn't help but having a little bit of a flashback reunion. I saw my old friend Neil from Earth First back there in the background, and he was doing his environmental thing, and I tried to talk him a little mite, as we did down in Lincoln. If you remember, the Earth First is coming and doing the raid down there. But I tried to talk him to a little bit about, NRCM sat down and designed this with Wolfden to come up in environmentally friendly procedure and whatnot to do it. And maybe I should back up a little bit. My background is I was schooled as a biologist. I've had a little bit of a geology. I've had a lot of biology, fauna, flora. I understand ecosystems and that kind of stuff. So that's why I came here to learn. I've worked with environmental groups before. I was a chairperson of the Penobscot River and Bay Institute for approximately a decade. That's housed out of the Mitchell Environmental Center down in UMO. One of our programs was the Penobscot River Keepers, in which we took school kids out in Voyager canoes and did environmental education and whatnot based on sound science. We partnered with the salmon clubs and whatnot for the Salmon River restoration. You guys might be well aware of what cooperation can do when people sit down collectively and use sound science, sound industry practices, best management practices. And one example is when we had NRCM, who is the strongest environmental group in the state of Maine, with something like a $7 million a year operating budget, well respected by the state, all agencies, all private groups. They sat down with the stakeholders and whatnot, and we came up with a Penobscot River Restoration Project. You may well be aware that we're leading the nation in that. We took the dam, finished taking the dam out on the Bangor. We took the Milford Dam out, and we put the waterway in on the Howland side of things. And I'm running short on time, so I would just like to make one quick statement. All the people from away have their opinion, but I would like to give a little historical fact from somebody who is truly a native Mainer. My family's been in Lincoln longer than the town's been there. My cousin has the farm from 1820, so I got the inside house from 1877. My roots run deep. I would like to remind you guys that in the 50s, the state of Maine come up with a lake water classification system that was spread out through the nation. In the 60s, a single person by the name of Howard Trotsky put in a lawsuit that led to the Clean Water Act by Iowa Senator Muskie that was implemented throughout the United States. In the 70s, come along the 80s, we got Senator Mitchell's Clean Air Act. We led the nation in taking dams and river restoration. Why should not we sit down in partnership with the most legitimate, authoritative, defined, recognized, respected environmental group, along with respected industry who is committed to this project, and come up with a plan that can also save the nation? One last thought, and this is strictly personal. There's somebody in the crowd that said he was kind of against this. He's all for it, but he's going to come up and test them and hold their feet to the grindstone. I hope they do. I hope they get cooperation. I'm schooled as a biologist. If the guy would like to come up, we can set up a monitoring program, and I'm sure they would work with us, and we would monitor that for the local people, by the local people, for the local people. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Ray Bates, followed by Marion Fowler, and then it's either Will Meas or Will Niels.
Good evening, Commission members. I salute you for your hard task before you. You've listened to pros and cons, and I would not necessarily appreciate being in your position. But I, too, am opposed to the Wolfden project. My understanding is the reverse osmosis has not been used on a project of this magnitude. I would want verification that indeed it will work. Despite how many people have spoken in favor of this project, I'm not sure that they, as neither do I, have an expertise in the background of hydrology, geology, mining, to say unequivocally that this is not going to damage our environment. I'm a lifelong educator. I live in Patton. I have read, watched, seen documentaries on mining. No place do I see that mining has been an asset. I am not an expert on mining, but I recognize what I see as a sales pitch for a project to convince you that this mining regulation should be reconsidered and rezoned, this property, to allow mining, when indeed, if Maine has the strictest mining law, there would be no need for this because of what doesn't meet the standard. We don't know where the tailings are going to go, and there's been no proof that the water can be returned to the land. Some might argue that clean water is the most precious resource we have. We're looking at various ways to have energy to heat and cool our homes. But water is precious. So I wish you good luck. I hate to rely on you and the DEP to save us from a natural disaster in our communities. We're already dealing with PFAS with millions of dollars for cleanup. We don't need another. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Marion Fowler, followed by Will Niels, and the last person will be Laura Farnsworth.
My name is Marion Hale Fowler. I'm a resident of Norcross, Indian Purchase 3. Hi, Pete. High school classmate, Peter Prey. I am, so far, pretty much a lifelong resident of Maine, and almost a lifelong resident of the greater Millinocket area. My husband and I taught school here in the middle school, and we were here for the glory years when we were in high school. Millinocket was a booming town, but then we stayed here, and we've been here for the really, really bust years. We know, we remember, and we're still living through a very, very difficult economic time. But I also remember when the rivers were pretty polluted. And I feel, I'm speaking from the heart. I came to listen and learn and thought, well, what the heck, I can speak up my heart, and I'm going to. At this point, I really hope that you say no, come back with, some more tangible evidence that this can be done. But because I'm hearing dollars and jobs versus environment. And we've come a long, long way from the days when the rivers were filthy, and it's a very difficult way to climb your way back up. So I say you have a hard job ahead of you, folks. You need to evaluate not just the amount of money and the number of jobs, but you need to remember the future generations. My husband and I live on land that his family settled 5 generations ago, and I'm speaking for the future generations, for our children and grandchildren, to try to keep it clean and better and improve it. And I'm saying at this point, I hope that you'll say no, not yet, to Wolfden. Thank you very much, and thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Will Niels, followed by Laura Farnsworth.
Good evening, my name is Will Niels. I was born and raised and still reside in Appleton in northern Knox County. It's been quite a while since I appeared before the commission here, but I appreciate the opportunity. Needless to say, what's important for us to remember is that while people from other countries, foreign investors like this, always come to Maine hat in hand, expecting us to be bumpkins and take whatever it is they offer us, we know that we in fact are smart enough not to necessarily take the offer because it's offered. What's really important for you to remember, the whole context of this discussion right now has to be filtered through some basic, totally and absolutely non-negotiable realities. It was approximately 23 years ago that James Wolfowitz, who was at that time the head of the World Bank, a relatively notorious international organization many of you probably are aware of, acknowledged that the next world war would be for water. Now, why does that matter to people like us? Well, we live in Maine, a place with an abundance of clean water now. One of the most important reasons for that is because we've never been stupid enough to allow industry to do things like, frack gas, or maybe drill a half mile into the earth and set off explosions because, that'll affect the aquifer. So when we think about this, let's just review why water is important to us. We need it to grow food. We need it because we're made up of water primarily, literally our bodies, and we need it to drink ourselves. These are pretty important notions you want to keep in mind. It's very important that you not create the rezone for this project. Okay, we already have enough corporate grifters from other countries in our state stealing our water. We don't need ones like this belligerently destroying it and spreading that around. It took us generations to start the cleanups in Orrington at Holtrachem. It took us generations to shut down the toxic paper plants in this state. And it's important for us to remember that this is not subjective. This is reality. They've never had a metallic mine like this that didn't, in fact, destroy the area near it. So just because some corporate grifters show up and claim it's going to be fine doesn't mean they're respectable. This gentleman started a gold mine in Burkina Faso in West Africa back in the mid-aughts, which has led to untold domestic strife and trouble. Lots of killings, a few military coups. So it's not like these people don't obviously have some corporate blood on their hands. The whole point is are we stupid enough bumpkins to believe that they will conduct themselves honorably in our state? I don't believe we are. I'm sure you've all heard of a pig in a poke. Well, this is a pig in a joke, and the joke's on everybody here. If this commission begins the process of rolling this idiotic proposal forward. We all need jobs in Maine, but we don't need jobs that destroy our ability to survive for multiple generations thereafter. Do your jobs to the citizens and taxpayers of this state. My family owns 65 acres of land. We don't want our aquifers destroyed. Thank you very much for your time. I expect you to act accordingly.
Okay, next we have Laura Farnsworth, and we had one person that didn't check the box, but they did sign in, so that would be Edward Spencer.
Good evening. Commissioners, I rise because I'm in opposition to the Wolfden project. My name is Laura Farnsworth. I'm from Island Falls. And when I was a child in the 50s, my father took me hunting in the forest surrounding Mattawamkeag Lake, and I learned hydrology, hydrogeology. As we traveled along a road or a pathway, he would signal for me to stop and listen, and I could hear a twig snap or a tree squeak or a distant train whistle, and sometimes the babble of a brook. Sometimes the brook could not be seen. My father would reach behind a tree and produce a blue agate cup, remove a damp rock or two, and we would have a drink so cold and refreshing that I remember it to this very day. It had no taste. I remember that too. My father would put the cup and the rocks back in place, and on we would go. He later explained that those underground brooks and springs brought water to the surface from deep underground. He told of the last glaciers passing through about 10,000 years ago, and that these glaciers were melting and dumping rocks, gravel, and sand in huge mounds and deposits. He showed me places where glaciers had scoured out ponds and marshes, and where the mounds left behind had formed ridges so big they forced down the land and pushed the water up that was deep below the surface. In school, I learned that there are two main kinds of aquifers, contained and uncontained, and I have my kitchen models with me. This would be an example of a contained aquifer, fairly simple system. You could monitor it easily. And this is more like the aquifer we have in our area. It's just spaces connected to other spaces, and where it's replenished, the water sifts down deep into the ground to replenish, and it can wander. It doesn't have a specific path to travel. Many aquifers in our country are mapped, measured, and monitored. It's a matter of national importance. In the northern west quadrant of Maine, the aquifers have not been mapped or monitored, but we know that they are large and uncontained because we know our glacial history and how, thank you. So I just want to share that in closing, that there are places that are better prepared to handle zinc mining. This area and this company does not have the experience nor expertise necessary to operate a mine safely, nor the incentive to protect this region into the future.
Okay, next we have Edward Spencer. And we do have a couple people who signed up but didn't check that they wanted to speak. If you intended to speak, just come up, and if you signed up, and let me know.
Good evening, Commissioner, members, public. Thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns in opposition to zoning changes to allow mining at Pickett Mountain. My name is Ed Spencer, and I live in West Old Town. I'm a longtime opponent of the state-owned Juniper Ridge landfill in Old Town. I'm also a logger. Family history informs my stance versus mining in Maine. My grandfather worked for a mining company for 32 years until he died 2,000 feet below the surface in Bisbee, Arizona at age 59 when I was 6 years old. I can hardly remember him and greatly regret not having gotten to know the man. His health was diminished by his life in the mines, where fine dust, fumes, darkness, heat, etc. are contrary to human health. If you think mining jobs offer hope to your youth and yourselves, you first need to take a realistic look at all the negatives associated with that life. And I defy you to show us a thriving mining community where the air is clean and you can drink the water and eat the fish and game. Wolfden's deceptive branding writ large on our office window in Patton are an insult to our intelligence. Quote, environmental, sustainable. Acid mine tailings pose a threat to waters and air quality, as do the processing of smelting of ores. I have recently visited the Katahdin region and walked along both the east branch of the mighty Penobscot and the Seboyce River. In the late 70s, I worked for most of a summer in Mount Chase. We used to stop and swim on the way home, and an older guy in the crew would go catch some trout when our work was going well. This beautiful and bountiful land could be forever diminished by Wolfden's plans. This proposal seems to sharply contrast with the LUPC charter. It is an extreme change of use, not just for the immediate lands in question, but the surrounding vicinity for miles around. It is deceptive that the developers have not included a processing and smelting location in their lengthy application. That alone should be grounds for rejection. I am grateful that the LUPC responded to our legislators' pleas for a hearing session in Bangor. In conclusion, Wolfden, a Canadian firm, has shown its predatory nature by making statements to their shareholders such as, quote, there are no indigenous rights in Maine, so this just streamlines the permitting process, end quote. While we continue working to achieve sovereignty for Maine's Wabanaki tribes, you should realize that popular opinion is that we trust the tribes to do the right thing. What's good for the Wabanaki is good for Maine, and this zoning change is bad for both. Thank you very much, and I got to say, I'm very sympathetic to your plight economically here. Old Town's mill is shut down, but my fear is that if this would happen, that it would prevent good jobs from coming to this region. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? I wish to remind everyone that the record will remain open for written comments until Thursday, November the 2nd, 2023, and for an additional week until Thursday, November 9th, 2023, for rebuttal testimony. Except for post-hearing briefs to be filed by the parties, no other evidence or testimony will be allowed in the record after that date. The hearing will be continued with a technical session at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow here at Stearns Junior and Senior High School. And the next public comment session will be tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. here as well. I thank you all for coming, and you were very orderly, and I thank you for that as well. Good night.